Killed horses, radish, no.
Well, I like radish. You like radish, eh? Yeah. Genuine, oh.
Well, a very good afternoon, race fans, and a warm welcome to the Snetterton race circuit, the home of motorsport in the east of England, for the first of 2 days of action with the British Automobile Racing Club here on BARC TV. This weekend we have as our headline act Big Beasts in the East. Yes, the British Truck Racing Championship are here, their annual visit to the Snetterton 300 circuit. Will Ryan Smith continue his march to an incredible 8th consecutive title in Division 1 here this weekend? It's all to play for in Division 2 as well. No fewer than 5 truck races coming up over the course of this weekend. We also welcome back to their penultimate weekend of the season the Classic Touring Car Racing Club for saloon cars of all ages, from the 50s up to almost the present day. And we also have here this weekend the MSUK British Endurance Championship, who are just undertaking their qualifying session at the moment. Qualifying a little bit delayed by a couple of red flags earlier on in the day. We'll have the Brit Car Trophy series out tomorrow as well, sponsored by Rowe Motor Oils. The green flag has just been waved. The car's leaving the pit lane for a 10-minute qualifying session for the British Endurance Championship. We'll take you through that before our first race of the day. We've got 2 races before the lunch break. Classic Touring Car Racing Club Pultec Pre-66 touring cars, combined on the grid with the Shell Oils Pre-83 touring cars. The Pre-66s, we've got Ford Lotus Cortinas, Ford Anglias, Minis, Hillman Imps, Austin A40s, Morris Minors, if you like your classic 50s and 60s saloons. And the Pre-83 Championship, a whole variety in there: Ford Escorts, Triumph Dolomite Sprints, a couple of BMWs, and similar machines from the 1970s mostly. After that, we have our first of 5 races for the British Truck Racing Championship, 15-minute race for them, taking us into the lunch break. And then it's our longest race of the weekend, the 2-hour endurance race for the cars. We're just about to see it on circuit now, the MSUK British Endurance Championship, a grid of around 15 cars for this upcoming 2-hour race. That's going to be followed by the Classic Touring Car Racing Club Edmonton Electrical Classic Thunder Saloons, the most powerful saloon cars you will see here today. They're combined with the Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Challenge, XJs, XJSs and more out in that one. And then we have the British Truck Racing Championship for their second race, and then 3 grids in one. We have the Pre-93 Touring Car Championship, sponsored by Laser Tools, mainly BMWs featuring in that championship, combined with the Bertie Haulage Pre-03 Touring cars, BMWs and Honda Civics making up the grid for that one. And we also have the Burton Power Blue Oval Saloon Series, BOSS as it's known for short. That's for everything Ford, as the Blue Oval name suggests. So that's our programme for day 1 here on the Snetterton 300 circuits, the full 3-mile layout being used. My name is Dave Goddard. I'll be taking you through the action today as we get underway with qualifying for the MSUK British Endurance Championship. Down in the paddock for us today, Pointy will be covering everything to do with the truck racing as always. And down there in the paddock at the moment is Ian Waterhouse.
Yes, hello everybody, welcome to the assembly area, and as Dave said, I've got so much coming up for you today. First up, the pre-66, pre-83s for the classic touring cars. Don't forget, we still have 2 British Truck Racing Championship, the British Endurance Championship, and more from the classic touring cars as well. This is the place to be here this weekend. Forget about that thing going on in Singapore. Snetterton is where all the action's at, and let's start with the pre-66 and pre-83s, because this man over here, Stephen Primmitt, he knows I'm going to come talk to him. I always come and talk to Stephen, but that's what happens when you put it on pole position and you win an awful lot. But no Will Davison this weekend.
No, I think that's why I'm on pole position. Otherwise, Will would have been on pole position.
Talk us through Snetterton, because it's actually a bit more technical, isn't it, than I think some people might realise.
Yeah, it's changed a lot since the old days when the 200 was running. So we've got a lot more work to do in the infield now. It's a little bit stop-starty. You might think it'd help an Escort, but it does still help power, really, because it's a little bit stop-starty in there.
Well, it's done you all right on pole position, of course, for this one. Conditions as well, not as hot as we thought they might be.
No, that's quite nice. It was really nice. It felt good this morning, you know, so hopefully we got the same again.
Are we going to be talking after this race as well, Stephen, in that #1 spot?
It's been a long while since I've won a race, and he's about 1,000th of a second behind me, so it could be anybody's, mate.
Right, best of luck. Thanks for talking to us, Stephen Primmitt there as well. Yes, just a quick reminder, of course, Jonathan Corker lines up in 2nd, Mark Johnson in 3rd, Don Hughes in 4th. I want to go talk to this man over here, Alan Greenhall. He's in the pre-66, is in that Ford Falcon Sprint. He's on pole position as well in the pre-66. Alan, it's good to see you. How are you this weekend? Are you excited and ready for it? Enjoying the glorious weather here in Snetterton?
This is my last race in the UK this season, sadly, yes, so I'm out at Spa in 2 weeks' time. But yes, I'm really looking forward to it. I've missed a few races because, you know, I've had to do family stuff.
Yeah,
and
life happens, doesn't it? You know, life does. In fact, that's why Will Davison in the pre-83s isn't here. Work commitments for him, but you're out now, so that's what we want. It's a bit of a power track here. Could suit you well.
Yeah, no, it suited me very well this morning, and you know, the time was quite good. So I had tyre pressures wrong, so hopefully I've got them right now. So, but you know, anything can happen after the truck's been out. So
yes, well, fortunately, it's the endurance qualifying now, so you don't have to worry about the trucks till tomorrow now.
No, that's right. Well, that'll be a good thing. That'll be a good thing.
Alan, thanks so much. Best of luck. Thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it as well. I think we've still got a bit of time. Let's move over here. I want to grab a quick word of Anton Martin. He's always happy to have a bit of a chat with us as well in his number 95. Let's go grab him. Here he is. He's chatting away. He's gassing. Come on, Anton. I've got to pull you away. He's always gassing. He's always having a chat, and that means you've got to come talk to me. Come on, mate. Come on. Tell us about your morning. How's it been?
Hot.
Yeah? It's not. There is a bit of a breeze though, isn't there?
Someone thought it'd be a good idea to paint the car black and then come racing in the sun. It don't really work and get a black
and black overalls.
Yeah, so it don't really work, does it?
So it's your fault.
Yeah, it's my fault. Yeah, but it looks nice in black. But
it does.
It just don't go anywhere. We were just on about a minute ago. We've got to change the engine, so I think that's what we're going to do over winter. We'll put the better engine in.
So is this a bit of fun then, really, this weekend? Bit of a test session, bit of fun.
But look, we've got Jake. He's got a bit of match, so we'll see how we go. I don't think we'll be that far up front, but unless there's a few pull out, we'll get further up, won't we? But
what's it like racing with the classic touring cars? You've been with them a while now. It's a great atmosphere, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been. Obviously, we're in the BM as well, aren't we? So that's a bit better. It's a bit quicker, not much quicker, but yeah, it's good fun. All good safe drivers, aren't they? So
and always big grids as well.
Yeah, well, there's nice big grids today. What was it? 39.
Yeah,
39. Should be interesting. First corner's going to be fun, especially being where we are. We're going to catch all of them, aren't we?
Keep your eye on Anton. It could get quite excited out there.
Could be a bit interesting in the first corner, but we'll see. We'll get round there. Snetterton, isn't it?
Snetterton's it. Anton, best of luck. Thanks for talking to us, mate. It is his track. Let's just move down a little bit, shall we? I think we've got time. The qualifying's still going on, actually, for the British Endurance Championship. It's been a very eventful morning, actually. Just a quick update for the Thunder and Jags. They had a qualifying session a little bit earlier. 2 red flags in that session, though, essentially wiped it out. They're going to re-qualify during the lunch break. So they're going to do 1 out lap Obviously, they're going to do outlap. They're going to do one fastest lap. That's it, and then come in. That's going to take place in the lunch break. So the Thunder Jags did have a qualifying session earlier. However, 2 red flags pit paid to that. They're going to do it in the lunch break now instead. Let's just move on a little bit, shall we? And jump in for a quick chat. Don't run away from me. Don't run away from me. How did things go this morning for you?
Very well. I mean, I bought this car about a year ago,
Yeah.
and I've been using that red one for years and years. And
Yeah.
my mate borrowed that today.
Yeah.
And he beat me in that qualified. Well, he overtook me. He didn't beat me on time, but it's going all right. Yeah, yeah.
You have to get it back then. Swap over.
Well, we could. Yeah, we might do that tomorrow. No,
I think Scrutineer might have something to say about that.
no. But it's having fun. That's the main thing. As long as you have a bit of fun and you don't crash or break down too much, that's what it's all about. Yeah.
Now, one thing we want to find out this weekend from race drivers and people watching as well, what is their favourite circuit in the UK? This is a question for you watching. Comment in that comment section below. Let's ask you, favourite circuit in the UK? Now, it doesn't have to necessarily be to drive, it could just be to spectate, it could be to watch on the telly. What do you think is the best circuit in the UK?
Brands.
Yeah?
Brands in here.
Brands in here.
Yeah.
Are you saying Snetterton because you want a bit of good karma for today?
Yeah, I like, they're totally different, but I think brands, especially brands on the big one, we hardly ever get that. We've had it twice in the last 2 years, and that is interesting, that is out the back there.
I believe there's actually only a certain amount of days that they can run on a GB circuit.
We had it last year, when I first got this, and we had a big meeting there, 2 meetings ago. We had 2 races on the big one on Saturday, and 2 races on the little one on Sunday,
Yes, I think I was there.
Yeah, I would say brands, Brands in here, yeah.
Fantastic. Look, thanks for talking to us. Best of luck for the race as well. Let's just move around a little bit further, shall we? In fact, the checkered flag is waving for the British Endurance Show. We might just get a chat with Brian Bedford here. One last quick jump in before they get ready to go out. You're about to head out on track. How are we feeling?
Hi, feeling good. Weather's great, obviously, lovely day here. So yeah, looking forward to it.
I'm asking everybody what their favourite circuit in the UK is. For those watching at home, please do put it in the comment section, but the drivers as well. It doesn't necessarily have to be one you've driven, it could be to spectate out. What's the best circuit in the UK?
I like Castle Coombe.
Okay, great. We've had Brands Hatch, Snetterton, now Castle Coombe. Nobody said the same twice
No,
yet.
exactly. That's what you want, all right? For a mixed grid like this, it's perfect. It's great.
Fantastic. Look, best of luck. Thanks for talking to us. Really do appreciate it. Checkered flag just falling for the British Endurance Championship qualifying session. That means the pre-66 and pre-83s for the Classic Touring Cars right here in Assembly are about to go out on track. I'm going to hand you back to Dave, who will most likely take you through grids and through the race. Enjoy.
Yes, thank you very much indeed, Ian. Yes, checkered flag, as you can see, is out on the MSUK British Endurance Championship qualifying session. Only a short qualifying session. They had a couple of pre-practice sessions earlier today, and it is going to be the PB Racing Audi R8 GT3 that has gone quickest, the only Class A car here this weekend. Sadly, we haven't got the Aston Martin Vulcan, which is normally the Audi's main rival for overall victories. The Audi's just taken the checkered flag, 151.421 for Peter Erseg and Marcus Clutton in the Audi R8 GT3. Second fastest, the Cunninghams in their Porsche, the SG Racing Porsche 997 Cup, 157.054 for the Class C machine. Third quickest, number 28 from Team Hard of touring car fame. They've got one of their British touring car drivers on board that Porsche this weekend, Daryl De Leon, the young man from the Philippines, sharing with Brad Thurston, their third fastest in their Porsche. Fourth quickest, number 62, which is the KTM GT4 spec KTM Crossbow. First time we've seen that car in one of these rounds. They did win the 6-hour race at Donington earlier this year in very wet conditions indeed. The track focus team, Mike McCollum and Sean Cooper at the wheel of the KTM Crossbow GT4. Completing the top 5 is the Venture Innovations Mercedes AMG GT4 of Chris Jones and Matt George. Sixth quickest, the first of the Class E cars, the TCR touring cars, which is number 87, run by Shared Autosport, Jonathan Beeson and George Healer in their Audi RS3. Seventh quickest, rather, is the first of the Ginettas, the Ginetta G55 Super Cup cars, which is number 278 of Colin White and Dan Morris. Great to have Colin White, the legendary hot rod racer, former ASCAR race winner at Rockingham as well out in his Ginetta. He's been racing that car in various events for many, many years now. Alongside them on the grid provisionally will be the number 108 Brakel Racing, their Mercedes, Amir Naran and Tom Jackson, last year's British Endurance champion, sharing with Wayne Mars in the GT3 Mercedes. Completing the top 10, number 50, which is Peter Montague and Stuart Hall with the MKH Racing Aston Martin GT4, and the SVG Motorsport Ginetta of Owen Hizzy and Mark Ellman. 11th fastest for New Barn Racing, the Jaguar F-Type, Callum and Adam Thompson. 12th quickest, number 22, which is the Race Road Competition Cupra of Nick Hull and Richard Avery. And 13th quickest, number 78, Paul Sheard in his VW Golf TCR, the ex-Tim Docker car, I think that one is. Paul Sheard running his team this weekend and putting himself back behind the wheel as well. Just a couple of cars we didn't see out in that session that may have had problems in free practice. George Jackson and Maurice Henry in the Team Hard Audi S4 touring car. And we also didn't see Johnny McGregor and Josh Tomlinson, the Mac G Racing Ginetta. So hopefully we'll see those back out for the race later on this afternoon. It's a 2-hour race, 2 mandatory pit stops for each car. And that's coming up a little bit later on. So the first race on the programme is going to be the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. It's the combined grid for the Shell Oils Orange Aero Pre-83 Group 1 touring cars and the Pultec Classic Race Engines Pre-66 touring cars. That we have just heard from some of the drivers. It's a combined grid. We should have 38 cars out on this grid, hopefully. It will be a 15-minute race around the Snetterton 300 circuit, one of the longest circuits in British motorsport, 3 miles. In answer to Ian Waterhouse's question, incidentally, that he's asking the drivers this weekend, favourite circuits. My favourite circuit, I'd have to go for Donington Park, and that's where the Classic Touring Car Racing Club have their final race weekend of the year in October. Looking at the championship situation, of course, there's various classes based on engine size, mostly in the Classic Touring Car Racing Club Championships. In Pre-66, the Pultec Classic Race Engines Pre-66, it's the Ford Anglia of Billy Keneally who leads the points there on 110 points. He's in Class C. Michael Loveland, who I don't think is here this weekend, in his Hillman Imp is second in the points in Class E. No, we haven't got any Class E entries this weekend, so no Michael Loveland. He's second on 86 points, and third is Pat Keneally, who leads the Lotus Cortina Class F with his Cortina. The cars are coming out of the assembly area then, they'll pull up on the grid and then undertake a green flag. Mark 1 Golf, but it is Stephen Primet's looking for, well, appropriately he's in number 11, looking for title number 11 this year in his Ford Escort, but he's not leading the Pre-83 Championship. I know that's quite a rare sight. It is Will Davison who leads the title race in his BMW E30, but so work commitments preventing Will from racing this weekend, and so Stephen Primet looking to take the lead of the championship. He started off in perfect fashion. He's on pole position in the Escort. He's down as number 1, you can see on the side of the car, but he's down at the with the timekeeper's TSL timing as number 11, because we've got another number 1 in the Pre-66s, with it being 2 championships on 1 grid. Alongside Stephen Primet's Escort is the little Datsun of Jonathan Corker, the Datsun 510. A couple of onboard cameras in this race as well. We're on board with David Margulies. He's in his Alfa Romeo GTV6, the Andy Rouse replica from 1983. Andy took the Alfa Romeo to the Italian Mark's first British Touring Car Championship in that season, or British Saloon Championship as it was known then. So it is Primet and Corker on the front row. Second row, Mark Chollerton on his local circuit, the man from Kings Lynn in Norfolk, the building contractor at the wheel of his Escort RS 2000, the blue and white kite. Just see the back of it there in centre screen. Alongside him should have been Don Hughes's Golf. We saw it in the assembly area, but the Golf hasn't come out. I can just see him on the right of the picture at the back of the grid there, so Don Hughes may have to start from the back. He's late out of assembly. Third row, number 10, Jason Christie. He's in a Mark 1 Escort, and the first of the Pre-66 cars, Alan Greenall with the Ford Falcon. Row 4, number 74, Carl Shreve. He's in a Triumph Dolomite Sprint in pre-83. And number 63, Tim Abbott in his Lotus Cortina. Completing the top 10 on the grid should be number 2, Mark Fowler. He's in an Escort. And we should have Piers Grange in his Ford Mustang, but I can't see the Mustang there, unfortunately. There's one car stuck in the assembly area as well. I can bring you news there. Number 61, Phil Waller. He's in a Chrysler. Well, he's down as a Chrysler Sunbeam on the entry list, but I think he's in a Chrysler Avenger. I saw that car in assembly when Ian was down there earlier on. There's a couple of alterations to the entry list. I mean, David Margulies was down on the original entry list as racing a Ford Capri, but he is in his Alfa Romeo. I can't see Piers Grange on the grid, so we'll move back to row 6, which is Ian Thompson, number 71, the red Lotus Cortina, the Alan Mann Racing colours. Alongside him will be David Margulies, the Alfa Romeo GTV6. Then we've got row 7, Barry Syme in the first of the minis, the man from Glasgow, number 25, alongside 38, James Everard. He's in an Alfa Romeo Sprint GT. Just see the yellow nose of that car. Then we've got Colin Claxton, number 86. He's in a Dolly Sprint. Alongside number 21, Michael Davies in the red Mini. Michael and John Davies, the Davies twins, sharing that car. John Davies will drive in race 2. Then row 9, we've got the pre-66 championship leader, which is Billy Keneally's Ford Anglia, alongside David Claxton, number 84, in another Triumph Dolomite Sprint, as the cars go off on their green flag lap. Yes, Piers Grange is not there, unfortunately, in the Ford Mustang. He used to have problems in practice. Behind David Claxton, 538. It's great to see Jake Swan back out in a newly built Ford Anglia, and his father Kevin Swan has qualified alongside him, a pair of Ford Anglias. There's Don Hughes at the back in the Golf. Should have started from the second row. Row 11 is Robin Slater, number 73. He's in a Ford Anglia, and 201 Pat Keneally's Lotus Cortina. Row 12, 98 Jake Margulies. He's in a Mark III Escorts RS 1600. No, I think that's correct, that. Jake Margulies is an XR3i. One or two gaps on this grid, I think. I'll check those in a moment. Alongside Jake Margulies, 145 Robert Crizel. He's in a BMW E30. Row 13 is a man we heard from earlier, Anton Martin. There's his black Escort, alongside number 102 Ed Gibbs in a Ford Anglia. Row 14 is number 6 Michael Foley. He's in a Morris Minor, I think. No, he's not. He's in a Lotus Cortina. He's ex-Morris Minor racer. Apologies there. Alongside him, number 15, Kevin Bottomley. He's in a Mini. Row 15 is the reigning pre-66 champion Luke Wilson, number 1 in an Austin A40, alongside 168 Keith Wright. We heard from him down in the assembly area. He's in the blue Lotus Cortina. Row 16, number 90 Patrick Harris. He's in a Morris Minor. And number 96 Jim Henshaw. He is in a Morris Minor as well in Class D. Row 17, 53 Stuart Radford. That's the Triumph Vitesse. Alongside him, 61 Philip Waller. Should have been there, but he hasn't got out of the assembly area. That's the Chrysler Avenger. Row 18, 68 Eddie Croker in Keith Wright's red Morris Minor. You can see that car there. It's coming into Agostini corner. Alongside him, 66 Anthony Warnes. He's in an Austin A40. Another Austin A40 next, number 26, Brian Bedford. And we should have had Gary Fletcher's Vauxhall Firenze at the back, so I don't think he's managed to make it out. Don Hughes will start at the back, as we've seen in the Golf. We ride on board with David Margulies, coming down the Bentley Straights, down under the bridge. Then it's the left-hander at Brundle, the right at Nelson. Plenty of slipstreaming opportunities. This long back straight here at the Snetterton circuit. It's a very long lap here. 300 circuits. Because of the length of the lap, you don't get many laps in during a race on the 300 layouts. We'll keep an eye on our two overall leaders with no Piers Grange there. It's looking like it's going to be Alan Greenall who's going to take the pre-66 overall victory. He's had a fair few on his appearances this year. Hasn't appeared at every round though. Well, it's likely to be Stephen Primmett versus Jonathan Corker and Mark Chollerton for the lead of the pre-83s. Few Triumph Dolomites in the midfield. The blue Ford Anglia there is Billy Keneally. I believe he's the son of Pat, and he leads the pre-66 championship coming into this round. Kevin Bottomley's blue and orange Mini is there. Luke Wilson, the reigning champion in pre-66 with the maroon Austin A40. Looks like we are missing a few cars from this grid, unfortunately. Don Hughes used to race a Peugeot 306, now back out in, I think, the same Golf he used to campaign in the Super Road Saloon series a few years ago. There's Barry Syme in the blue Mini, all the way from Scotland. Dolomite Sprints in there. There's the Swan family, Jake and Kevin, the two Anglias. It's a new car for Jake this weekend, running in the guest class. We haven't seen him out this season. But Stephen Primett, the man from Bedfordshire, leads them up to the grid in the white Escorts. Had a win from the back of the grid at Brands Hatch earlier this season. That's how quick that Escort is. Jonathan Corker's little Datsun in the old Datsun Nissan Works colours alongside him. And Mark Chollerton in the blue and white Mark II Escort RS 2000, the gap where Don Hughes should have been. Silver and blue Escort is Jason Christie. Then we've got Alan Greenall's Ford Falcon. Row 4, the blue Dolomites of Carl Shreve, the classic Lotus Cortina colours for Tim Abbott, the white with the green stripe down the side. Mark Fowler's Escort is hidden from view there, the white car with the blue sides. Piers Grange would have completed the top 10, but he's not there. Gives the other cars a bit more room to manoeuvre. Ready for this 15-minute race then, the Pultec Pre-66 touring cars, the Orange Aero and Shell Oil's Pre-83 touring cars in position for our first race of the weekend. The first of 14 races across the course of the weekend here at Snetterton on BARC TV. Just awaiting the all clear from the marshals. The red lights will come on. The red lights are on. When they go out, we'll be underway from a standing start. Lights out, here we go. Good start by the two front row men. One car hasn't got away. I think that's Mark Fowler's number 2 Escort. Thankfully, they all miss him. Jake Margulies had to hit the brakes there. That's created a bit of a bottleneck. There's 2 more cars that haven't got away. One of the Dolomites, and I think Keith Wright may have gone into the back of that car there, unless he has just pulled up. That may well have been one of the Claxtons that didn't get away. We ride on board with David Margulies, side by side with Tim Abbott in the Lotus Cortina, up towards Wilson's hairpin for the first time. Looks like they've all managed to make it round there so far. We'll pick up the leaders in a moment. Oh, James Everard very sideways in the Alfa Romeo there, the Alfa Romeo Sprint GT, the orange car. Ford Anglias and Lotus Cortinas everywhere. Further back, that's Pat Keneally diving through the middle, I think, in the 201. Ex-short oval racer at Arena Essex, just east of London, several years back. He's side by side with Billy, so it's the Keneally family together. Primett leads from Corker, then the 2 Escorts of Chollerton and Christie side by side. Diving up the inside there, number 71 Ian Thompson in the red and gold Cortina, the Alan Mann Racing replica, gets past the number 77 of Alan Greenall in the Falcon. So that's for the overall lead, I think, in the pre-66 category. Classic mini action here. Michael Davies and Barry Syme together. Billy Keneally draws the more powerful Anglia past Barry Syme, going into the right-hander at Oggie's corner. It's out towards Williams' corner, named after the legendary Sir Frank Williams, and into the back straight, the Bentley Straights. After that infield loop, Pat Keneally runs the Lotus Cortina wide onto the curb. It's Stephen Primett who has the lead into Brundle. The Datsun still behind him. Change for the lead in pre-66. Alan Greenall's got the big lumbering Ford Falcon back ahead of the more nimble Lotus Cortina. You'll see the Falcon use its V8 power to pull back ahead of the Cortina. The twisty bits, the Cortinas and the Minis and the Anglias will be all over him. Here's one of the Minis, Barry Syme, battling away as they go through the bomb hole. You can see the circuit drop down there. Gets into the long right-hander at Coram. Billy Keneally defending there from Mark Fowler, who stalled on the grid, has got the Escort going in. There's Don Hughes, the Golf, making his way up the order. Now into Murray's, a slightly different view of Murray's. We normally have the camera on the outside going into the straight there, but obviously with restrictions in place due to truck racing, we've had to move to a slightly different view. Seeing the cars disappear up the Senna straight and towards Rich's corner to start their second lap. Primett leads the way by less than a second ahead of Corker, Chollerton, Jason Christie in third place. Chollerton having a go at Jonathan Corker's little Datsun for second, Christie fourth, and Carl Shreve going well in the Triumph Dolomite. He's up there in 5th position. Pre-66 is led by Alan Greenall in the Falcon. Through the left-hander they go at Palmer, named after Dr. Jonathan Palmer, the owner of Motorsport Vision Racing, who operate this circuit, former Formula One driver in the 80s. Jonathan Corker is not letting Stephen Primet get away here. He's yet to win a race this year, Jonathan Corker. He's had a few podiums. He's yet to pick up a class win as well. It's been Will Davison and Stephen Primet all the way in Class C of the Pre-83s, with the exception of race 1 on the Brands Hatch Indy circuit earlier this season when Mark Chollerton took the win. There's Chollerton in the Mark II Escort on his local circuit, the Norfolkman. There's number 98, that is Jake Margulies in the Mark III Escort XR3i, chasing Kevin Bottomley's Mini. 71 is the Cortina of Ian Thompson, second in Pre-66 behind Alan Green. All third of the Pre-66 cars is Tim Abbott in the white Lotus Cortina there, chased by James Everard's Alfa Romeo. If I remember rightly, he does a bit of classic rallying in that car as well. There's all sorts of events, does James. And behind him, we've got the first of the Minis, which is Michael Davies. David Margulies in there as well. Margulies Senior with the Alfa Romeo GCV6, the Bailey ICS liveried car, replica of the Andy Rouse machine from the early 80s. So Andy Rouse did not just race Fords that he's best known for in his career. A bit of a battle there further back, one of the Dolomites under fire from Billy Keneally. There's Pat Keneally in the 201 at Lotus Cortina. Going round to complete lap number 2. It was David Claxton, the red Triumph Dolomite, that did not get away off the grid. Keith Wright has got going again, who was stuck behind him. On board with David Margulies as he chases that lovely red and gold car of Ian Thompson, the number 71 Lotus Cortina. Along the Senna Straight, it was here at Snetterton that Ayrton Senna had one of his first wins in the UK in Formula Ford. And here is a trio of Morris Minors towards the back of the field. That's Eddie Croker in Keith Wright's car, number 68, being chased by the number 96, which is Jim Henshaw. So in there will be, I think, Patrick Harris in the number 90. You wouldn't necessarily think of a Morris Minor as a racing car, but they are surprisingly effective. The late Tony Preston won several Pre-66 titles in his Morris Minor. Change for the lead as we go into Agostini. Jonathan Corker up the inside in the little Datsun 510. Very nimble little car, that is, the only one of its kind racing in the UK, and he's pulling away from Stephen Primet. This is impressive. Has Primet got a problem, I wonder, the number 11? You can just see the extra number 1 there next to the main number on the door of the Escort. Mark Chollerton behind him. These three pulling away a little. They're about 3 seconds clear of the man in 4th place, which is Jason Christie's Mark 1 Escort. And then we've got Carl Shreve running well in the Dolomite. There's Jake Margulies. Bit of damage to the back of the Escort, so he had some contact in that concertina off the grid, I think, when Mark Fowler stormed. Little flash of flame there from the exhaust on Jonathan Corker's car. It's a Datsun 510, not a Skyline GTR. Through the right-hander at Nelson, then into the bomb hole. They can see the way the circuit drops down into that compression there. Named the bomb hole by a group of motorcyclists many years ago. Christie, Shreve, 4th and 5th. Here's one of the Lotus Cortinas. Michael Foley, number 6, the ex-Morris Minor racer. He's got 102 on his tail. Ed Gibbs in his Ford Anglia. And there's Don Hughes. Now, where is he up to now? I think he's into the top 10 in the Mark 1 Golf GTI. We had hoped to have another Mark 1 Golf here this weekend. Simon Jeffs, the Akai Hi-Fi Richard Lloyd replica. Sadly, he's not here. And James Everard, look at this, the Alfa Romeo. Oh, he's done, never going to get round there. Well, I mentioned he does classic rallying as well, but we're not rallying here at Snetterton today. That was rallycross as he came through Murray's corner there. How on earth did he save that? I thought he was going to harpoon somebody as he went across the grass there. David Margulies looks over his shoulder, the fellow Alfa Romeo pilot, and say, what on earth was that all about? I don't know whether James Everard's losing his brakes. He's sideways a bit again there, going into Riches. And then they head up towards the right-hander at Wilson's hairpin, named in memory of the IndyCar racer Justin Wilson. Sadly lost his life at Pocono Speedway in Pennsylvania a few years ago 3 wide, look at this, Dolomite, Anglia and Mini. Michael Davies, Colin Claxton's Dolomite gets pushed out over the curb, and Billy Keneally gets through the middle in the Anglia. Oh, somebody's lost a wheel, who's that? It's Pat Keneally. Front wheel comes off the Lotus Cortina. Thankfully nobody else was near him, and the Cortina 3 wheels its way into retirement. The wheel trying to keep going. Look out, Jake Swan in the Anglia. He goes off avoiding the wheel there. That's on the outside of Palmer's corner into Agostini. Colin Claxton still going. There's Kevin Swan, Jake's father, in the white Ford Anglia. Kevin and Jake, former Bangor racers. As is Anton Martin, who we heard from earlier. Yellow flag is out at Palmer's there because of that loose wheel, and Pat Keneally's car off on the outside. Where's Stephen Primmett? There he is. He's dropped back to 3rd. I wonder if that Escort has got a problem, because Mark Chollerton has got ahead of him. It's all happening in this first race of the weekend for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, the Puntec Pre 66, the Shell Oils and Orange Aero Pre-83s. There's Primmett. Let's have a look at his lap time as he comes through this time, see if he's slowing down. We've got just under 6 minutes of the race to go. Jonathan Corker across the line, looking for his first win of the season. Mark Chollerton 4.6 seconds down in second. Primmett's last lap was a 2:22. Stephen Primmett dropping back. Yeah, Chollerton did a 2:19. Jonathan Corker did a 2:17. Here's the battle of the Lotus Cortinas. That's Tim Abbott and Ian Thompson together. James Everard still in there in the orange Alfa Romeo. Barry Symes Mini up alongside him briefly. Now the Escort that's in there, that's not Stephen Primmett, it's Mark Fowler, the number 2 Escort. Mark Fowler used to race a Ford Capri in the Pre-83 Championship. Side by side ahead, the 2 Cortinas through the right-hander of Rich's corner. You don't want to go off wide there. You can see the cornfield you'll end up in. Up the inside goes Fowler. Past the Alfa Romeo. He's going past Ian Thompson as well. Good run there by Mark Fowler's number 2 Escort. Yes, that's cornfield on the outside of Rich's. I remember somebody called Mark Webber ending up in there once in his Formula 3 days when his front wing came flying off. Just under 4.5 minutes of this race to go. Mark Fowler defending from David Margulies, trying to get the Alfa Romeo down the inside of the Ford. He's got the inside line. Is he going to get through? I don't think he's quite going to do it. The Escort goes wide over the curb. And just about hangs on ahead of the Lavant Straight Classics Alfa Romeo. Lavant Straight, of course, a feature of the Goodwood Motor Circuit down in Sussex. Goodwood Revival was held just over a week ago. Everard behind, and then Barry Syme, and off goes Ian Thompson out wide. That's going to allow Mark Fowler to go through. Just went wide coming out of Oggie's corner. Jonathan Corker still leads in the Datsun. 4.5 seconds up on Mark Chollerton now, so it looks like the little Japanese machine is going to beat the Escorts. In Pre-66 it's still Alan Greenall. We just saw him go through there ahead of Tim Abbott's Cortina now second, with Ian Thompson third. Then Barry Syme in the Mini. He's leading his class, I think. No, the Alfa Romeo's just got ahead of him. He's leading Class C now. The Alfa's getting ahead of the Mini. And then it's Billy Keneally's Anglia. Now, he really needs to get ahead of the 2 in front of him there, Barry Syme and James Everard, because they're in the same class. Billy Keneally's leading the overall championship, so he needs as many points as he can get. Stephen Primmett, the overall championship lead was his goal this weekend, as the Alfa Romeo's battling out again. Don't overshoot this time, James Everard. Yeah, that's what he meant to do a couple of laps ago. He's got past Ian Thompson as well. That's Alfa Romeo. Very potent here. Corker across the line, nearly 6 seconds up. He's gained again on Mark Chollerton. Primmett's still there in third. Yeah, he's back up to speed now, so he must have had a moment somewhere, Stephen Primmett, and lost about 4 seconds. Maybe he ran wide somewhere, we didn't see. There's Michael Davies. There's our race leader. The Datsun 510 in the old Datsun Works colours, made famous by the likes of the Datsun 240Zs back in the 70s and 80s. Jonathan Corker in the Aqualine sponsored car swings his way through Oggie's up towards Williams, then into the back straight once again. A very lively first race of the day. It's going to get even livelier. Next we've got the big rigs on circuit. The beasts in the east here in Norfolk. Tim Abbott under fire from Mark Fowler. Tim still second in pre-66. And Everard now third overall. Gets past Ian Thompson. David Margulies having a go as well. Alfa Romeos everywhere. There's Barry Syme ahead of Billy Keneally. And Keneally might be getting a bit frustrated in there, in the ex-Robin Slater Ford Anglia. Robin Slater was scheduled to be on the grid for this race, but I think he had problems in qualifying. Black and white flag being shown there. That's to number 21, Michael Davies. That's the driving standards flag, most likely for exceeding track limits, the red Mini. So just needs to take it carefully for the last minutes and 10 seconds of this race. Doesn't want to risk a penalty. Your first and second offences, you get a warning flag. First offence, no action taken. Second offence is a warning flag. You can see the black and white diagonal flag there. Your third offence on track limits, you get a 5-second penalty. There's Stephen Primet. He's caught Mark Chollerton almost now. The car seemed to snap sideways there going into Riches. I wonder if he's got a handling problem. Maybe something awry in the suspension. Fair play to Don Hughes as well. He's got the Golf up to P6 on the back of the grid. He's ahead of Alan Greenall now, who's leading the pre-66 race by 8.5 seconds over Tim Abbott's Cortina. It's going to be checkered flag this time. There's only 20 seconds left on the clock. Jonathan Corker is heading for his first win of the season in the Little Dancer. With BMWs and Escorts all the way in Class C so far this year, and for overall wins. This time it is going to be surely Jonathan Corker. Had a win at Brands Hatch last season. He's going to have a win at Snetterton this year. Still the battle goes on in the midfield. Billy Keneally down in 14th place under fire from Mike Davies. It'll be his brother John who takes over the car for the second race in this category. There's that wheel off the Lotus Cortina, and Pat Keneally still there on the edge of the track. James Everard has calmed down just a little in his Alfa Romeo now. He knows he's leading his class. Coming up to lap Eddie Croker, the Bedfordshire driver, in Keith Wright's Morris Minor. He moves out of the way, lets the leader through. It's going to be a win for number 85, Jonathan Corker. What a corker of a drive it has been. To outpace the Ford Escorts behind him. It's going to be a very clear victory. Comes into Murray's corner for the last time. Up towards the flag. We've got a Ford Anglia I've just noticed in pit lane there. Pick that up in a moment. See, checkered flag at the ready, and Jonathan Corker takes our first win of the weekend by a clear margin ahead of the Escorts. Lights ablaze. Coming home in second is Mark Chollerton. Stephen Primet is third. But those points should be enough to put him pretty much level, I would say. Let's just work out what he gets for third place in the class in that race. He'll get 7 points, so no, he's 2 points behind Will Davison now for the championship lead. Smoke from Tim Abbott's car there. Something amiss for the second driver in the pre-66s. Yeah, a little bit of smoke from the exhaust there. It's going to be Alan Greenall, though, who wins the pre-66 split in the Big Falcon. You can just see it there heading up the centre straight. Here he comes. Alan Greenall wins the Pultec pre-66 touring cars in 7th overall. Well done, Don Hughes, through for 5th ahead of Carl Shreve. Mark Fowler comes home, then the slightly ailing Cortina of Tim Abbott, James Everard's wayward Alfa Romeo, David Margulies accelerates across lines, coming up to lap Brian Bedford there in the Austin A40, and the rest of the field comes home. Kevin Swan in the Anglia, 17th place. Now, where's Jake in his Anglia, Kevin's son? It's his first race in that brand new car. There he is. Dad beats son in the battle of the Anglias. Great stuff. Jake Margulies makes it home in his slightly battered Escort after taking a bit of a wallop coming off the grid. Kevin Bottomley's Mini dropped back in the closing stages. There's Anton Martin, we heard from him earlier. Got a couple of classic Fords and a BMW in his collection. He's out in the BMW later on. A bit of smoke there from Tim Abbott's car, but he does make it home, the Cortina. They'll head into the paddock from the exit of Palmer's there. Let's have a look at the provisional results then. Jonathan Corker takes the Datsun to its first win of the season, over 8 seconds clear of Mark Chollerton. Stephen Primet and Jason Christie next home. They're all in Pre-83 Class C. Don Hughes from the back of the grid takes 5th and wins Pre-83 Class D. Pre-66 is won by Alan Greenall in Class A. And the other class winners, Pre-66 Class F went to Tim Abbott. Pre-66 Class C to James Everard. Only 3rd in that class was Billy Keneally, the championship leader, down in 14th place. Other class winners, David Margulies took Class Pre-83B, not in a Ford Capri, he's in his Alfa Romeo GTV 6, of course. The Pre-66 guest class went to Jake Swan in his Anglia because he's not registered for the full championship. Pre-66 Class D to Luke Wilson in the Austin A40. Class B of Pre-66 to Stuart Radford in the Triumph Vitesse. Those are your class winners. For our first race of the weekend, we can shortly head down to Ian Waterhouse in Parc Ferme.
Welcome everybody to Parc Ferme. Another great race, as it always is with the Pre-83s and Pre-66s. We've got Jonathan Cook, just got back to his Mark Chollerton. Mark, you've already got your trophy, 2nd place. How was it out there?
I'm favourite, that's why I've got mine first.
I was a bit confused actually, Jonathan, why you haven't got the #1 trophy. I mean, in the end, the timing screen says it looks fairly simple, but it never is it?
No, it's no, I'm not sure what's going on there. Sonia's a bit lapsed today, isn't she? She'll have to slap her wrist, I think.
She got me
right.
She got
your local boy, done well. Yeah. So.
Jonathan, once you got out in the lead, you kind of just took it home really from there.
Yeah. I'm not really used to leading, and it's a different mindset to sort of keep it all under control, not throw it off, and try and put a gap on as well. So it's,
you just try and forget what's going on behind. Are you aware of the gap? You got people telling you where you're...
No, telling me? What do you mean? What do you think this is? F1? God, no, you just got a mirror. And
I love that. Just
get a mirror, yeah, that's all it is. Just look at the mirror and see if that blue and white thing's creeping up on me.
Right, I can see Sonia right over soon. Mark, in the end, it got quite close with Stephen, didn't it?
Yes. I knew I had to just keep it clean. Unfortunately, Steve locked a brake coming into turn 3. I thought, well, I'll go through, and like I say, the rest was history. Steve caught me in the end, but another lap we might have had a lunge, but we held it 2nd. And after my 2 DNFs at Croft, I sort of needed a good finish there today. I'm pleased with that.
Fantastic, perfect way to set up the weekend. Of course, you've got to do it all again tomorrow, but well done, congratulations, a bit of the confidence there. That's what we like to see. Let's move on as well. Pre-66, it was Alan Greenall who got the win in the end, held off Tim Abbott in the end. We've got Stephen here. I wonder if we can just have a quick chat with him again very, very quickly. Stephen, 3rd place, what happened down there?
Yeah, I got duffed up. John was quicker than me, and he got away. Then I went off on the grass and just trying to chase Mark down, and I couldn't quite get on him.
Yeah. So. Well, you've got to do it all again. We know you've got the pace, you know you've got speed. Thanks for talking to us, really do appreciate it. I'm trying to find, actually, there is Alan Greenall. Let's just very quickly grab a quick word with him. Of course, picking up the win in the Pre-66s. Alan, I know you've got to mark down your tyre pressure. I'll walk and you talk as well, but congratulations, taking a
Indeed, it was great to be back again.
Yes, we've got one more race then before you do head off overseas for the rest of the year. We're going to add another trophy to the cabinet.
Well, we're going to try our best. Luckily there's so many cars around me that I can get away from the quick guys in our category.
I actually saw at one point you and Don Hughes going. I know he's in the Pre-83s, but down the straights you got away, but then he just caught up in the corner.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're on sticky tyres, and as you know, we're on boat tyres, so.
I think I might have said it was like a boat ride. I mean, that was a compliment, by the way.
No, thank you. That's the driver. I get a lot of use on a lot of practice on the Thames.
Alan, thanks for talking to us. Best of luck, of course, for tomorrow. More racing action for the Pre-66s and 83s tomorrow taking place. But guess what we've got coming up next? Yes, it's the first British Truck Racing Championship race of the day. Dave, over to you.
Yes, indeed. Thanks very much, Ian. Great fun from the Classic Touring Car Racing Club as ever. They've got 2 more races from their other classes coming up later this afternoon. But for now, we welcome the big rigs, the beasts in the east here this weekend at the British Truck Racing Championship. Before we get the trucks onto track, Of course, we've got to hear from our pit reporter down there who caught up with some of the drivers earlier on here at Snetterton. Here's Pointy.
It's sunny today, isn't it?
Very
sunny. Nice. It's supposed to rain today.
I think we might have a bit tomorrow, could do.
Well, I checked that on Thursday, but then yesterday it's supposed to be dry tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Well, positive. Whoa!
Yeah, whoa!
Don't hurt it.
Hello, mate. I know, we can't hurt that. Let's just go with it.
They're good for the planet.
Bye, mate. See you later. Thank you. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, right. Well, there we go. Live TV. What are you going to do? There's a bumblebee, almost endangered species now, isn't they? I was like, you can't hurt bumblebees.
Protected, a bit like me.
Yeah, super pretty. Yes. So, Ryan Smith, first in the championship, qualifying first here at Snetterton. But of course, we worked out 38 points, if the points are correct, between you and the next position. So, just over 2 races worth of results. Though, you know, you've still got to make it stick this weekend to keep that position, haven't you, really?
Look, I think it's clearer within this championship the way the point structure is. You know, you can't afford non-finishers. You can't take anything for granted. You know, like Stuart, Dave and the other competitors, Bradley Smith, everyone ups the game. And, you know, when you've got a target on your back, sometimes it's easier chasing than it is leading. And, you know, we put the pressure on ourselves. We want to be better, same as the other competitors. But no, we just got to go with the flow, and we've got to try and do our best. Take each race one step at a time.
I mean, Division 2, less than 1 race between 12 points between the top 2 in Division 2. I mean, that's something to watch, surely.
And that's the credit to the drivers, credit to the teams, credit to the championship, Bark, credit to Truck Sport, what everybody's doing behind the scenes. The growth of this sport is in the last 18 months, 2 years, has been incredible. It's like what I was saying, the lap that I did this morning in qualifying, I think it was a new lap record, and that was on HVO fuel. Yeah. HVO, 100% better for the environment. You know, we are working at every angle as a team, which we are together, and the championship's getting better. We're still setting lap records on different fuel that's good for the environment, and I think everybody should be proud because we're doing our part for the whole thing.
No, that's right. I mean, GD Plus being our championship sponsor, our official fuel sponsor for the whole season, and obviously it'd be great if we get them back next year as well. It just goes to show that, you know, as a whole sport, we are trying to bring up the standards of what we're doing, because of course, you know, we know lorries are of course not as great for the environment, but what else have we got to do what lorries do? And the fact that it's now available and feeding fleets around the country on the road already just means that it's great to have them on board for the racing.
And it's sustainable, and like with trucks, and I think we're the pinnacle of sport in the UK, and I'll tell you why, because a truck is the biggest billboard in motorsport. And I always say this, my sales pitch to sponsors is, look around you, everything you see was delivered on one of them things.
It's true, yeah. Even in the motor racing, you've got lorries picking them all up.
They are vital to the countries, the you know, our success, you know, behind the scenes. So
the supply chain is nothing without haulage.
Yeah, you know, haulage is everything to make the country tick, and you know, for us to be part of it. You know, Stuart's 10 times champion, I'm 7 times champion.
Catching up now.
Dave's got a championship. Ricky Collett's got a championship. There's not many championships that you can go over and look and probably have 21 years of champions still in the same championship.
Oh yes, yes.
So it tells you how addictive the sport is.
It's true, yeah.
And these things are like quicker than a Porsche, 5 bar a boost.
It's mental, yeah. I mean, you start explaining the turbo pressure to a boy racer, the jaw just drops. Like, you what? Like, yeah.
And you think it's not possible, but that's what I'm saying, and that's the main credit to the championship. It's probably got 21 years of champions still within the championship who don't want to leave. Stuart, I think he was 60 last week, and he's still doing it. He's at the top of the game. He put it on P2 earlier. Always gives you a run for the money. Dave, been in the sport 20 odd years, former champion. You know, and I don't know if you can name another championship in UK that can have the same fundamentals and credentials that we've got.
It's true. The top drivers, you know, staying relevant for this long is so important in British truck racing. And yeah, I think you're almost a flash in the pan when it comes to certain careers in racing. Unless you make it to Formula One, it's like you've done it until you get bored, and then that's the end of it.
But even the lifespan in any of them, is very short, and like you've just said, you're at your pinnacle for a short period of time. I think Stuart Oliver has been in the top 2 or top 3 of this championship for 20 odd years. Dave Jenkins, you had Matt Summerfield, 4 times champion. These people are the life and and soul of this championship. And for me to be a part of it 7 times, and I think to myself sometimes, I think 7 times champion. 7 times.
It's true. There's a lot there.
That is some achievement, because the other competitors are hot on the heels. You've got Bradley Smith, and I always say this.
I tell you, he is impressive. We're going to speak to him today as well, because qualifying in 3rd, I mean, he's on the podium before he's even started, right?
And any forms of life, I want to get this on camera because this is a good way of breaking it down. In life, there's a lion, right? And when that lion comes to its old reign, there's a new lion that comes in, dethrones him, right? My thought would be Bradley Smith will be the next dominator of this sport. You had you had Stuart, you've had me for the last, you had Matt for 4 years, and you've had me for 7 years. In my opinion, my favourite and the nicest people in the paddock, Bradley Smith, Tony Smith, gentlemen people. He's still very, very young, still got a lot of learning to do, but he's showing potential of what he's got, but just not yet.
Wow, watch this race. I mean, top 3 already starting. Bradley Smith in 3rd place. We will go and talk to him next. But yeah, I think Ryan Smith, watch your back, mate. Watch your back.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us, Ryan. Good luck in the first race. Let's go and find Bradley Smith, shall we? So, I mean, do you want to do some stats? Do you want to look at some numbers? Do you want to see some big stuff? Bradley Smith, ladies and gentlemen, down here in Division 1. And he's not just in Division 1, are you? You're not, are you? You are 4th place overall in the championship so far. You are qualifying 3rd place today for the first race here at Snetterton. And I think you're doing rather well. We've just been chatting to Ryan Smith, 7-time British champion, and he had nothing but good things to say about you. How do you feel right now?
Well, it's obviously good. We're getting there. We're just learning loads. It's a new truck to us. The boys are learning so much about it, and again, it's a good setup for me. And I'm learning myself. I'm still a complete novice in it, but we're getting there. 4th. Obviously, last year we had a disaster with the engine, so this is our take 2 on our first full season in the championship, and we're 4th.
Yeah, I reckon I'm just going to scratch last year up to a trial day and be like, no, this is your first year in Division 1.
That was a tester season,
it literally was just a test. Like, we'll get a couple of races, see what it's like, but then we'll have a year off then and see how we feel next year.
Park it back up in the field next to the horses and.
So I mean, obviously it's obvious that you're doing great. All the drivers in the paddock have got good things to say about you. Ryan Smith actually said you're one to watch for the dethroner of the 7-time champion. I mean, the way you're going, it's not going to take you long. I mean, you're on the cusp of championship podium, really. So close behind Dave Jenkins. It's dangerous, really. Let's be honest. So we're going to talk to Dave after this, of course, but going into the first race of the weekend, what have you got to concentrate? Do you have a list of to-dos? You get in that truck, you're like, right, got to concentrate on this corner, or I've got to make sure I get into that gear for that bend. Is there anything like that?
Yeah, obviously you also, every track you have your weak spot where you're struggling, or the truck's not settled, so you have your 3 corners, you think, well, I might have to defend here or whatever, but apart from that, it's truck race, anything can happen, so you can't really get a game plan, but yeah, you just get in it and just go corner by corner. Hopefully, we had a massive crash at Donington last time out, so but
you still came back. In fact, not only did you come back, I believe you had a massive crash at Donington and then still managed to get was it a 4th place in that race afterwards? So I mean, the fact you shouldn't even have been out on circuit by then with the damage you had, and then I'll just come back out and get 4th.
Yeah, we need to, and it helped us. It kept us up in that championship, so them extra points, and we've worked hard. We've rebuilt it. Just made a few changes, and obviously qualifying it's done. We had a few lap times deleted, but where we was running second in the times, so I'm confident we can push on.
I'll be really, really interested to see. I mean, we all know that the race isn't won on the first corner. However, the flip side to that is it is often lost on the first corner.
One or the other.
What would you say is probably, through all the circuits of the year, regardless when you've raced there, what would you say is probably your least favourite for ability or just experience, and your favourite that you're like, you know what, I'll settle in quite nicely on that one?
I think my least favourite I'd say is Pembury.
Really? That's so interesting.
Okay, well the trucks are already underway then, because Pointy went on for so long there. Apologies there. We are underway with our first truck race of the day. It is Ryan Smith who leads the way, ahead of Stuart Oliver in the two bonneted trucks out in front. Bradley Smith defending from David Jenkins for third as they go up towards Agostini for the first time. Completing the top five is one of the Reeds in their two Ivecos. Already been some contact there. Looks like some damage to the front of Stephen Powell's MAN. Jim Bennett at the back of the field with the number 28, the Seth Atkinson. Stephen Powell may well have clipped the back of Bradley Smith there. You can see his rear wheel arches hanging loose on the number 46. Looking at the points standings going into this race, it is Ryan Smith who leads on 252 points ahead of Stuart Oliver on 218, David Jenkins on 214, so a fairly close battle between those two for second in the championship. Stuart Oliver, the 10 times champion. We heard from Ryan Smith. He's gunning for his 8th consecutive Division 1 title. Bradley Smith up there in third. I don't know how his crew rebuilt that truck at Donington after he went into the barriers at the Craner Curves at Convoy in the Park, so he could contest the very next truck race. Further back in Division 2, the points are led by Adam Bintz, number 5 in his Volvo, ahead of John Powell and Paul Rivett. Paul Rivett had 4 wins at Donington Park, and he's leading here at the moment. We'll look back at Division 2 in just a moment. Ricky Collick going sideways there out of Murray's. They complete the first lap. It is Ryan Smith who leads by nearly 2 seconds already ahead of Stuart Oliver. He was over a second quicker than the rest of the field in the qualifying session earlier on this morning. See that damage to the front of Stephen Powell's number 3 MAN. He runs in P9 as they complete their first lap around the Wilson's hairpin. 2 Reeds in there, Simon and Craig, the 2 brothers. They're identical red Ivecos. There's the lead battle in Division 2. The Napa MAN of Paul Rivett has the lead ahead of Adam Bintz. John Powell and Craig Evans battling for third position. There's John Bowler, the number 14, had his only win of the season, his first Division 1 win at Thruxton earlier in the year. John Powell ahead of Evans. Further back, Simon Cole, the number 41. Now, he started the season in Division 1, but after repeated problems with the Division 1 truck, he switched to Division 2 with an Iveco. And with him is Neil Yates, number 33. Now, that's a Division 1 truck, but as a relative newcomer, he's elected to start from the back of the grid behind the Division 2 trucks. Saw him have a huge accident at Thruxton earlier this season, racing one of Stephen Powell's trucks. Ryan Smith continues to lead in the Northside Truck and Van Daimler Freightliner, going clear of Stuart Oliver, the 10-time champion in the Volvo. Bradley Smith, the youngest man on the grid, holding third. David Jenkins in fourth. Then we've got Simon Reed in 5th position. A little bit of smoke there, or steam maybe, off the back of Bradley Smith in the 46. Hope that's not going to prove terminal. Maybe just water leaking from the water-cooled braking system. Hopefully that's only the case, and it's not something more serious for young Bradley Smith, who's having a quite superb season. Still yet to get his first win in the British Championship. David Jenkins hasn't won this year either, the former champion. Simon Reed, Michael Oliver, son of Stewart, in the second of the GT Tyres trucks. Then it's Craig Reed. Battle is on between Tom O'Rourke, who gets through there, the Scotsman, ahead of Stephen Powell, and John Bowler, and Ricky Collins, the heavy haulage boss from Yorkshire, in the number 95. Paul Rivett leads Division 2 ahead of Adam Bintz. John Powell.
Very comfortable pulling away by nearly 2 seconds per lap at this race, so he's slumping it down there. He is right there, trying to add a plethora of wins already this season.
9.5 minutes of this race to go. Race 1 of 5 this weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Here comes Craig Reed attacking Michael Oliver. It's 1 win for Michael Oliver so far this year at Pembrey in Wales. The trucks go to Wales again in October before the finale on Bonfire Night at Brands Hatch. All 18 trucks still running. One driver we are still missing, sadly, this weekend is Jock Borthwick, after not fully recovering from injuries sustained in a motorcycle accident earlier this season. He had hoped to be back for Snetterton, but he's now aiming for Pembrey in October. There you can see the front bumper hanging off Stephen Powell's MAN, the man from Kent, and he's going to lose a place there. I think Powell's slowing down, in fact. John Bowler going through there at Oggies. Yeah, Stephen Powell's in trouble. He's definitely slowing down. Ryan Smith dominating. He's taken pole position in every qualifying session this year. Looking uncatchable yet again. He had 3 wins at Brands Hatch at the season opener, 3 wins at Pembrey, 2 wins at Thruxton, 3 at Donington. Battle on for 3rd place, Bradley Smith being reeled in. That slightly smoky MAN by David Jenkins. He's desperate for a win this year. And there is gentleman Jim Bennett, recently celebrated his 74th birthday and still going strong at the wheel of that classic Seddon Atkinson. Not the oldest chassis in the championship though, that's the DAF you can see there, number 6 John Powell is the oldest truck out there. Black and orange flag is being shown. Is that for Stephen Powell? Yes, it is. So number 3 Stephen Powell is being flagged in. He's slowing down anyway, so that'll be the reason why. The black flag with the orange disc, the meatball flag as the drivers call it, means technical problem, call into the pits. So whether it's that loose bodywork or whether he's leaking fluid or something else, I'm not sure. Stephen Powell's going to have to pull into the pits. David Jenkins pursuing Bradley Smith for 3rd, then it's Simon Reed. Craig Reed all over the back there of Mike Oliver through the long left at Agostini, named after motorcycle legend Giacomo Agostini. 6.5 minutes remain. No change among the front runners. Stephen Powell has pulled into the pits. Division 2, it's still Paul Rivett ahead of Adam Bint by 1.3 seconds. Rivett trying to close the gap in Division 2. It's a 13-point lead at the moment for Adam Bint over John Powell. Paul Rivett, who had 1 or 2 teething issues at the MAN at the start of the season, in 3rd, then Craig Evans and Jim Bennett. Here's Simon Cole, recent convert into Division 2, well, back to Division 2 because he used to run the Mercedes, of course, the Mercedes Beast, as he called it, with support from Team Hard. John Powell still holding off Craig Evans. This is the battle for 3rd in Division 2, 13th overall. Still Bradley Smith holding on. There's Neil Yates, which scored a glimpse of. There's Jim Bennett at the back of the field, these two having their own battle. Neil Yates in a Division 1 truck. It's only his 2nd time in Division 1, so electing to start from the rear of the grid. Runs a recovery company, Neil Yates, based across the southeast of England. Ryan Smith leads by over 4 seconds now. There's a black and white flag for number 89. That's Simon Reed. It's Craig Reed, who had several lap times deleted for exceeding track limits in qualifying earlier on. There's Tom O'Rourke, the MV Commercials MAN. David Jenkins still desperate to get past Bradley Smith. These two are 4.5 seconds down now on Stuart Oliver in second place. There goes Adam Bint, we just saw in second in Division 2, the black and orange Volvo. Craig Evans up the outside. You're not going to get a truck around the outside of the Wilson's Head. Brown Recycling MAN on the back of the Dutch-built DAF. Towards Palmer. These two fighting for third in Division 2. Looks like Stephen Powell has retired from the race. Now this race decides the grid for race 3 of the weekend, with the top 8 reversed in each division. So who's in 8th place at the moment? It's Tom O'Rourke. This will give him pole for race 3. But in Division 2, well, there's only 6 entries, so they'd be flipped around. It'd be Jim Bennett who starts on pole. Still Ryan Smith pulling away at the front. He's done the fastest lap of the race, 2:23.991. His last lap, though, was a 2:26, slower than Stuart Oliver. Still the third place battle goes on. They're not going to catch Smith and Oliver. Here comes Ryan Smith. We've not seen much of him in this race because, as he always seems to in race 1 of the weekend, he's run away. 2:51 left on the clock as he crosses the line, so we should get 2 more laps out of this. No last lap board in evidence. It's 5.8 seconds in it now. Still, Craig Evans can't get past John Powell. Craig Evans is still yet to win in Division 2. He came closest to Brands Hatch at Easter weekend at the season opener when he came within half a lap of his first win, but ran wide over the gravel and allowed John Powell through. Side by side, that's Craig Reed still trying to get past Michael Oliver. It's a very difficult circuit to overtake on the Snetterton 300 circuit in a truck. They get plenty of speed up down the straights. These trucks limited to 100 miles an hour electronically. If you do exceed that speed limit, then you will be penalised. Great run by Bradley Smith. This result he's had this year is a second place. That was at Pembrey. Still yet to win in Division 1. David Jenkins has yet to win this year, the former champion. Best he's had is a second at Donington Park and 3 second places at Brands Hatch. There's Neil Yates in the number 33 MAN. Beaten in Division 2 earlier this season. Had a couple of fifths at Thruxton before a big crash in the final race. Get to break the top 10 in Division 1. Coming around to start his final lap, though, is Ryan Smith. Surely heading towards that 8th title. He's made no secret of the fact he wants to better Stuart Oliver's record of 10 titles. Stuart Oliver's been European champion as well. Ryan, budget allowing, would love to compete in the European Championship, which sadly doesn't visit the UK anymore, I'm sure. See Ryan in there, give him the chance. And from Nottinghamshire, over the line he goes, and Tom O'Rourke's had a moment down at Nelson. We saw the Dutch dust kicked up on the outside there, and Ricky Collett has got past him in the 95. John Bowler's gone through as well, so O'Rourke's lost 2 places, and dropping out of 8th place, has provisionally lost pole position for race 3 tomorrow as well. Smith through the hairpin for the last time. He's over, maybe 7 seconds clear of, and O'Rourke's off again. Has he lost brakes? Is he heading for the pit lane, I wonder? There's the pit lane entrance. We'll see if Tom O'Rourke goes in. I think he is. So that will put John Bowler up into pole position for race 3 if he finishes 8th. But he's got Ricky Collett behind him. Neil Yates, number 33, has been lapped, which means Jim Bennett will have been as well, I think. No, Jim Bennett is actually ahead of Neil Yates. There's Jim. So Neil might have had an off somewhere. It's going to be Ryan Smith heading for victory. Has he been beaten in the first race of a weekend at all this year? No, he hasn't. He's won the first 2 races of every meeting so far this year, Ryan Smith. And he's won race 3 twice as well. This will be win number 12 for Ryan this year, because he won race 5 at Brands Hatch as well. Of course, at Thruxton we only had 4 races because the truck racing was abandoned after Neil Yates' accident in race 4. There's Jim Bennett in the Sedn Atkinson. I don't know if Ryan Smith needs to pass him here. He can just take it easy on the runs to the line now. But you try telling that to a driver when he's leading a motor race. Through he goes. Keeping up his unbeaten run of pole positions this year. It's going to be his unbeaten run of wins in race 1 at every meeting this year as well. Checkered flag is in sight from the marshals on the pit wall. And here he comes, win number 12 in 2023 for Ryan Smith. Flying Ryan takes the flag. It's going to be Stuart Oliver home in 2nd place. He crosses the line, 8.2 seconds behind. And side by side, almost for 3rd, Bradley Smith hangs on ahead of David Jenkins. Simon Reed will be 5th in the Iveco. Meantime, in Division 2, it's going to be Paul Rivette in his MAN Division 2 for the slightly less modified, slightly less powerful trucks. Meanwhile, Michael Oliver 6th ahead of Craig Reed. He held off the Iveco. 8th place, it's going to be John Bowler, I think, just ahead of Ricky Collett. John Bowler 8th, and he gets pole for race 3. Paul Rivette in 10th place overall will win Division 2 by a clear margin over Adam Bint. Binty comes home in 2nd place. And the battle for 3rd is going to go to the line. Craig Evans and John Powell side by side. Who's going to be 3rd in Division 2? John Powell just gets there. Beat Craig Evans by less than 0.2 of a second. Jim Bennett and Neil Yates have finished a lap down. Just waiting for Simon Cole to come in with his Iveco. Paul Rivette wins Division 2, Ryan Smith Division 1 in our first truck race of the weekend. Here comes Simon Cole out of Murray's. He'll be the last man to take the checkered flag because we lost Stephen Powell and Tom O'Rourke into the pits. I'm surprised there Tom O'Rourke was having braking issues after those couple of offs. Trucks will be signalled back into Parc Fermé. Thanks to the volunteer marshals as always, the Orange family. A round of applause from the crowd here at Snetterton as they make their way in.
Thank you.
Ryan Smith certainly showed off that one. As you said, it's 12 race wins this season. He certainly knows how to win and build those gaps. So he'll be looking for more of the same.
Thanks to all your comments coming in on YouTube as well. Go through some of those when we get time. Ryan Smith wins by just over 8 seconds ahead of Stuart Oliver. Bradley Smith holding off David Jenkins for a podium in 3rd. Then Simon Reed 5th. Michael Oliver held off Craig Reed for 6th. John Bowler just beat Ricky Collett home for 8th place and pole for Division 1 for race 3 tomorrow. Paul Rivette wins Division 2, completing the top 10 overall. Let's head down to Parc Fermé.
Wow, what a great start to the weekend. Fantastic result for the top 3. Ryan Smith, Stuart Oliver, and I told you it was going to happen. Bradley Smith taking his first podium of the weekend in 3rd place. What a phenomenal start to Snetterton for him. Over in Division 2, Paul Rivette continuing his reign of first place results, taking 4 first place podiums over in Donington a few weeks ago. Looks like he's found that rut that he's going to be very happy with. You join us now down here in Parc Ferme. Let's have a quick chat to Dave Jenkins. He's first out, headphones out, sweat pouring off them. The temperatures here, although not the hottest day of the year, still rather warm. Dave, what a battle that was. We enjoyed watching every lap, but I'm sure you probably didn't enjoy it as much as we did.
No, Bradley's just coming on great, isn't he? You know, fantastic truck, good team, good driver. We're not quite on our A game today, and Bradley's just done a solid job. Brilliant, well done to him.
But I mean, you finished where we qualified, so it's not like you've dropped back per se. You know, 2nd fastest to start again this afternoon, and then tomorrow it's reverse grid, so we really will separate the men from the boys, quite literally.
Yeah, it's going to be a long, tough weekend, isn't it? So good, solid points on the board to start the day with, and then see where we go from here now.
Fantastic news, Dave. Thanks very much. Good driving regardless. Here he is, the man, can I say man, the man of the hour, Bradley Smith. I told you you'd got that, didn't I?
Yeah, you called it. Can you have your race, please?
Yeah, do that, yeah. So next race, 2nd place, we're easing you in.
We'll give it a go.
Yeah.
We'll give it a go.
How was that then? Quite the battle. We just spoke to Dave Jenkins. He says you're coming on fantastically. You were obviously on the massive defensive. Quite a big gap between you and 2nd place, obviously. So yeah, how are you playing that?
Yeah, we had a good start. Got on the inside of Dave, managed to hold 3rd, and then I was just overdriving a bit, trying to keep up with Stuart and Ryan, just trying to keep on them so I can learn, see their lines, but made a few mistakes and Dave was on me, and then just defending, and we had a good race.
Do you know where you'll be starting in the 2nd race of the day?
I think I'm 4th or my second quickest qualifying, so it should be 4th, up with the quick boys again, so just follow them, keep learning and keep pushing.
So I think this race was more defence, next race is going to be more attack.
Yeah, we'll go back, we'll look at some footage, see where I can improve and keep pushing.
Excellent, well done, Bradley. I told him, just come to me, Mystic Pointy. Right, let's head back then to the Division 2 and we'll have a word. Where is he? Paul Rivette continuing his first place reign of the Division 2. We had 4 first places that I recorded at least at Donington, and of course you've come straight into Snetterton and yet another first place.
Yes, that's 5 in a row now, and we were so unlucky at Donington with the turbo pipe coming off in the first race. Otherwise we would have had that clean sweep of all 5. We were in the lead when it happened, so you know, I'm on a mission to try and do that this weekend. Of course, these guys won't make it easy. You know, he's chasing on our heels really hard behind, but I'm going to do my best to bring this truck home first for all of them this weekend.
I was going to say, I mean, we do this, we're looking at Formula 1 records now, aren't we? If we can make it 10 in a row, we will have to take it to Pembury for the decider, but it could happen, right?
Yeah, I'll take just the 5 in the one weekend, that'll do me.
5 in a weekend, that is impressive. I would like to see that, and I think it would be great for the fans as well. But still quite a tussle. I mean, the results ending up were still very, very close in Division 2. For the rest of the season now, we've only got Pembury and Brands Hatch left. You've really got to make it count.
Yeah, we were 23 points behind in the championship coming into here, behind Adam Bint, so we've just gained 2 there. And this is what we need, is to keep chipping away. If we can get 2 every race this weekend from him, then you know, that's them within striking distance when we get to Pembury.
I was going to say 12 between him and John, and it's moving all the time. The Division 2 championship is so fluid at the moment. Did you see any action from the Division 1s? Because of course you are quite close up with them nowadays. So did you see any tussling going on through the windscreen rather than out the rear view mirror?
There was a little bit. I saw the odd one dropping out in front with either mechanicals or damage, but no, I didn't get to see too much. It was quite calm, to be honest, for that one. It was about as calm as they get from my point of view.
I mean, I think we should just be grateful. We've got 6 trophies to hand out, 3 for Div 2, 3 for Div 1. We've got no major incidents. I mean, it's a shame for Steve Powell. Obviously, he had to retire from the race. His front bumper fell off. Essentially, he had a bit of a contact with someone. Didn't end well for him, unfortunately. So yeah, but you've come out of it unscathed, head held high, first place. Paul, well done.
Thank you very much. Yeah, bring on the next one.
Absolutely fantastic. Let's have a look. If we can't find someone else, let's go this way because the door's open. We've got Michael Oliver and Craig Reed chatting to each other.
Post-race debrief, that's what we've been doing.
Post-race
That's what we're doing.
That's good. And what has come up so far?
Basically, I tried to overtake Michael, lost me brakes got a bit warm, and then I had to calm down a bit then, so I run out of brakes.
I'm not a racing driver, but usually you're not supposed to use brakes whilst you're trying to overtake, right?
No, that's how you do it.
Is that how you do it? You brake, go faster?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. No, just talking, see, is one opportunity to get past us. He went off on turn 1, and I was looking in the mirror laughing. And because I was laughing, I ended up going straight on for turn 2, and then he got up the inside.
I took the inside of him, and then I lost my horse head. So what it is, I think both of us are trying to find the fastest line round here, but we haven't found it yet.
You know, if you just follow the guys at the front, they usually know the quickest one.
I don't like that. Interview over.
We'll take offence.
Interview over.
Okay, interview over. We'll just talk to Craig instead then. Like, you tell me more about coming up the inside.
Yeah.
I stop counting after 4 usually.
He was the 6th loser, I was just the 5th loser.
Yeah. No, it was a good laugh, to be fair. It's just to be honest with you, it's that hot.
Yeah, it's gone weird, hasn't it, this weekend?
And it was just a bit, like, to be honest with you, it was... No aircon. Honestly, she don't come with aircon, unfortunately. I'm going to have to install it though, definitely.
Have a separate pump for it though. We don't want to slow down the main engine, do we?
Oh, of course you do. You've got to be comfortable.
Oh yeah, no, but once we get a separate thing running the aircon, it won't affect your overall power, will it?
No, you need the aircon on the wagon just so it's standard.
Right.
You need the bigger alternator so you can run the microwave and the kettle.
Oh yeah, I'd go for the coffee percolator over the kettle.
Yeah, definitely.
All about the coffee for me.
I mean, you're not a proper trucker though, are you?
Well, true. Yeah. Well, so what do you make with your kettle then? If I'm not a proper trucker?
Black coffee.
Well, yeah, but with the
sorry, dirty black coffee.
Dirt. Right. So with a bottle of whiskey in each mug, yeah.
Yeah. But no, it was a good. To be honest with you, we. Putting your coffee aside, we did. I think looking forward at the battle that was going on forward, that looked a bit boring. So that's why I was attacking Michael to give the fans a good, breathtaking moment. But
it's all about the entertainment.
Yeah.
Tomorrow we're going to piss it, aren't we?
Oh yeah. Listen, we'll be up there tomorrow. It might be the reverse grid, but we'll be up there.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, gents. It's been a pleasure as always. Never a dull moment when you're talking to Craig and Michael, the young lads of the paddock, the bad boys. They've been here, they've done it. And just in case, I will apologise for any colourful language you might have heard there. But of course, it was all meant in good jest. I think that is all we've got time for down here in Parc Fermé. So we're going to head into the paddock and hand out some trophies. Join me back then if you will. But until then, here's a word from our sponsors.
Well, before we move on, we're just going into the lunch break now, but here's a replay of the start of race number 1 there for the British Truck Racing Championship here at Snetterton. Ryan Smith and Stuart Oliver side by side on the front row of the grid. Bradley Smith and David Jenkins behind them. They got underway over the 15-minute distance. Paul Rivett and Adam Binns heading the Division 2 grid down into the first corner at Riches. It was side by side. David Jenkins just tapping the back of Bradley Smith there. We saw a little bit of damage on his truck. Ryan Smith it was who went into the lead, as we see every time pretty much this season in race number 1. Side by side for 3rd place. Michael Oliver running a bit wide on the hairpin. The contact further back had already happened as Michael Oliver ran wide, and Stephen Powell slowing up already there. So his race was pretty much over before it began due to that contact damaging the front end, and he dropped back and eventually retired. We lost Tom O'Rourke as well in the latter stages. David Jenkins trying to get a move done on Bradley Smith, but it never happened. He spent his race behind the 46 in 4th place. Maybe it was O'Rourke who Powell made a bit of contact there. So that was the opening half lap of our truck race that we saw there. First of 5 races for the big rigs this weekend. Qualifying now in progress for the Classic Thunder Saloon, sponsored by Edmondsey Electrical and the Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Challenge. Their qualifying session delayed until this lunch break because of a couple of red flags earlier on. It was postponed until the lunch break, so their qualifying session now taking place. Speaking of classic touring cars, a couple of updates from the race we saw earlier, the pre-83 and pre-66 touring cars. The reason we didn't see Piers Grange's Ford Mustang is the rear axle was found to be leaking oil, and he wasn't able to make it out. The reason Don Hughes started from the back of the grid, we didn't get the amended grid through quite in time for the race, but Don Hughes had his practice times disallowed. The car was found to be underweight in post-qualifying scrutineering. He had his times disallowed and had to start from the back of the field, but full credit to Don coming through for 5th place as the checkered flag goes out on our effectively a one-shot showdown qualifying session for the Classic Thunder Saloons and the Jaguars. They'll start on a split grid later on this afternoon from a rolling start, and we'll hopefully bring you the times very shortly, just before we go into our lunch break here this afternoon at the Snetterton 300 circuits. There's Martin Reynolds across the line in his Sierra Cosworth. The Jaguar as well of championship leader Jack Robinson, the XK there. We'll wait to see who's going to get the quickest time. Quickest at the moment is Colin Voice across the line in his Ford Escort Mark 1, but he's just been relegated down the order. It's Nick Vaughan who's gone to the top. We heard from him earlier, birthday boy in his Audi A3 Turbo. No, Colin Voice's time has now been restored at the top in the Mark 1 Escort, the Castrol car. We'll wait for the full times to come in. Then a few of the Jaguars across the line, including Andrew Harper in the Auto Reserve S-Type, the silk cut liveried machine. James Wall driving for them as well in the diesel-powered XJ, I believe. So it looks like it is going to be Colin Voice who was qualified fastest for the Classic Thunder Saloon race later on, ahead of Nick Vaughan, and one of the BMWs is in 3rd place, the green BMW of Gary Hufford, I think has qualified 3rd fastest. Then we've got Malcolm Harding in his Mercedes SLK Turbo, and the number 96 BMW of Ian Craig. We'll see his son Ross in the Pre-03 touring cars as well. Who's the quickest of the Jaguars? It's Colin Philpott at the moment, but James Ram just going across the line there. Does he go quicker? No, he doesn't. So Colin Philpott the quickest Jaguar, Tom Lenthal second fastest in his XJS, and championship leader Jack Robinson in the XK is 3rd fastest. I think everybody has now taken the checkered flag, so Colin Voice will start from pole later on from the rolling start in his Mark 1 Escort, alongside Nick Vaughan in his Audi A3, and Colin Philpott and Tom Lenthal will head the Jaguar field. That concludes the morning action. There's going to be a short lunch break now, and we'll get back underway fairly soon with our 2-hour race for the MSUK British Endurance Championship.
Here we are down at Donington Park for the 2023 Convoy on the Park. Have we got some racing action for you upcoming? If the weather holds out, we have got some serious action planned, and I hope that you all enjoy what you're about to see. Welcome to Donington Park. It's the British Truck Racing Championship.
I'll quickly run you through the grid for our first truck race of the day. So it's Ryan Smith on pole alongside David Jenkins, separated by just a few hundredths of a second in qualifying. Stuart Oliver and Bradley Smith on the second row. Simon Reed, Michael Oliver on row 3. John Bowler and Tom O'Rourke on the 4th row of the grid, completing the top 10, Ricky Collett and Simon Faulkner. Row 6 will be Stephen Powell and Craig Reed. Watch for them coming through. Craig Reed with that penalty for exceeding the 100-mile-an-hour speed limit in practice. Stephen Powell with one or two gremlins which hopefully have been ironed out by his team. Then a gap back to Division 2. Paul Rivett, the quickest qualifier there, alongside John Powell in the DAF. Craig Evans and Adam Bint on the second row. Jim Bennett and Simon Cole completing Division 2, while Neil Yates is a Division 1 truck, but he's asked to start from the back of the grid. His first time in that MAN this weekend. Ryan Smith not hanging about. He's already poised to launch off into the lead. Here we go then. Once the red lights go out on the gantry, we will be underway. Get ready to feel the noise. As here we go, race gets underway. And down towards Redgate they go for the first time. Coming up the outside, Michael Oliver's already clipped the back of Bradley Smith. He's on the grass there on the outside. Ryan Smith gets away well, so does Stuart Oliver. It'll be Flying Ryan who leads the way into the first corner. Oliver in second. David Jenkins keeping at the outside line. Division 2, the battle is on between John Powell and Paul Rivett, the pole sitter. They're all round the first corner okay. Neil Yates at the back in the 33. Now coming down the Craner curves and into the old hairpin. Ryan Smith leads from Oliver, Jenkins, Bradley Smith. One of the Reeds, that's Simon Reed in 5th position. Somebody running a bit wide onto the grass. That's John Bowler. He's into the gravel in the number 14. Gravel won't bog him down. It's fairly dry here at Donington at the moment. Rain showers may be forecast later on, so John Bowler has dropped back a little in the early stages. Bit of bodywork flapping on Bradley Smith there. Had some contact off the line with Michael Oliver. Up the inside, John Bowler takes Simon Faulkner. We'll see where that's got him back up into after that moment at the old hairpin. Over the line go the leaders. Looking at the timing screen, Bowler's lost 4 places. He's down to P11 as a result of that. His next target is Stephen Powell. Made a decent start there. He gained a place off the line. Craig Reed's already gained 3 spots. They swing their way towards the Craner curves once again down the hill. Ryan Smith starting to increase his lead, we've seen so often before, looking for win number 9 this season. In Division 2, Adam Bint and John Powell are level on 5 wins apiece. Paul Rivett's had 4. So those 3 have divided up the wins between them in Division 2. There are the Division 2 trucks heading down the hill. It's John Powell, number 6, with the advantage at the moment in the blue DAF. Somebody running wide onto the grass, that's one of the Reeds, that was Craig Reed. Mistake at Schwann's curve. We'll see if he's gathered that up again. Fair bit of smoke coming from Adam Bint. Now, if you emit too much black smoke, you'll be black flagged. So Adam Bint could be in problems here if he starts smoking like that. And, yes, the leaders run wide there, coming out of Coppice. Bit of dust kicked up. Paul Rivett has pulled into the pits. I missed that. So Paul Rivett has pulled in with a problem. One of our Division 2 favourites in trouble already. Adam Bint is still going. He's 3rd in class behind Craig Evans in the number 10. Still looking for his first class win. As up the inside, Craig Reed has a look. There's nearly contact there coming through Coppice. Here they come along the exhibition straight. Craig Reed's got the inside line there. And the man from Stoke-on-Trent will pull back ahead of the Yorkshireman Ricky Collett. His trucks haul some of the biggest and heaviest loads seen on the UK's roads. Now under fire from Stephen Powell, the man from Kent, lives just down the road from Brands Hatch. John Bowler's trying to make it 3 wide. He's lucky if he can get 3 wide in cars going down into Redgate, never mind in trucks. Stephen Powell is going to get ahead of Ricky Collett. They think better of going 3 wide. John Bowler drops back a bit, and through goes Stephen Powell. Ricky Collett's lost 2 places. This is the battle for the lead in Division 2, with John Powell under fire from Craig Evans. Craig Evans desperate for his first class win. He came within half a lap at Brands Hatch on Easter weekend this year, then ran wide into the gravel and let John Powell through. He's lost the side panel off his truck there, you can see there, number 10, Craig Evans. These 2 are fairly well ahead of the rest of the Division 2 field. It's Simon Cole, 3rd in D2. Clock counting down to 0, so to be checkered flag this time. 5 seconds pending for Craig Reed as well, so both the Reed brothers could have penalties here. Through Coppice for the last time. Can David Jenkins steal 2nd place into the final chicane? It's going to be a win for Ryan Smith. He's got Adam Bint in his way there. Adam Bint moves aside, lets the Daimler Freightliner through. Here they come down into the chicane then. Well, Flying Ryan, the 7 times British champion, comes in to take his 9th win of the 2023 season, leading all the way from pole position, as he always seems to do in the first race of the weekend. Stuart Oliver will hang on for 2nd place, David Jenkins 3rd, and Bradley Smith working hard all the way to hold off Simon Reed for 4th place. 6th position goes to Michael Oliver, and there's Tom O'Rourke holding off Craig Reed for 7th and 8th. There may be penalties pending there, though. 9th it will be Stephen Powell, because Paul Rivett a couple of laps down. And 10th place for John Bowler, who has dropped Ricky Collett and Simon Faulkner. John Powell, meanwhile, here he comes. He's pulled away from Craig Evans. He's going to win Division 2. That will be win number 6 of the season for him. And with Adam Bint suffering mechanical issues, finishing well behind in 5th place in Division 2, a lap down. Then John Powell in prime position to take the lead of the championship in Division 2. He weaves across the line in celebration. Craig Evans 2nd in Division 2. 4 drivers receiving 5-second penalties in that one. Simon Reed, Tom O'Rourke, Craig Reed and Simon Cole. But we know not why at the moment. We haven't been given a reason. We'll confirm that as soon as we have it. Ryan Smith takes the win by just under 4 seconds ahead of Stuart Oliver. David Jenkins completing the podium, and Bradley Smith holding off Simon Reed for 4th. Michael Oliver 6th ahead of Tom O'Rourke, then Craig Reed and 8th. Stephen Powell and John Bowler round out the top 10. Ricky Collett would battle with Simon Faulkner in the early stage there, 11th and 12th. And then in 13th place, John Powell wins Division 2, finishing just a couple of seconds ahead of Craig Evans. Next home behind them in his first race in Division 1, a lap down, was Neil Yates. 3rd in Division 2 was Simon Cole, his first Division 2 race of the season. And further back, Jim Bennett, Adam Bint 2 laps down after his engine problems, and Paul Rivett after his pit visit 3 laps down, the final finisher in 19th place.
Ryan, fantastic start to the weekend for you, sir. Now, quickly, we haven't had a chance to speak to you yet. We had a few issues during testing. I heard a rumour on the grapevine. What was that about? And obviously it's sorted now.
Well, we didn't really have any testing, just Dave's been fast, so, you know. I think me and Dave both broke the lap record in qualifying. The European boys have come off half a second off us. We did a setup change then and we went the wrong way, but at least we know what to do for the next race. But look, gets it off the back. You know, I seen Dave and Stuart was fighting, so we didn't really see Dave's real pace there. So
you pulled away very well with those two fighting with each other behind you.
Yeah, well, look, at the end of the day, it's race 1 out of the way. Race 2, we get onto that, then hopefully it rains tomorrow, so it mixes it up a bit.
No, we don't want it to rain. Come on in, Dave. How are we, sir? Very good. And how was the experience of the race for you? First one out at Donington Park?
Yeah, it was good to get the first one out of the way, wasn't it? I mean, what a fantastic event we've got going on here this weekend. All these people here, all these trucks there, all these teams there. Great racing, great speed from us. You know, really good, strong first race.
It was great to see the battle between you and Stuart, but I tell you what, Stuart, you two have got to be careful, because that Bradley Smith, he's sticking with you all the way around at the moment, isn't he?
No, he's going well for a young boy.
For a young boy.
I know he is. No, but I think everybody was going well. You know, we weren't launching away. You know, we imagine not far behind this old boy. So he's obviously peaked a little bit or something.
When you're in a circumstance like that, Stuart naturally goes defensive because he wants to protect. So it allows you, the front runner, to get away. Dave, you don't see his true pace because he's in traffic. So, you know, next race we'll see, won't we?
Well, this pace to watch. Dave, any setup changes going into the next race of the day, second for Saturday?
Yeah, no, I'm hungry now.
He's hungry, he wants it. Lunch first then, by the sounds of it. Right, gentlemen, thank you very much for talking to me. Well, we had some naughty boys getting warnings about track limits with an impromptu meeting with Clerk of the Course after that last race. Let's see if we can get away with some better behaviour for the second race, the British Trucks, this afternoon.
This grid set by the second fastest time by each driver in the qualifying session earlier today. And the grid with a very similar look to that of race 1. Ryan Smith on pole in the number 1 Daimler Freightliner, alongside him number 69 David Jenkins. Second row, number 7 Stuart Oliver and 46 Bradley Smith. Third row, 89 Simon Reed, number 12 Michael Oliver. Row 4 is John Bowler, number 14, on the worst for his gravelly excursion in the International Truck Pre-race earlier on. Starts alongside Tom O'Rourke in the 86. Craig Reed is next in the 68 alongside 95 Ricky Collett, and then Simon Faulkner number 92 and number 3 Stephen Powell after problems in qualifying, rounding out Division 1. Then a gap back to Division 2, Paul Rivett on pole position, number 22 alongside the number 6 of John Powell, then number 5 Adam Bint and 10 Craig Evans. 28 of Jim Bennett is next. 41 Simon Cole and 33 Neil Yates. I think Simon Cole might be starting from the pit lane in the 41. Neil Yates in the Division 1 33 truck starting from the back, of course, as he's new to that truck this weekend. And Paul Rivette has struck lucky because he was able to rejoin after reattaching his turbo boost pipe in race 1. Finished at the back of the Division 2 runners, which gives him pole position for race 3. That's tomorrow, because great results of race 1 sets the grid for race 3. Red's beginning to rise. He's near 1,000 horsepower engines. Power starts to come on, and here we go. Down towards Redgate for the first time. Ryan Smith gets away well, so does Stuart Oliver on his tail. Ricky Collick trying to get up the outside. Smith will just about have the advantage into the first corner. Michael Oliver caught in the middle slightly there, further back, and John Powell around the outside, leans on Paul Rivette's contact there. Powell's going to run out wide over the curb. A bit of contact again between the two of them. They bounce off each other. Surprised that at least one of them wasn't sent spinning. Something flew off. I don't know whether that was from Rivette or Powell. And side by side further ahead, John Bowler and Ricky Collett. So a bit of a frantic start to this one. Paul Rivette's smoke off the left front of his truck. I wonder if he's had a tyre let go there. Let's have a look. Yeah, he's going off. It's the rear tyre, not the front. Yes, I think he's got a puncture there, Paul Rivette. So is that going to be another pit visit for the 22s? There was contact there, definitely, and I wonder if John Powell's wounded as well. Yes, he's slowing down, so they're both wounded as a result of that contact. Yeah, Paul Rivette, you can see him sliding about there. There's the punctured tyre, damaged rear wheel. And he's going to be heading for the pits. They're right on the back of Ryan Smith here. Normally we see Ryan start to charge away at the front, but he's not able to get away this time. Has he got the setup wrong, or is there a slight problem for the number 1? Jenkins is so much quicker than Stuart Oliver. Look, coming off into the exhibition straight. Oliver's leaning on him. Oh, look at this, they're pushing each other onto the grass. Oh, there's a bit of needle creeping into this, and Jenkins has lost out to Bradley Smith and Simon Reed. Jenkins is going to be angry at that. That was like motorised rugby down the straight there, the way they pushed each other across onto the grass. And now, oh, what's going on here? Now Michael Oliver's hit David Jenkins. This is more like saloon stock car racing. It's still Rivette from Binton Evans in Division 2 with that damage to the wheel. I really thought he would drop away. He's keeping it going. I thought he'd got a punctured tyre, but no, it's holding up okay. Adam Binton second, a better run from him, no turbo problems this time. Ricky Collett and Michael Oliver pushing again. We see it from Ricky Collett's rear view camera. Oh, Michael Oliver certainly being a bit over-aggressive through the chicane, I would say, in my opinion, in this race. He's already hit David Jenkins. Jenkins is still in P5, though, chasing Simon Reed. There's Craig Reed, under fire from John Bowler in the 14. There's Neil Yates, our newcomer, his second meeting in the championship. He's got ahead of Jim Bennett in the Seth Atkinson. Certainly a fan's favourite is Gentleman Jim. Races purely for enjoyment. Well, we say motorsport should be fun. And running wide and running wider, Adam Bint and Craig Evans. Craig Evans has lost a lot of ground there to Adam Bint. This is for second in Division 2 behind Paul Rivette in his slightly battered MAN. Has the gap come down? No, it's increased again. Ryan Smith responds. 1:26.145 for Flying Ryan. Here comes Jenkins again. No, he's not close enough. Bradley Smith driving superbly up there in third place. Side by side further back, Craig Reed and Michael Oliver almost leaning on each other. Can they get side by side down the Craner curves? Craig Reed pulls ahead. John Bowler right behind them. Craig Reed holds the place into the old hairpin. You won't get through there. You won't get two trucks side by side through there. Is that Adam Bint? Is he having the same problem as before? That looks like it's, yes, black smoke, and he's slowing up again, I think. What was Adam Bint's lap time? No, he's lost second to Craig Evans. Yeah, I think he's in problems with his turbo again. Because there's Evans up the road. Adam Bint's in trouble again. Here he comes into the chicane. Stuart Oliver has closed a little, but it's going to be too late. Ryan Smith will win it ahead of Stuart Oliver. Across the line they come now. What's going to happen for third place behind them? And indeed for sixth. Here's the third place fight. Bradley Smith has hung on all the way, and he takes third ahead of Simon Reed and David Jenkins with only just. Who's going to be sixth? Here he comes. It's going to be Craig Reed. Good run by him. The rest of them come across the line. Seventh place goes to Ricky Collett, just ahead of Stephen Powell. And who's going to be eighth? It's yes, Powell is eighth. Tom O'Rourke ninth, I should say, ahead of Michael Oliver and John Bowler. Yes, Bowler struggling in the closing stage. A bit of smoke from his truck as well. Yes, his last lap time 11 seconds slower than his quickest. Meanwhile, in Division 2, a bit of a race of attrition for them. In P13, it is Paul Rivette who is going to take win number 5 for him this season. Despite that first lap collision with John Powell, there is Powell a few laps down. Paul Rivette takes the win. Craig Evans will come over in second. And third in Division 2 will be Adam Bint. Okay, provisional result then of British Truck Racing race number 2. Ryan Smith the winner by 1.9 seconds ahead of Stuart Oliver. Bradley Smith on the podium in third, having held off Simon Reed and David Jenkins all the way. Craig Reed topped the battle for sixth ahead of Ricky Collett and Stephen Powell, so Powell will have pole for race 4. Ninth for Tom O'Rourke ahead of Michael Oliver, John Bowler and Simon Faulkner. Paul Rivette wins Division 2 in 13th overall ahead of Craig Evans. Then Neil Yates was 15th, Adam Bint slowing in the closing laps, he was 16th, and John Powell a couple of laps down, the final finisher. Jim Bennett's the only retirement.
Stuart Oliver, what a drive that was.
Yeah, that was good, that. I knew that. I didn't think Dave and Ryan were as friendly as what they are, but obviously they've kicked up a bit of a relationship where they're playing together, and that nearly ended in tears there with Dave trying to T-bone us off, but I survived and he came off worse, so we'll see what happens.
Indeed, yes, we saw that. It could go either way, the scrutineer's decision, so we'll have to wait and see. Don't hold your breath, you never know. Number 46, Bradley Smith, congratulations, sir. How do you feel?
Oh, it's good to get a podium. First race weekend there, and even better after last year's disaster. So.
Indeed, I think they owed it you by then.
Yeah, so we've had a fourth and a third today. Couldn't be happier. Good for the sponsors. Good turnout here. Raining now, but it's been a good day.
Yeah, I think we're all just going to run for cover. If anything like earlier on happens again, we'll all be soaked down to the bone.
Yeah, definitely. Big downpour, but it's good it dried for our race. Brilliant racing. It was the best race ever. Craig Reed was all. Simon Reed was hunting me down. It's usually Craig, but it's Simon this time.
Yeah.
And
you two were on top of each other for so much in that race.
I felt I was looking at my camera more. I was looking forward to see what he was doing, but I learned so much about racing. Good racing. Trucks are all in one piece, so happy.
So, first race here for the British Truck Racing Championship of Sunday morning, and did you have a good night last night, because it was a late night?
Yes, I did.
Right, well, let's see how it unfolds for the first British Truck Racing Championship race of the Sunday here at Donington.
Race 3 out of 5 this weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. The grid decided by the results of race 1 yesterday, with the top 8 in each division reversed. So finishing in 8th place in race 1 was Craig Reed in number 68 with his Iveco. He starts on pole alongside number 86, Scotsman Tom O'Rourke with his MAN. Second row, number 12, Michael Oliver, and 89, Simon Reed, brother of Craig, on row 2 with his Iveco. Row 3, number 46, Bradley Smith, the youngest man on the grid, and 69, David Jenkins. Row 4, number 7, Stuart Oliver, father of Michael, 10 times British champion, 1-time European champion as well. And number 1, Ryan Smith, going for his 8th consecutive British title this year. Winner of the 2 races yesterday in Division 1. He starts 8th in his Daimler Freightliner. On row 5, number 3, Stephen Powell. Problems in qualifying hindered him slightly yesterday. The number 3 alongside the 14 of John Bowler. Fair play to John. He's contesting all 9 races this weekend. He's competing in the International Truck Prix as well. And on row 6 of the grid, number 95, Ricky Collett, the Yorkshireman, in his MAN alongside Simon Faulkner, number 92, with his Iveco. Then there's a gap. We've got the slightly less powerful Division 2 trucks, and they're headed up by Paul Rivette, number 22. He won the second race yesterday. Starts alongside Adam Bint, number 5, with his Volvo Whites. Both of those trucks suffered turbo problems in race 1 yesterday, so finished at the back in Division 2. Therefore, they moved to the front of the grid for this one. Second row of the Division 2 grid, Jim Bennett, Gentleman Jim, in his Seb Atkinson, number 28, 74 years young. Starts alongside 41, Simon Cole, with his new Iveco, switching from Division 1 to 2 this weekend. Next on the grid, number 10, Craig Evans with his MAN alongside yesterday's race 1 winner John Powell in his DAF. And at the back we've got a Division 1 truck. It's Neil Yates, number 33. It's his first time in Division 1, first time in that MAN, so he's requested to start from the back. It's time to go racing here at Donington Park. British Truck Racing Championship race number 3 of the weekend. Can Ryan Smith take a hat-trick? Wins yesterday for John Powell and Paul Rivette in Division 2. Here we go then, the pack about to be unleashed for 15 minutes of racing. Here we go. And the pack is away, down towards Redgate Corner for the first time. Craig Reed gets away well. Simon Reed going well at the outside as well. John Bowler, number 14, tries to squeeze his way down the outside. Looks like they're all going to get through Redgate. Ryan Smith's been crowded out. Stephen Powell gets around the outside. Paul Rivette leads Division 2 ahead of Adam Bint in the Volvo Whites. Or Volvo Black and Orange, it should be called. See the amount of spray being thrown up by these GT tyres as they head down the drop into the Craner curve. Looks like it's Craig Reed in the clear ahead of Tom O'Rourke. Michael Oliver is third. David Jenkins has got away well. He's up into 4th place. Ryan Smith currently stuck behind Bradley Smith in the 46. Donington, not the easiest circuit to overtake on in a truck. Takes plenty of skill. Here comes Ryan Smith on the back of Bradley Smith. No relation, those two. Ryan going round the outside. They go through Schwantz curve, named after Kevin Schwantz, the motorcycle legend. There's Division 2 back. There's Simon Cole. Good to see him back out. Had some problems yesterday. Stuart Oliver has a look as Bradley Smith. Ryan Smith's already gone through. You saw him get a wheel onto the curve and just flick the tail sideways. The painted curbs here can spin you out in wet conditions like this if you get a rear wheel onto them. Everybody makes their way through Coppice okay for the first time. Craig Reed in the Reed Freight Iveco Stralis leads the way by a few truck lengths ahead of the 86 of Tom O'Rourke, the MV Commercial MAN second. Michael Oliver in the Team Oliver Racing GT Tyre sponsored MAN is third. Had 1 win earlier this year at Pembrey in Wales. On board with Michael Oliver, chased by David Jenkins. They come out of the chicane. That's the Hospitality Suites down the pit straight, the Wheatcroft Straight. It's named after Tom Wheatcroft, who revived racing here at Donington in the 70s. Of course, a famous pre-war venue, Donington Park. Ryan Smith has a look up the inside. He's on the grass there, attacking Simon Reed. There's no room there to get through. Ryan's getting a little over-eager there. He really is a win-at-all-costs driver. David Jenkins getting through there past Michael Oliver up into third at the top of the Craner curve. There's been a little bit of contact there. You can see a rear wheel arch has come loose on the MV Commercials. Freyhav Trailers MAN of Tom O'Rourke. Simon Reed 5th, Ryan Smith in 6th, then Bradley Smith, John Bowler. Stuart Oliver's quite a way down the order. Then it's Ricky Collett, Stephen Powell, and there's our Division 2 leader, Paul Rivette. The rain proving something of a leveller here because the Division 2 trucks, which are a little less powerful, able to keep up with the Division 1s. Ryan Smith up the inside attacks Michael Oliver. He's going to go through at the old hairpin. There's not much room to go side by side there. Michael Oliver keeps his foot in. He's going to almost spin out. Yeah, he's onto the grass there. Michael Oliver, he really should have given Ryan Smith some room because he's just going to spin out. There's no grip on the grass at all. Round he goes. You could see that coming from the moment they went into the old hairpin. 68 Craig Reed. Look at him sliding there as he comes down the Craner curves. Perhaps a bit of showboating there. O'Rourke going well in 2nd place. His only win in British truck racing, if memory serves me right, was here at Donington a couple of years ago. Ryan Smith on the inside is going to try again at the old hairpin on Simon Reed. Again, Reed keeps it there on the outside. He doesn't want to do what Michael Oliver did. No, he moves back onto the tarmac, giving Ryan Smith a bit more room. And Smith goes through. So that's Ryan Smith's preferred tactic. Get down the inside at the old hairpin. Quiet race for Stuart Oliver. He's back in 9th place. Craig Reed's got the fastest lap, 1:35.908. Here comes David Jenkins having a look on the inside of Coppice, trying to get through the P2. Ryan Smith now in P4. Here comes Ryan Smith. He's going for 3rd place. Almost leans on David Jenkins. Is he going to get around the outside of O'Rourke as well? Can Ryan Smith get the line here into Redgate? No. David Jenkins, the man from Stafford, holds the place. Simon Reed hanging on as well, and this is going to allow the rest of the pack to tow up, and David Jenkins leans on Ryan Smith there, coming through Hollywood towards the top of the Craners, and Smith's got the inside line. He'll get through into P3. This is much more competitive and close than we saw yesterday, it has to be said. Plenty more overtaking. Look at Ricky Collins, he's loving this in the 95, on the best races he's had so far this year. Chasing now Simon Reed for 5th place. Bradley Smith is 7th. Craig Reed still in front, looking for only his 2nd Division 1 victory of his career. He's a former Division 2 champion. Here comes Powell. Now, is that spray or is that smoke from somebody? Up the inside, Stephen Powell takes Stuart Oliver into the chicane. That's a good move by Stephen Powell. And Stuart Oliver, if anything, is being caught by the Division 2 trucks. Has Stuart Oliver got a problem here, I wonder? Because he's dropping back. This isn't like Stuart Oliver at all. Round the outside comes Ryan Smith. He's going to go into 2nd place. He's got ahead of Jenkins. He's now ahead of Tom O'Rourke. Around the outside into Redgate. Now, outside into Redgate rarely works in the dry, never mind in the wet. So I'm wondering if Tom O'Rourke's got an issue there. He seemed to be slowing a little.
Hello everybody, welcome to one of my favourite places to be. Yes, we're on the start-finish straight here at Snetterton. Thank you for coming back, tuning in as well. We will cut back to more of the action from the British Truck Racing Championship later as well. But as you can see, the cars are starting to line up. Now, in fact, coming down the middle, if you can see it on your camera, is your pole sitter, Peter Ertig and Marcus Clutton. Can they make it yet another win? Of course, winners last time out at Silverstone on the GP circuit. Multiple winners already this year in the British Endurance Championship. They're going to pull in here. It looks like it is going to be Peter Ertig starting this one as well. Somebody I want to talk to, though, if we just move down a little bit further, actually, is Brad Thurston down here in the number 28 in the Team Hard Porsche. Let's have a quick chat with him, shall we? Just over here on your right as well. We have had a race actually since that Silverstone GP second. It was a 6-hour Brit Car special race up at Donington Park, and it was Sean Cooper and Mike McCollum right there in their KTM GT4 who won that particular race. There they are. I wonder if we can just come back behind here and grab a word with Brad. All right, Brad, we had a little chat earlier, don't we? And you're looking quick today.
Yeah, I managed to find 5 seconds from free practice to qualifying. We made a few changes, so hopefully we'll have a good race. So. Now,
you're right there in the championship as well in class, aren't you? And you can wrap it up today.
Yeah, we can wrap the class championship up today. And then hopefully it'll go down to Donington for the overall with Venture Mercedes.
What's it like going around here at Snetterton 300? How does it differ from last time out at Silverstone?
We've made a lot of setup changes with the car and I'm a lot more confident in it. So to be honest, it actually feels mega, but I've really struggled all year in this car compared to TCR. So yeah, we're feeling good. So hello to my little boy Stanley at home as well.
There we go, Brad, best of luck. We better go actually because it's time for you guys to get going. We've been told to get off the grid already. How quick is that? Wish we had a little bit more time. We're going to make our way off. Time for the British Endurance Championship, 2-hour race to get underway. Dave, over to you.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Ian. Yes, it is time for our longest race of the weekend, the 2-hour endurance race, the MSUK British Endurance Championship. I did notice there that one of our front row cars wasn't present on the grid. Our pole man is, though, number 9, the PB Racing Audi R8 GT3. Peter Ertig takes the start, sharing with Marcus Clutton. Alongside them should have been the Porsche 997 Cup of SG Racing, the Cunningham family. Mark Cunningham scheduled to start, but we didn't see him there on the grid, so maybe starting from pit lane. We'll wait and see. Second row, number 28, the Team Hard Porsche, started by Brad Thurston. Daryl De Leon, BTCC racer, will share with him. And alongside them, the KTM Crossbow GT4 from Track Focus. Mike McCollum starts, Sean Cooper will take over. Row 3, number 21, the Venture Innovations Mercedes GT4. Chris Jones will start, and Matt George will share with him. Alongside him on row 3, number 87, the Shared Autosport Audi RS3 TCR car, and that's being started by George Healer. Jonathan Beeson will take over. That's the first of the Class E TCR cars. Row 4 is the first of the Ginetta Super Cup cars, Class G for Ginetta. That's started by Dan Morris, the CWS number 278 car owner. Colin White, a Ginetta veteran, will take over. Alongside them, number 108's the Breakout Racing Mercedes. Amir Naran starts. Tom Jackson, last year's champion in the GT3 Mercedes, will take over. Row 5 is number 50, the MKH Racing Aston Martin. Peter Montague starts. Stuart Hall will take over. Alongside them, number 74, the SVG Motorsport Ginetta of Owen Hizzy and Mark Ellman. Mark Ellman is going first. Row 6, the 88, the Lone Class F car, the New Barn Racing Jaguar F-Type, Callum and Adam Thompson. It's Callum going first. Alongside the Race Road Competition Cupra TCR, number 22, started by Richard Avery, sharing with Nick Hull. Row 7 is Paul Sheard, driving solo in his VW Golf TCR, the ex-Tim Docker car, alongside number 34, Team Hard. Second car, the Mercedes touring car. Now hopefully that's out there. They had gearbox problems, which meant they didn't set a time in qualifying. It should be George Jackson starting that car, sharing with Maurice Henry. And Mac G Racing, I think I saw that car, is there at the back. They had a broken drive shaft, prevented them from setting a qualifying time in their Ginetta. Johnny McGregor starts, Josh Tomlinson will take over. That's your grid then for this 2-hour race. 2 mandatory pit stops to be taken by each car once the pit window opens. And as we saw there are a couple of cars in pit lane. Don't worry, they're not upside down. The Cunningham Porsche is one of them. I think the other one was the Team Hard, number 34, behind it, the Mercedes. So the Cunningham Porsche starting from pit lane. Porsche should be on the front row of the grid. That's the quickest car in Class C in qualifying. There is the number 34, very smartly turned out Mercedes A-Class, ex-British touring car. Number 34, George Jackson, a star of the TCR UK Championship on board. They've been repairing the gearbox on that car after qualifying. So that will start from pit lane as well. So the pace car leading them round, ready for a rolling start. Red lights are on at the moment. The BMW peels into pit lane. It will be Peter Erteg in the Lone Class A car, the Audi R8. That will start as the car to beat in the overall classification. Waiting for the red lights to go out. 2 hours of British Endurance Championship racing gets underway. Here we go then, down towards Rich's corner for the first time. Now I would expect the Audi to clear off at the front in this one. He was several seconds quicker than the opposition in qualifying. There are the 2 cars from the pit lane. It won't take Mark Cunningham long to catch up here, I don't think, in the Porsche. So here we go then, 28's the car that's leading the overall standings and leading Class C, as we heard from Brad Thurston. They can wrap up the category championship here today. There's 278, Colin White's Ginetta, driven by Dan Morris in the first stint. Mike McCollum in the KTM. Stunning looking car, that is the KTM GT4 car, leading Class D in the early stages here. Mike McCollum and Sean Cooper won the 6-hour race in pouring rain at Donington Park earlier in the summer. Behind them, number 21, the Venture Innovations Mercedes GT4, the AMG GT4. That's crewed by Chris Jones and Matt George. Chris Jones has started that car. The Ginetta's running their own class, Class G for Ginetta. There's number 74, Mark Ellman and Owen Hizzy. Owen Hizzy's been racing Ginettas for a few years now, the former junior saloon car star, very quick indeed. Watch out for him later on. There's the New Barn Racing Jaguar F-Type, chased by number 83, Johnny McGregor, Johnny Mac as we call him, in his Ginetta. And there's number 78 of Paul Sheard. That Golf looks pretty slow there. He's dropped back from the rest of the field there at the wheel of his VW Golf TCR touring car. Dan Morris side by side with Amir Naran in the Mercedes that was, I was just about to say, eliminated in a collision early on at Silverstone earlier this year. He just collided with Dan Morris, turned in, didn't see the Ginetta there on the inside, I don't think. The number 50 Aston Martin behind them as they come round to complete the first lap, but we've got a safety car already. So what has happened? Well, we can see how far ahead the Audi R8 is already. The only other Class A car that was entered for this race was the Aston Martin Vulcan from Venture Innovations, Gleb Stefanovs and Stephen Tompkins. Unfortunately, that car is not out, so it withdrew before the event. So we've got one Class A car out there. They were already 11 seconds ahead at the end of the first lap. But the race neutralised by the safety car. That's helped the Cunninghams to close up. The Mercedes has not come through, the number 34 we mentioned of George Jackson, so maybe that car's stranded somewhere out on circuit. We'll wait and see. No, he has come over the line now. The car we've lost is the Audi RS3 TCR car, the shared autosport car of Jonathan Beeson and George Healer. So George Healer's gone missing out on circuit on the very first lap somewhere, and that's why we have got the BMW safety car out on circuit. I think I just heard Matt Suckling on the circuit PA commentary say the car has rejoined, so maybe he's done a reset of the electronics and been able to get the car going again, hopefully. We don't want any retirements at this early stage. There's a 2-hour race, 2 mandatory pit stops. It's currently leading the race is the safety car with Evelyn Buanik at the wheel. Former BMW Championship racer for many years. Peter Erseg in the Audi R8s. One reason for the safety car was some debris on track, which the volunteer marshals have now cleared, so thank you to them. There's Mark Cunningham in the Porsche. Watch for him coming through the field. Now, the only car that hasn't come through is that number 87 Audi. Let's take a look at the TSL timing screen. Yes, we'll wait and see if we can find where that car has gone. It didn't complete the first lap. I imagine the marshals are just checking the condition of the circuit at the moment, checking there's no debris. 14 cars out there, and there's Paul Sheard at the back. Paul Sheard used to race in National Hot Rods on the short ovals, and previously to that race Bangers. Bit of fame in the Banger racing world. The very first driver believed to have raced a Ford Granada, the car that dominated Banger racing for so many years. That was at Crewe back in the 80s. There's the errant Audi RS3 TCR car, first one of its kind to race in the UK. George Healer has got it going again. We're about to go green, and the race resumes with the errant car back underway. And a good restart there by Mike McCollum in the track-focused KTM. He's got up into second place ahead of the Team Hard Porsche. So the GT4 cars taking on slightly quicker Class C GT cars ahead of them. There's Brad Thurston at the wheel of the Porsche he shares with Daryl De Leon, the British touring car racer, former Radical racing champion. 21 behind him is Chris Jones, sharing with Matt George in the GC4 Merc, now second in its class. Behind them the first of the Ginettas with Dan Morris on board, sharing with Colin White. Very purposeful looking KTM there in second place, much more famous for their motorcycles, of course, the Austrian company. And then they surprised everyone a few years ago by building what was intended as a track day car, the KTM Crossbow. Seeing them use at the Race of Champions indoor events in the winter as well. Brad Thurston's Porsche under fire from Chris Jones. He won't mind too much if the Mercedes gets past him, because they are in different classes. Class D for the GT4 cars. Down the Bentley straight we go. The lone Class A GT3 car of Peter Erseg leads. GT4 car in second overall, the track-focused KTM. Here's Mark Cunningham making his way through. He's on the tail of Peter Montague at the wheel of the Aston Martin GT4. They've got one of the Ginettas ahead of them there, the number 74 car of Mark Ellman. He'll hand over to Owen Hisley when the pit stops begin later on. Cunningham at the inside at Coram. Takes the Porsche through. That's up into 7th place, I think. It's the Mercedes of George Jackson towards the back. Paul Sheard also in there. Over the line go the leaders. The Audi R8 does a 1:58.916, already lapping under 2 minutes. Almost certainly the quickest car we have here in any category this weekend at Snetterton. nearly 4 seconds up on the KTM of Mike McCollum. Here's our third place man, Brad Thurston. Looking at the points chart, he leads the championship just 2 points ahead of the car that's chasing him, the Chris Jones, Matt George, and we occasionally see Neville Jones in that car as well, the Mercedes. They're leading the GT4 class, Class D on the timing screen. And third in the points at the moment are Jonathan Beeson and George Healer, leading the TCR category, so they need to work to recover here. We can head down to the pits to Ian Waterhouse. He's in the pit garage with Mac G Racing, the Ginetta team.
Welcome down to the pit lane, everybody. I'm here with Josh Tomlinson here from Mac G Racing. It's great to see the car out, isn't it? Because you've had 1 or 2 issues.
Yeah, well, I was in the practice session. I just came out the fourth corner and just had a almighty bang, thinking, oh God, what's going on? Luckily, gearbox and diff seem to be perfect. Been fantastic effort from our guys to change the drive shaft. Lana and Kieran been awesome today, but the rest of the guys...
Lana, Kieran, come here. We need to have a quick chat and say a big thank you, because it's nice to see the car out, but a lot of hard work's gone into it, right?
Yes, definitely. It was tough, but just got to get together in those moments. And yeah, we got the car back out, which is very good.
Yeah, it's a great, it's just awesome teamwork. These guys. I've been with them since sort of the late 2000s, and yeah, Lana came on a couple of years ago, and she's just been making strides ever since. So yeah, hopefully we're hoping to at least get a decent podium result in class. But Johnny's in there; he's super quick. So we just send it at the moment.
It's a long race; anything can happen, right?
Yeah, that's it. So yeah, we should have a all being well, fingers crossed, toes crossed. We should have a good result today.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Congratulations to the team. They're obviously very focused right now. Thanks, Josh. There you go, Mac G Racing out on track right now. Look out for them, the number 83. Dave, back to you.
Well, the number 83 Ginetta is currently, I can tell you, running in 11th position, and third of the Ginetta G55 Super Cup cars in Class G. Still your leader overall is the PB Racing Audi. And look, Mark Cunningham has already got that Porsche 997 Cup car up into third position, having started from the pit lane. He's passed Thurston, he's passed Jones, he's got past Dan Morris in the Colin White Ginetta as well. It won't be long, I think, before he catches Mike McCollum's KTM for second place. So the SG Racing Porsche, through from a pit lane start, is now in the lead of Class C. So it's probably not what Brad Thurston wanted to see there, because he's the championship leader in that class, along with teammate Darryl De Leon. We've seen Adam Hatfield and Alex Sedgwick appear in that car as well. It's the car and the team that scores the points in the British Endurance Championship, not the individual driver. There's the Cunningham car. They're a little further down the points because they missed a couple of rounds at the start of the season. They're down in 13th overall in the points. I mentioned the GT4 class is being led in the points by the number 21 Mercedes. TCR class by George Healer and Jonathan Beeson, who are currently a lap down at the tail of the field after that problem on the opening lap. Class A is led by Peter Ersheg, Marcus Clutton, and we've also seen Andrew Bentley appear in that car this year, the PB Racing Audi GT3. Class G by Owen Hizzy, Mark Ellman and Scott Simons, the number 74 car, leads the Ginetta class in the points. Class F, we've only seen one entry this year, the Jaguar F-Type, Callum and Adam Thompson. Class B, meanwhile, no entries in Class B today. Their points chart led by John Seal and Jamie Stanley's Ferrari. So the race has settled down into its rhythm then. Main battle at the moment is for P3. Chris Jones determined to get the GT4 Mercedes ahead of Brad Thurston. He's seen Mike McCollum go through into second in the KTM and thinks, well, if one GT4 car can get past that Porsche, then so can I. Adam Palmer's towards Agostini, the Merc dodging about on the tail of the Porsche. They've got to be mindful that Dan Morris's Ginetta is there behind them as well. Strong performance from the 278s. Car owned by Colin White, of course. Colin had a massive crash at Thruxton last season, suffered leg injuries, but thankfully now fighting fit and back to racing. Competes in enduro events in the Middle East during the winter with that Ginetta as well. looking on the timing screen, we can see Paul Sheard has pitted in his TCR Golf. He was made quite a slow start to the race, and has pulled into the pits. So hopefully Ian can find out what the problem is there. There's the battle for second just gone through. Cunningham and McCollum together in the Porsche and the KTM. The lead gap for Peter Erscheg is now over 13 seconds. We'll see what it is this time through. There's the number 74 Ginetta of Mark Ellman. Then we've got the Aston Martin, the Mercedes of Amir Nara, then the Jaguar F-Type, and then Johnny McGregor in the number 83 Ginetta, third in class. Lead gap is up to 17.6 seconds now. There's our leader, the PB Racing Audi R8 GT3. One of quite a few Pro-Am pairings during this race. Marcus Clutton, the Pro driver, will take over at the pit stop. 7 crews have a Pro driver in them. Classic GT Racing combination Pro-Am. Two Cunninghams are not a Pro-Am entry. The Cunninghams have been racing with British Endurance Championship and with the Brick Car Championships for many years now. Now, I mentioned that the 78 of Paul Sheard had pulled into the pit lane, and I think Ian can tell us a bit more.
Yeah, welcome down to the pit lane, everybody. Not good news, unfortunately, for the VW, the 78, the Paul Sheard car. Vibrations. It looks like it's drive shaft. So unfortunately, 78 out of this race. What a shame that is. First retirement, the 78 Paul Sheard car out. Dave, back to you.
So the first car to fall, sadly, and we're only around 15 minutes into this race. That's a great shame for Paul Sheard, the vastly experienced former short oval racer. Then he became the UK's leading exponent of Mazda MX-5 racing for many years. Still runs his Mazda MX-5s in various championships, and now in TCR racing as well. He was only a late entry himself on the entry today, put himself on the entry list and brought the TCR Golf out, but looks like, as we heard there, a drive shaft problem has put the car out of the race. Battle further back there, the Jaguar F-Type under fire from Johnny Mack in the Ginetta. Lead gap is up to 21 seconds now. Seen the Audi do the majority of the overall winning this year, the PB Racing Audi R8 GT3. Started the year, it was the Mercedes GT3 of Claude Beauvais and Dave McDonald that won overall on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. Brad Thurston trying to keep pace with the number 21 car, which has got through ahead of him there. So while we were away in the pits there, I think the number 21 Mercedes has got through into P4. As we said, Brad Thurston won't mind too much, as they are in different classes. So now Chris Jones is going to go after Mike McCollum and try and catch that KTM up ahead of him. What's the gap between those two? 13.8 seconds. Oh, he spun it! Oh dear, off goes the Mercedes. He's trying too hard there, going through Hamilton's corner. Now hopefully Chris Jones can get that Mercedes fired up again. He does fire it up. Has he? Yep, he's kept it going. He's going to drop down the order though. That's a great shame for one of our championship challengers, because he's only 2 points behind Brad Thurston, Daryl DeLeon's Porsche in the overall standings. He's leading the GT4 championship. Now, have Peter Montague and Stuart Hall got past there in the Aston Martin? I think they have. They're behind Jones and George in the GT4 points. Here's a replay. Chris Jones in the Mercedes. He just got past Brad Thurston's Porsche up towards the left-hander at Hamilton. He just loses the rear. An inexplicable spin there for Chris Jones. There's the Aston Martin, Peter Montague and Stuart Hall's car, chasing down one of the Ginettas. That's the number 74 of Mark Ellman. That's the battle for 7th overall, but it'll become 6th overall when they cross the timing line. There goes Thurston in 4th position. Dan Morris's Ginetta 5th. Here's a battle between two of the touring car type cars rather than the GTs. Number 22 is Richard Avery, the ex-Porsche racer in the Cupra TCR. That car will be leading the TCR category because both of its rivals have hit problems early on, the two Paul Sheard-run cars, Paul driving one of them. And behind them is the Team Hard Mercedes, which is running in Class C. George Jackson on board. There's Peter Erceg, who continues to lead the way in the Audi R8s. There's Mark Elman. British Racing green and gold. Great colour combination. Reminds me of the old Team Lotus colours almost of the 60s. Chased by that black Aston Martin GT4. NKH Racing. 4th overall in the points, behind Jonathan Beeson and George Healer. 2nd in the TCR class points are the Cupra Leon of Ashley Woodman and Martin Byford, the EDF Motorsports machine, but they're not here this weekend. 3rd in the points, Nick Hull and Richard Avery a little bit further back, so they're looking the favourites now for TCR class victory in this latest round of the MSUK British Endurance Championship. Pit window will be opening soon. As Peter Montague's Aston Martin chases the Ginetta for what is 6th position overall. Mark Elman 2nd in the Ginetta G55 Super Cup category. See plenty of Ginettas out tomorrow as well in the 2 Rowe Motor Oils Brick Car Trophy races. 2 50-minute races there with a mandatory pit stop. Behind them is the Mercedes of Amir Naran, and a spin for the Jaguar F-Type. Off goes Callum Thompson. Let's hope he can get going again. Now, the drivers were saying earlier that the circuit might be a bit slippery today because we have truck racing this weekend. Trucks do tend to drop a bit of fluid, not necessarily diesel or oil, but sometimes water and coolant from their braking systems can make the track a bit slippy. The pit window has just opened. We are 20 minutes into the race. It'll stay open until 20 minutes from the conclusion. At that time, the cars all have to make a minimum of 2 mandatory pit stops. Who's going to be the first to come in? We'll wait and see. Well, we've already had our first car into the pits, sadly. That was Paul Sheard to retire his TCR Golf. Amir Naran in the white and pink Mercedes there. That's the Breakel racing car of Amir Naran and Tom Jackson. Keep an eye on Tom Jackson, the pro driver in that pairing later on. He won the title last year, sharing with Wayne Mars in the Rob Boster Racing Mercedes GT3 car. Wayne Mars now back racing his classic Ferrari collection in various events. Let's head down to Ian Waterhouse in pit lane for an update.
Yeah, welcome into the pits, everybody. I'm down here with Owen Hizzy, probably the cleanest, slickest, smoothest guy. Owen, you're actually quite pleased with your teammate. He's doing pretty good, isn't he?
Yeah, he's doing really well, considering he hasn't done a lot of testing in the car at all, or driven on slicks before. He's knocked off 7 seconds so far from yesterday to today, and he's just doing such a great job. So I'm really proud of him at the moment. Hopefully he can keep it up.
You got into your overalls, so it looks like you're almost gearing up, ready to go out. I don't know if you're happy to give away your tactics, are you? If there's no safety cars, just split it equally?
Well, the plan is just try to keep him out there as long as possible, keep him in a rhythm, and then hopefully then when it comes to the pit stop time, we can hand over and then work our magic on the pit stops and then just focus on all the way to the end.
So definitely keep your eye on the number 74 Ginetta. Now, just before we let you go, Owen, been asking this question throughout the course of the day. I want to know which is your favourite circuit here in the UK, not necessarily just to race on, maybe to spectate or a combination of all of it.
I think the best circuit is Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit. Can't beat it.
Second time somebody said that to me.
Brilliant.
Owen, take care. Best of luck for your stint. Thanks, mate. Yeah, and keep that hair looking good and your overalls clean.
I will do. Keep it as clean as possible.
Dave, back to you.
Good to hear from young Owen Hizzy there, very talented sports car racer. See him out in the number 74 Ginetta. Not just yet, a little later on. Nobody in to make their first mandatory pit stop just yet. Here is our race leader, the Audi R8 GT3, Peter Erteg. Seen him racing a Porsche over the last couple of seasons, but the Audi leads now by over 30 seconds. Through Palmer's he comes. Hand over to Marcus Clutton when he makes his first pit stop. Marcus, a former Radical champion, a star of British GT racing these days. It's 34.14 seconds is the lead gap. A further 10.5 seconds back now is the track-focused KTM, leading Class D for the GT4 cars. Mike McCollum on board there. Towards Williams comes the leader. He's got a back marker in front of him. Hopefully that back marker will see the Audi looming in his mirror move over and let the quicker car through. There's our fourth place man, Brad Thurston. Fifth is Dan Morris in the Ginetta, leading Class G ahead of Mark Ellman. Behind him is Peter Montague's Aston Martin. Then we've got a battle between Johnny Mack in the Ginetta there and the Brakel Racing Mercedes. So a change of position there for P8. Johnny McGregor. To see him out in the Tyrannus, almost Group C style sports prototype in the British Endurance Championship. Probably see him out in his Mazda RX-8 shed with Josh Tomlinson tomorrow. Ahead now of Amir Naran in this number 108 Mercedes. Whites with pink and red and blue flashes. Kind of reminds me of the old ProDrive BMWs in British touring cars in about 1992. Behind them is the recovering number 21 of Chris Jones. We saw him have a spin up at Hamilton a few laps ago. They're coming towards Hamilton now, out of Agostini. Chris Jones on the recovery drive. He'd just taken Brad Thurston at the time that he spun. There's the 83 car. We heard Josh Tomlinson say about problems in qualifying, well, in pre-practice it was. Prevented that car from taking part in qualifying. It was a broken drive shaft. Just to be the problem in the end. The Ginetta's running well here up among the GT4 machinery. Down the Bentley straight under the bridge into the left at Brundle's. Of course, Martin Brundle and his racing family, his son Alex, very successful, particularly in historic racing these days. Both of them commentators as well. Originally from Kings Lynn in Norfolk. It's through Nelson, Nelson's County here in Norfolk, then through the Bombhole and Coram. To Murray's Corner. It used to be known as Russell Corner after Jim Russell, who ran his famous racing schools many years ago. Now named Murray's in memory, of course, of Murray Walker. 1 hour 34 minutes to go. So we're coming up towards the first quarter of this race completed for the MSUK British Endurance Championship. And the PB Racing Audi R8 continues to lead. This is Peter Montague in the MKH Aston Martin. And now the two Mercs are right together. The two GT4 Mercedes battling for third in class. We've got our first pit caller under the pit window. The Jaguar F-Type has come in, the Thompson family. So I suspect Callum will be handing over to Adam. Saw that car have a spin at Murray's a few laps ago. This is the midfield battle. Johnny McGregor, Peter Montague, Amir Naran, Chris Jones. Out of Agostini towards Hamilton. This is the fight for 7th place overall. 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th. Another pit caller, the Team Hard Mercedes has come in, George Jackson. He'll be handing over to Maurice Henry. If they make a driver change, of course. We may not see a change until their second stop. Nearly 40 seconds now is the lead for Peter Erteg over the number 32 of Mark Cunningham. Still in second place, the yellow Porsche, despite starting from the pit lane. He scythed his way very quickly through the field. He's 14.5 seconds in turn clear of the track-focused KTM, which leads the GT4 class, which is the class these three are members of, battling for second in class. Further down the order, well, there is the Audi. He's coming up to lap them very shortly. That's how much progress Peter Erceg has made in the early stages here. Unfortunately, no Class A opposition today. A shame that the Aston Martin Vulcan had to withdraw. Seen that change from its orange livery into the, I believe it's a chameleon it's supposed to look like. It's a reptilian livery. First saw that at Alton Park this year. I thought it was a snake when I first saw it. Amir Narang closing right up on the Aston Martin of Peter Montague as Chris Jones closes up on Amir Narang in turn. Who's going to be next to make the move? Chris Jones needs to be careful. He's already spun once, channeling his frustration. It's this recovery drive, but he hasn't made up any places yet. He lost about 5 places with that spin. Field not really spreading out in the midfield. They've got to be mindful now that the leader is coming up on them as well. Peter Erceg will be hoping these three don't get in his way at all as he tries to lap them. It only takes one false move by a back marker and it can ruin the race for the leader, but we're hoping they'll be courteous. They'll be watching their mirrors and let the Audi through. Here he comes, he's going to make a move on the straights. Peter Erceg to the inside, he's not going to get past all of them. Peter Montague on the inside on Amir Narang, they're side by side. Narang trying to make the move and he goes through past the Aston Martin. Good move by Amir Narang there at the end of the Bentley straights, but now they'll have to let Peter Erceg through. Well, the Astons let the Audi through. Amir Narang not yet. Peter Erceg probably just give him a quick flash of the lights, let him know he's there. As he gets past him coming out of Coram into Muntz. No real problem there for Peter Erceg, and he continues on his way. But in all that, Amir Narang was able to make a move going into Brundle and take Peter Montague. Oh, getting a wheel on the grass there, very tight to the pit lane entrance wall. Chris Jones trying to move alongside there and get past Peter Montague. That's for P9. Here's a couple of Ginettas. Johnny Mack has now got ahead of the 74 of Mark Elman. At the inside, Chris Jones on the hairpin, takes Peter Montague. Nicely moved through there. The Jaguar, I can tell you, has rejoined after it stopped, the number 88s. Team Hard Mercedes is still in the pit lane. So whether they've got a problem, the number 34, the A-Class, we can probably go down to Ian and find out. He's down in pit lane. Let's see if he's got the info on Team Hard.
Right, we're back in the pit lane. I'm here with George Jackson in the number 34 car for Team Hard. George, you've just come into the pits. Not only is it sweltering hot, that is wet, by the way. Yeah. You said tyre degradation is quite high as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said a minute ago, the breeze makes it feel like it's not as hot as what it really is. The track temp's through the roof. Inside the car's about 55, 60 degrees. And I am in bits. That was half an hour. Last 10 minutes, the tyres were really going off. I was losing grip on the rear. Maurice is now going to jump in, new set of fronts, so he'll go out. I'm sure he'll be able to manage it for an hour because he's doing an hour stint now, but I wouldn't like to be doing the hour stint. No way, not with that tyre drop off.
And you're going to jump in at the end, aren't you, to take it home, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'll do probably 25, 30 minutes at the end.
Happy with how the stint went?
Yeah, absolutely. The car's race car experiences with Dave Tyson. He's prepared the car really well, so awesome. yeah, really good. It's my first time in a British touring car as well. It's actually a really fun car to drive, but I'm looking forward to getting back in the Porsche with the aircon.
Yeah, you just said that actually. Yeah, no AC in that one. George, go get yourself some water. Cheers, you look sweltering, and we'll see you for that final stint. George Jackson there. Right, Dave, back to you.
So no problem there for Team Hard. The car's still in pit lane, just taking a top up of fluids by the look of things before Maurice Henry rejoined, and off goes Peter Montague. The Aston Martin off onto the grass at Murray's there. I wonder if Montague's got a problem, because we saw him lose 2 places in fairly quick succession there. Get your words out, Dave. And I wonder if he's got perhaps a braking or a tyre problem, because he's run off wide there at Murray's. Meanwhile, the first of our leading cars has come in, the SG Racing Porsche. The Cunninghams have made their first pit stop. So Peter Cunningham will take over from Mark. Some of the early stoppers we saw from George Jackson there, possibly to give the drivers a bit of rest and respite, because it is warmer than it looks here at Snetterton today. There's the Porsche heading back out. The SG Racing car, they're down to P10 on the timing screen, so it's now the KTM up to second, the number 28 Porsche for Team Hard in third. Then we've got the CWS Ginetta, there it is, with Dan Morris on board. Colin White's waiting to take over. Colin White has won his class many times in the Ginetta Super Cup in the UK, since moving up from National Hot Rod Racing. He was a contemporary of Paul Sheard in National Hot Rod Racing for many years. Colin White went on from the days of the 205s and the Starlets. He was one of the first to race a Volkswagen Corrado in National Hot Rods, as was Shane Brereton, who's now a truck racer in the European Championship. Apologies for the brief moment of nostalgia there. As through goes our race leader. 17 laps completed for Peter Erteg. There's a replay of the off for Peter Montague. Yeah, the rear end just breaks away from him coming through Murray's. Similar to what happened to Chris Jones's Mercedes earlier on. So whether it is tyre wear or whether there's still a little bit of fluid on the circuit, we don't know. The Aston Martin has dropped back a little. Number 34 Mercedes still showing us in the pit lane on the timing screen, so we hope all is well there. Peter Montague gets the Aston safely through this time. Is he coming into the pits? No, he's not. So just 3 cars have made their regular stops so far. The Jaguar F-Type, the 88s, the 34 Mercedes and the 32 Porsche. Paul Sheard, number 78, of course, out of the race. There's the Jaguar. We'll see the Jaguars out later on today, the Jaguar Challenge. XJs and XKs in that division though, and S-Types as well. Yeah, the number 34 Mercedes has now rejoined. Quite a long stop there. There's the Porsche, Peter Cunningham, behind Richard Avery's Cupra TCR, draws past him and goes around him on the Senna straights. Lead gap is now just over a minute for the PB Racing Audi over the track-focused KTM. Now we'll get to see Peter Cunningham in the Porsche race his way back up the order. There's the KTM. Such an aggressively stanced car with those big headlamps. Those big headlamps were needed in the 6-hour race at Donington Park in heavy rain. How far ahead of the 28 Porsche is Mike McCollum? He's some 41 seconds ahead now. So the lead group is well spaced out. Windscreen stickers coming off the KTM, I think, there from Mike McCollum. There's the Porsche of Brad Thurston in third place. He'll hand over to Daryl De Leon at his pit stop. Very highly rated young racer from the Philippines. Not a country with a strong motorsport heritage, it has to be said. The late Jovi Marcelo was perhaps the Philippines' best known racing driver in IndyCar a few years ago. Through goes the race leader, lapping the Thompson family. Adam Thompson, I think, now behind the wheel of the Jaguar F-Type. Peter Erteg continues to push on, lapping in the 155s at the moment. His last lap 155.1, his quickest lap of the race at 152.7, the fastest lap of the race. As Dan Morris tries to deal with Adam Thompson, tucked under that huge rear wing of the F-Type. "18 laps completed by the leader." As you say, it won't be a huge number of laps in the 2 hours here because it is such a long circuit here at Snetterton, 3 miles in length. As the Jaguar recognises the quicker car there behind him of Dan Morris and lets him through. Ginetta currently running in P4 after the Porsche pitted. P5, further back is Johnny McGregor's number 83 Ginetta. There goes Chris Jones ahead of the number 74 of Mark Ellman. So it looks like Jones has made up another place. Indeed he has. Chris Jones on a recovery drive, and somebody going slowly there. Is that McGregor going slowly? I think it is. Yes, the number 83 is in trouble again. Let's see what happens here for Johnny McGregor and Josh Tomlinson. Don't tell me that drive shaft has failed again. He's slowing down. We'll be heading for the pits. No doubt Ian will be down there to find out what the problem is as MacG Racing make their pit stop. Now this will count as one of the 2 mandatory pit stops, but that car was certainly slowing down there coming through the bomb hole at Coram. The number 22 Cupra has also pitted. Richard Avery will hand over to fellow former Porsche racer Nick Hull. He used to race in the Porsche Boxster Championship in the Race Road Competition Cup. So that puts the Breakel Racing Mercedes up into 7th place. The Aston Martin goes through to 8th. There's the Mercedes A-Class, used by Team Hard for their touring car experiences. You can see advertised on the side of the car. Certainly an experience today for George Jackson and Maurice Henry. They were originally on the entry list to race an Audi S4, next generation touring car in the possession of Team Hard's fleet, but bringing the Mercedes out instead. The Cunningham Porsche now back up into P9. Quite a way behind, I think, the Aston Martin of Peter Montague. Still out there, he hasn't come into the pits yet. Here comes the leader. 20 laps completed by Peter Erteg. In just under 40 minutes. Coming up to the 40 minutes mark in this race now. He leads track focused. Number 28, the Porsche of Team Hard, has come in. Brad Thurston bringing the car in to hand over to Daryl De Leon. That'll allow Dan Morris through into the top 3 overall in the Ginetta temporarily. And then we've got to wait and see where everybody slots back in after this first round of pit stops. Nobody else within sight of the Audi as he makes his way around Agostini. Let's see what Ian's got for us down in pit lane.
Yeah, welcome back to the pits. Everybody here with Johnny McGregor. You've just been out in the 83 Ginetta. You've come in, but it looked quite...
Yeah, just going down the back straight. We were making great progress through the field and came out the corner onto the back. In third. You can hear the gearbox trying to shift, so there's air and the paddles are working. It's just not shifting, so I think it's probably a mechanical.
I know you guys have gone through a bit of the ringer already this weekend, haven't you? I caught up with Josh a little bit earlier. You're going to see if you can get back out there and get this fixed if possible?
Always. Yes. Yeah, we'll see what we can do. Yeah, we've got a good pace, and I'm sure there'll be safety cars and stuff, so we'll see what we can do.
It's never over till it's over, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So the Ginetta number 83 stuck in gear as Johnny McGregor went down the back straight there. He's had to come in. Hopefully MacG Racing can get that fixed, so maybe it is a legacy of those problems suffered in free practice earlier on. We'll see if the team can get the car going again. The team that have run the Tyrannus in the past, they've got their Mazda RX-8 for the Brick Car Trophy as well. So we'll take a pause and make sure that is on the entry for this weekend. Not sure if it is actually, so we may not see that car out tomorrow. We'll wait and see though what transpires on Sunday. They've also run the Arinara Husaira, the Polish-built car. It's a meeting at Donington a few years ago. Here's Mike McCollum, still second overall in the KTM. Up behind Peter Montague in the Aston Martin. Doing a longer first stint here. We've seen a total of 7 cars make their pit stops so far, including the 83, not including Paul Sheard. Of course, he came in to retire before the pit window. We've got 7 cars still to make their mandatory pit stop. So some going for slightly longer stints, perhaps. PB Racing leads. See what the gap is. There's the KTM. Now, is the Audi going to come through towards Cora? We didn't quite see it there. Mike McCollum up towards the timing line. We'll see what the gap is. So the leader's lapping in the 1 minute 50s bracket. 1 minute 25 in it for the lead at the moment. There's the number 87. That's an Audi, but not the race leader. It's the George Healer and Jonathan Beeson car. They had problems on the first lap, running currently 3 laps down in 12th position. That car has made a pit stop. I think it was within the window that they have come in. Leader lapping in the 1 minute 54s at the moment. So the KTM's last lap was a 2:01, a little bit slower than we have seen, but he is behind that back marker, the Aston Martin, which is in the same class, so it'll take him a bit longer to get alongside and get past. Their similar power outputs from those cars. Well, the 87 currently leading the championship in the TCR class. Jonathan Beeson and George Healer in this lovely Audi RS3. Another very aggressive looking car, especially in this grey livery. Third in the championship overall, 6 points behind the Jones George Venture Innovations Mercedes GT4. Now, where have they made it back up to? Yes, they're back ahead of the Ginettas now. They're up into P4 overall. If they can catch the Colin White Ginetta driven by Dan Morris. Yeah, how far behind are they? 16.5 seconds. They haven't caught him yet. The Breakout Racing Mercedes is only 5 seconds behind the SVG Racing Ginetta of Mark L for 5th overall. So other than that, the cars have become fairly spread out during this second quarter of the race. 87 up behind the 50, but a couple of laps down in the classification. That looked like the penalty board going out there from the marshal on the rostrum. Yes, it says drive-through penalty. It's for car 87. Car 87 has a drive-through penalty. I am guessing that's for a short pit stop. They have to conform to a minimum pit stop time. And if you are short on your pit stop, then you get a drive-through penalty. We'll confirm that in just a moment. Looks like the number 87 car is going to have to come in. There's pit lane infringement, that's just come through from race control, so we'll just confirm the reason in a moment. As we see the number 108 Mercedes, Amir Naran is coming in to make his pit stop and hand over to Tom Jackson. Yes, the mandatory pit stop time is 132 seconds. That's the pit lane transit time in addition to a stationary time of approximately pit lane transit time in addition to a stationary time of approximately 110 seconds. So for Snetterton it's 132 seconds. So if you are underneath that, then it is a penalty. Just confirming in the regulations there, as we saw the Breakout Racing car come in. The MKX Racing Aston Martin has just come in as well. So Peter Montague will be handing over to the very experienced GT racer Stuart Hall. There is our third place car overall at the moment. The Ginetta of Dan Morris going great guns here. Sharing with Colin White. Dan doing a fantastic job, as is this man, Peter Erscheg. Surprise me if fairly soon he's leading by a full lap, which is quite a long way on the Snetterton 300 circuit. See what the time gap back is to the KTM next time it comes through. The quickest car that has made its stop is the SG Racing Porsche. They're ahead of the Team Hard Porsche by just over 30 seconds. There's the 87 Audi just behind the 32 Porsche. That Audi, I can tell you, has been in to serve its drive-through penalty, as the Porsche, well, nearly loses it over the curbs there. Peter Cunningham. That's where Chris Jones spun earlier. Very easy to go wide. It's deceptive, that left-hander at Hamilton. It's tighter than it looks. It's dusty on the outside as well. Very easy to clip the curb and lose the back end of the car. The lead gap was 1 minute 38 seconds. It's now 1 minute 43.2. So yes, there's almost a full lap in it for the lead now. They just caught a small glimpse of the KTM in the background going into Riches there, as there goes Peter Erscheg over the line. Almost 50 minutes into this race now for the AMS UK British Endurance Championship here at Snetterton in the sunshine. Into Wilson's hairpin. Peter Erscheg not yet handing over to Marcus Clutton. I imagine he'll come in at about the half distance mark. We'll wait and see. And then towards the end of the pit window, they will make their second stop. Pit window closes with 20 minutes of the race remain. There's Tom Jackson, I think he's now on board the 108 car. Saw what Tom could do last season in Rob Boston's Mercedes AMG GT3. Title winner with Wayne Mars. About life on Mars, it's a case of life after Mars for Tom Jackson, new co-driver and team for this season. There's the Cupra, number 22. Nick Hull has now taken over that car. So there's only 4 cars now that haven't made a pit stop, and they are the leading Audi, the track-focused KTM, the 278 Ginetta driven by Dan Morris, and the SVG Motorsport Ginetta there, the number 74 car with Mark Ellman on board. Those are the only cars that have not yet made a pit stop, and you can see now there's almost a full lap in it for the lead. Number 21 Mercedes has just come in. Chris Jones will hand over to Matt George. Let's head down to Ian in the pits as the KTM comes in to make its stop, and I think that's the 74 Ginetta coming in as well. So it's about to get busy in the pit lane.
Yeah, welcome down to the pits. I mean, it's a hive of activity here. Sean Cooper in the car. Mike McCollum's going to get out. Stay with us. I'm going to grab a word with Mike as soon as he gets out of the car, because they picked up the win at Donington Park in the 6 hours in this KTM. Let's just quickly grab Mike. Very quick word. How was it out there?
Oh, fantastic. Quite hot.
Oh, we'll get you out of the way. There we go. Oh, careful, careful. There we go.
Sorry, mate.
Now, you had quite a lot of success. You guys had quite a lot of success at Donington Park. Very hot.
Yeah, very hot. Car was great, and hopefully we'll just keep going round and see where we end up.
Confident with Sean. We know he's going to do a good job, don't we?
Yeah, he always does.
Fantastic. Guys, thanks for talking to us. Best of luck. Here it is, the KTM. What a fine looking machine, about to get back out. Driver change. First pit stop of the day. Here we go.
So out goes the KTM then. Nice to take a pause and just watch and listen to the pit stop operation there. Our second place car, such a superb looking car, the carbon fibre KTM GT4. Mike McCollum gets out, we heard from him. Sean Cooper now in the car, he rejoins. So now only 2 cars have yet to stop. That's being the race-leading Audi R8 and the number 278 Ginetta. They show at the top of the timing screen at the moment. They've yet to come in. Coming up towards half distance in just 6 minutes' time in the sunshine of Snetterton, this very rural racetrack located between Thetford and Norwich, out in the wilds of Norfolk. Racing started here after the Second World War. It was a bomber base during World War II. Staged just about every form of motorsport you can think of. There's circuit rallies held here. Stock car racing has been held here. Rallycross, even drag racing on one of the straights many years back in the 60s and 70s. There's the leader. Peter Erscheg continues to charge around the Snetterton 300 circuit in his beautiful Audi R8 GT3. Is he going to come into the pits this time? No, he continues on. I say he may be waiting until the hour mark. There's the Cupra, number 22. They're currently running in P11, still leading the TCR class after Paul Sheard's 2 cars hit early problems. I can tell you the Mac G Racing Ginetta is still in the pits. That car's stuck in 3rd gear, as we heard earlier. So more transmission problems for them. There's the number 28 Porsche with Daryl DeLeon now on board. Newest recruit to the British Touring Car Championship with Team Hard this season. They're running currently down in 9th place. That car has in fact made a second stop. See if there's a message from race control. No, it has been in twice, that car, according to the timing screen, so hopefully we can find out if there was a problem there. Was there an issue after the first stop? We didn't see the car come in for a second time. That's why I thought that car was running a little lower than it should have been on the timing screen, so they have made a second stop. Hopefully Ian can find out more for us. So with the Audi having not pitted yet, it now leads by more than a full lap, getting on towards 2 laps clear of the number 278 Ginetta in second place, waiting for Dan Morris to make his stop to hand over to Colin White. Of course, there may not be a driver change. We'll wait and see, but I would imagine in this heat it will be very welcome. I did 3 laps as a passenger in a GT3 car once up at Croft in North Yorkshire in not particularly warm weather. And I was boiling hot at the end of that, and I was just wearing a shirt and my crash helmet, no race overalls or anything. So for these drivers driving for an hour or more in these cars in full race wear and everything else, you can probably appreciate why they call it endurance racing. There's the number 108, that's Tom Jackson, now up to P6 and 3rd in Class D with the Mercedes. There's the 278's car, Dan Morris and Colin White out through Oggies. great to see one of the Ginettas take an overall podium here, but this car only in second, really, with all due respect, because it has yet to stop. The quicker GT and GT4 machines will be catching up. We'll see where it slots back in relation to the other Ginetta. It's the number 74 car, now with Owen Hizzy on board, I would think, who will be in second place. Third in that class would have been the Mach G racing car, and that's in the pits with that transmission problem. So there's 13 cars out there circulating. Peter Erscheg is still pushing on. He's just gone fastest of all in the second sector of the lap, 39.84 seconds. His last lap was a 1:53.6. His fastest lap of the race, a 1:52.05. So no let up in the pace of Peter Erscheg in the Audi R8. Here he comes in a Murray's, going through to complete his 30th lap. Average of over 95 miles per hour around the Snetterton 300 circuits. He's just done a new fastest lap of the race, 1:51.77. Just as I talked to you there, 96.28 miles per hour. He's getting quicker and quicker, Peter Erscheg, as the PB Racing team continue to dominate this latest round of the MSUK British Endurance Championship. There's the KTM coming up on Nick Hull. Stuart Hall in the Aston Martin behind them, two GT4 cars. The KTM now third overall, the Aston Martin is in P7. The Cupra down in P11, but leading its class. So the track focus KTM still leads Class D in third overall. It's a lap ahead of the Aston Martin. Cupra a further lap back on them, the number 22, 4 laps down on our lead. Going towards half distance then. This 2-hour race here at Snetterton. PB Racing lead by 2 laps ahead of CWS in the Ginetta. Track focused in third. Fourth, SG Racing, the Porsche, back up to fourth after its pit stop. Venture Innovations in fifth place with the Mercedes AMG GT4. Sadly, their Aston Martin Vulcan unable to run. Sixth is Breakout Racing, the white Mercedes with Tom Jackson. Seventh, MKX Racing, that's the Aston Martin we're looking at now. Eighth place is SVG Motorsports Ginetta. Ninth, Team Hard's Porsche after an extra visit to the pits. We don't know the reason for that as yet. 10th place is the Jaguar F-Type for New Barn Racing. 11th, the Race Road Competition Cupra leading Class E. 12th, the Shared Autosports Audi. And that car is actually catching the Cupra. Got the gap down to 11.5 seconds now. There, we'll wait to see the Cupra come through. And we'll see if the Audi is reeling it in. The other car still running is the Team Hard Mercedes number 34. That's your order at half distance in this MSUK British Endurance Championship race. The battle in Class E could be developing here. The gap was 11.659 seconds at the end of the previous lap between Nick Hull in the Cupra and the 87 Audi, which has, I think, now Jonathan Beeson on board. I can tell you the track focused, the CWS rather, Ginetta has just made its first pit stop. So Colin White will be taking over. There's the Cupra, there's the Audi. Now the gap surely is coming down. Let's have a look. It's down to 4 seconds now. Jonathan Beeson has just taken over 7 seconds out of Nick Hull on that previous lap. So battle is joined in the TCR category. There they are. Surely, on this lap, Jonathan Beeson's going to make a move for the lead of the class. Moving up in the mirrors of the Cupra now. Cupra TCR, of course, based on the Seat Leon, but Cupra effectively a separate mark these days. TCR's successful format around the world. The aggressive stance of that Audi coming up in the Spanish machine's mirrors. Now he's right with him now, Jonathan Beeson, on the back of the ex-Porsche Boxster racer Nick Hull. Into the Bentley straights. Beeson gets his foot down into the slipstream. Surely he's going to make the move at the end of the straight. You can see them there in the background. They come down towards the bridge and the Audi pulls ahead. Change for the lead in Class E. Nice recovery after problems on the first lap. They got a drive-through penalty for a slightly short pit stop as well. But Jonathan Beeson has recovered things very nicely indeed. He's rocketing away from Nick Hull. Let's head down to Ian Waterhouse in pit lane.
Yeah, welcome back to the pit lane, everybody. Things started to just settle down a little bit here. It's gone almost quiet in the pit lane. So I've popped down to see Chris Jones here. Chris in the number 21 AMG GT4. You just pitted. Matt's gone back out in the car. How's it been?
Pretty eventful. So I had a pretty good start. Got ahead of the Class C Porsche as well, which is quite nice. We had quite a good battle. They just lost concentration of one of the corners, basically dipped a wheel on the grass, big spin. And then probably the most racing I've done all season for the rest of the race. So quite a few overtakes and a really nice one round Coram as well. So managed to fight our way back up into second in class. And then, yeah, hopefully Matt can do a miracle and try and get us as far up the road as possible.
We're about the halfway stage of the race now. Is that it now for you then, Chris? Is Matt going to take it home or is there another stop?
Yeah, I think so. I think we've got one more stop potentially for Matt to get tyres and then see how fast he can go.
How were the tyres? Because I spoke to a few people that said tyre degradation because of the heat, it's quite high.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. I mean, there was coming out even out of the slow speed stuff, like as just the rear end was sliding through some of the high speed corners as well. The car was just sliding all over the place. So yeah, the track temperature's much higher this afternoon. This morning it was like perfect, but the sun came out to play and ruined my day.
Yeah, it's got hotter, isn't it, as the day's gone? Well, in that case, if you're not driving again, you could put t-shirt, shorts, maybe go stand in a paddling pool, right?
Yeah, I wish I had an ice bath.
Cheers, Chris. Thank you very much. Dave, back to you.
It's Chris Jones clearly enjoying his day in the Venture Innovations Mercedes. That car currently running in P4 overall and second in Class D. Well, only one car has yet to stop, and it's this one. Peter Erscheg continues to pound round the Snetterton 300 circuit, building up his advantage. There's the SG Racing Porsche in his wake. That car in third place overall, now 3 laps down on the race leader. 33 laps completed. Through the bomb hole, up towards this long right-hander at Coram. There's the Porsche, still in third place, leading Class C. That delay for the team hard. Porsche running on. Now we're past the hour mark. And what I imagine the team is going to do now, we're past where I thought Peter would come in. I imagine they will make their 2 pit stops fairly close together. And then Marcus Clutton will drive the rest of the race. So Peter Erscheg doing the work out in front at the moment. 2 laps clear of the track-focused KTM, still in second place. It's a great performance by the KTM. After that victory at Donington in the rain in the 6-hour enduro. Here are the Porsches together, on different laps of course, but Darryl De Leon moves past Peter Cunningham. De Leon currently lapping in the 156 bracket, Peter Cunningham in the 203s. Porsche unwrapping itself from its similar car there. That number 28 car is a 991 Cup car, the number 32 is a 997. Just behind the 32, that's the Venture Innovations Mercedes, so there could be a battle for position here soon. Matt George is catching Peter Cunningham. We could see the Mercedes move into the top 3 overall. We'll see how far behind the track-focused KTM he is as well. Trying to catch Sean Cooper to take the lead of the class. He is quite a way behind the KTM. Behind this group is number 74, which is, I think, now driven by Owen Hizzy. He's down to P9 now with the Team Hard Porsche moving through. Here comes Matt George. Attacks Peter Cunningham coming towards the bomb hole and goes through up into third place. So the Mercedes now in P3. The Ginetta now having a go at Peter Cunningham, but the number 74 car is a lap back on the Porsche. He's got through there, coming through towards the end of the lap. The gap between second and third is 55.5 seconds. Now, let's have a look at the lap times. The last lap for the track-focused KTM was a personal best for Sean Cooper, 1:58.03. Matt George is lapping in the 1:59, so he's not catching him at the moment. Peter Erscheg is just another fastest lap of the race, 1:51.49 for the Audi R8. Looks great, doesn't it? The GK design livery. Already looking good for another clear overall victory, barring any mechanical maladies in the last 50 minutes of this race. Still yet to make its 2 pit stops. Peter Erscheg is trying to build up as big an advantage as he can before making those 2 stops. They'll probably be made close together. Maybe that's what Team Hard have done. Maybe it wasn't a problem, maybe they just chose to make their 2 pit stops very close together. And for Darrell DeLeon to drive the rest of the race. We'll wait and see though what they choose to do. We didn't get any notification of a penalty for the 28 car, so I don't think that was the reason. Only 1 penalty that we know of, that was the 87. A bit of debris there on the outside of the entry to the hairpin as the track-focused KTM goes through in second place. Focused, currently focused on second place in a class win. Sean Cooper flashing the headlamps to warn the cars ahead of him. He's coming through to lap them. That's the 278 car. Colin White now on board. Used to be 718 in the National Hot Rods. In my formative years at Hensford Hills Raceway in Staffordshire, I used to watch Colin in action. I did say earlier my favourite circuit is Donington Park. It's part of Ian's little straw poll he's got going on, but I have to rate the short ovals at Hensford and Birmingham Wheels among my favourites as well. Birmingham Wheels now sadly closed, of course. Hopefully the Second City Raceway will reopen someday as the Jaguar lets the KTM through there. Jaguar running down in P10 overall. The Ginetta now being caught by Stuart Hall. This is 4 position as well. The GT4 car on the back of Colin White. Stuart Hall in the Aston Martin GT4 for MKH Racing, looking to take 6th position overall into Murray's. Squeezes down the inside. Colin gives him room, and up into P6 goes the Aston. Another fastest lap for Peter Erscheg, 1:51.168. It's getting quicker and quicker as the race goes on. Into lap 37 of this 2-hour race now, just over 48 minutes of it to go. Still, all could happen. Things could be shaken up by another safety car period if anything goes wrong. There goes the leader. Jaguar number 88, a lap down on the Aston Martin. It's a 3-lap lead for Peter Erscheg. Colin making sure that he's got a safe cushion to make those 2 pit stops, hand over to Marcus Clutton, and they'll still be in front. There's the Cunningham Porsche for SG Racing, running P4. So the only cars that have made 2 stops are the Sheared Autosport 87 and the number 28 Team Hard Porsche. And the Sheared Autosport Audi, one of those stops was a drive-through penalty. So everybody except, I think, the 28 car has still got to make another stop. KTM still second overall, still leading Class D. Class C is led by the Cunningham Porsche, number 32. Class G by number 278, the Colin White's Ginetta. Class F by the Newmar Racing Jaguar, and Class E by the number 87 Audi, which has now pulled some 31 seconds clear of this car, the Cupra, number 22. Ginetta and Jaguar together. 2 great British sports car names. Black and white flag is going out. That's the number 22, that's Nick Hull in the Cupra. So that's the driving standards flag. I would presume that's for track limits. This gets a warning. If he exceeds track limits again, then he risks a penalty. Yes, it is confirmed as a track limits penalty. Meanwhile, let's head down to Ian in pit lane. So while awaiting Ian, just to clarify there, that black and white flag is only a warning for the 22 car, not a penalty. If the Hull and Avery car transgresses again, it will risk a time penalty of 5 seconds. And the leader is in. The leader is in. So Peter Erscheg's car is refueled. We should see Marcus Clutton take over. Hopefully we'll hear from Peter Erscheg when the car is back out and going again. So here we go, driver change taking place. You can't change driver while the car is being refueled. The driver has to be out of the car for safety reasons. And you see Peter Erscheg here strapping Marcus Clutton in. And we'll get news hopefully from Peter on what the strategy is for the rest of the race as he helps Marcus with his belts. Get the strap across the from the roll cage there. Getting the looks like there might be a slight issue here. One of the Enduro Motorsports mechanics down there as well, by the look of it. Waiting to get Marcus Clutton going again, making sure they comply to the minimum pit stop time. Marcus Clutton fires the Audi up, Audi goes, still be in the lead of the race, but of course that car has to make another pit stop, as does everyone else in the remaining 24 minutes or so of the pit window. Okay, as the leader rejoins, let's head down to Ian in the pits.
Leaders just come in, Peter Erskine. That's quite a stint, Peter, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, we always plan to do that. I mean, it's you know, for me, it's trying to get as much time in the car as possible, and not one that likes to throw my pro and let him do all the work. So I do all the hard work, and he has the easy stint.
I suppose today, only car in class, a big lead for you to be a bit more flexible with strategy, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, but we kind of treat it like we've got somebody right behind us. So we push hard, and we make sure that as soon as you start backing off, you make mistakes. So it's really about really keep pushing as hard. But yes, you're right, it does allow us to play around with strategy a little bit. But to be honest, we haven't changed it much. This is how we would normally run it anyway. Safety car's the only thing that would change our strategy.
Yes, I was going to say actually, it's been a very good race actually, hasn't it? From that perspective, it's just other than the opening sort of stint, really, we haven't had too much going on. Marcus in the car now, he's going to take it home. You're going to have to do another little
stop it for tyres, and then he'll take it home.
Fantastic. Go chill out. Go get a nice lolly. I think you've earned it, Peter. There you go. Just a quick reminder, of course, unfortunately, that Vulcan isn't here this weekend. Glad stepping off at Stephen Tompkins. Unfortunately, work commitments mean they're not here, but that was Peter Ursig, race leader. Marcus Snetterton now in the car. We do have to do one more mandatory stop, but that'll just be a quick tyre change back out to the finish. Dave, back to you.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yes, confirming what I thought the strategy was going to be there for the PB Racing team. Marcus Clutton will just do a quick splash and dash towards the end of the pit window to cover the 2 mandatory stops. Has anybody else made their second stop as yet? I don't think they have, so possibly we're going to see everybody else do the same thing within the pit window. There go the TCR battlers. It's the Audi well clear of the Cupra now in Class E. There's the Team Hard Porsche. I think that's, as we said, the car made its 2 stops very close together. Darrell De Leon now in the car for the remainder of the race. So we'll see what the gap is when the track-focused car comes over the line. It's the PB Racing car not losing much time there at all with its main pit stop, the driver change stop there. Track Focus still in second place. Venture Innovations now up into P3 with the Mercedes, incidentally. They've got ahead of the Cunningham Porsche. We saw that a couple of laps ago at the bomb hole. So 2 GT4 spec cars in the top 3 places. 6 laps covers the cars that are running. The Team Hard Mercedes number 34, 6 laps down on the rest of the field after a long stop earlier on. We await our next round of pit stops. We've got about 20 minutes of the pit window still to come. There's number 21, Matt George, the car shared by Chris Jones. Mercedes AMG GT4. The other Mercedes in P5 at the moment, it's the Amir Nara Tom Jackson car. And in 6th we've got the Aston Martin, number 50, driven by Stuart Hall. 7th is number 278, still the leading Ginetta, Colin White at the wheel. Porsche we've just seen there in 8th place, number 28. There's Colin White's Ginetta. The SVG Motorsport Ginetta of Owen Hizzy is 9th, and well, the PB Racing Audi has just done another fastest lap of the race, 1:49.685. So Marcus Clutton right on it from the off in his stint in this race. And he will continue to build up the lead. It's Peter Ursig built in the early stages there, getting the Audi 3 laps clear of its opposition. Marcus Clutton will build on that. So far, just 2 retirements. We lost Paul Sheard after only 4 laps. Vibration from the drivetrain of his TCR Golf. And also the MacG Racing Ginetta. Looks like that's out of the race, unfortunately, with a gearbox problem. The car stuck in 3rd gear for Johnny McGregor. So Josh Tomlinson didn't get to race it, unfortunately. Cunningham getting past the Audi, number 87 there, which is in P11. Jonathan Beeson still leading the TCR class. There's his class rival just going over the line now. So the gap between the 2 up to 1 minute 7 seconds now. There's the Mercedes at the tail of the field. Let's head down to Ian once again in the pits. Has got a further update for us.
Yeah, welcome back to the pits, everybody. Josh, we spoke a little bit earlier, didn't we? Things were going well for the 83 Ginetta. Unfortunately, not so much now.
No, I think we've got a shift issue, so we suspect that possibly some other electronics or a pump has failed. So it's a paddle shift car, so that's it really. We'll have a bit of diagnosis if we find a chance of taking it out for a bit of a couple of laps at the end of the race. We'll do that. But yeah, it was going really well. Johnny was doing absolutely fantastic and cutting his way through the field, and I think we were trying to at least keep CWS and SVG honest. So there's only I think 30 minutes left, so it's going to be a bit of a tight squeeze to get it out. But it would have been a fantastic day if we'd have had a decent result.
Well, Josh, let's call it a team bonding weekend, shall we, and end it on a high, right?
Yeah, no, the guys have been fantastic. It's a lot of the effort to get the cars is to get it to here, and Just Doors UK have been absolutely fantastic in supporting us still through the season. So hopefully out in Donington and have a strong end of season race.
Josh, commiserations, but thank you for talking to us. Really appreciate it. Best of luck, of course. The final race of the season for the British Endurance Championship does take place next month at Donington Park. But unfortunately for MacG Racing, their weekend here at Snetterton is over. Dave, back to you.
Yes, bad luck to MacG Racing, and I don't think we're going to see them out tomorrow in the Brick Car Trophy with the Mazda either. We'll see them back at Donington, as Ian says, though, in October. Donington is their local circuit. I remember one event a few years ago where the team had their car break down in qualifying at Donington Park, and they went back to base and got another car to take part in the race, if memory serves me correctly. That's how close to Donington they're based. Meanwhile, here's the Team Hard Porsche of Daryl De Leon, who's caught Colin White in the Ginetta. Look out, the Team Hard Mercedes there, as the pass is completed by Daryl De Leon, the P7. The number 34 car had to move to the inside there, that's Maurice Henry. So number 28 now up into P7 after those two stops earlier on the Porsche, the championship leading car making its way back up the order. Are we going to see Team Hard and their Porsche take the British Endurance Championship this year? Looking at the points in the Ginetta class, it's SVG Motorsport, Owen Hizzy and Mark Elman, plus Scott Simons, who's driven that car as well this year, who lead the points there on 74. It's Johnny McGregor and Josh Tomlinson second on 29.5 points, so it's looking fairly clear cut in the Ginetta category for the title. Class A, well, that's almost certainly going to be a title for Peter Erscheg and his team. No entries in Class B this weekend, but it is quite close in the points between John Seal and Jamie Stanley's Ferrari and Keith Fraser and Michael Mack in their Lamborghini Super Trofeo car. There are only 5.5 points separating them. We'll wait to see if either of them appear at Donington. Just over 35 minutes to go now, and around 15 minutes of the pit window, so I would expect it's going to be everybody in the next couple of laps to make their second stop. Two Mercedes together, two very different Mercedes, the A-Class and the AMG GT3 there, GT4 on there. And the Cupra is in. Yeah, I thought we might start seeing second stops. The Jaguar F-Type has been in as well. So the second round of pit stops now taking place with 15 minutes of the pit window left. So the Thompsons have come in. This is Nick Hull and Richard Avery's Cupra TCR, the race road competition car in association with Throttle Motorsports. Refuelling taking place. See the mechanic on the right of your screen there standing by with the fire extinguisher just in case. again. As the minimum pit stop time has been reached. The team do not want to risk a penalty. The Cunninghams, incidentally, the Porsche has come in for its second stop, as have SVG Motorsport, the Ginetta. So yes, they're starting to pour in, as I expected. But still out in front overall, it is the PB Racing Audi R8, Marcus Clutton at the wheel. Quickest lap of the race, 149.378. 2 laps clear of the track-focused KTM. Yes, the number 28 Team Hard Porsche has just come in again, so yeah, that's their third stop, so maybe that wasn't their plan, the 2 stops in quick succession. Maybe there was an issue there. We never found out the reason for that. SVG Motorsport are in pit lane, so at SG Racing the Porsche. The Cupra has rejoined. There's the Porsche changing its good gears. Swapping in as well. Looks like they've swapped back to Mark Cunningham for the final stint. Cunningham family have been racing this Porsche for many years now. The 997 Cup car. Who's going to be next to stop then? As the second round of stops continues, there's 7, possibly 8 cars still to make their second stop. Oh, car number 9 has a stop-go penalty. That's the race leader. 97 seconds. It's just come up on the timing screen. 97 second stop-go penalty for car number 9. Now, they're leading by 2 laps, but when you consider they've got to sit stationary for over a minute and a half, plus the pit in and out time, that's going to close things up considerably. Presumably that's for a short pit stop for the number 9 car. And they've got to make their extra stop as well. I don't think they can do both at the same time. So the leader is going to get a penalty. See how much it closes them back up to the rest of the field. So Peter Erscheg's early hard work is going to be rewarded. In he comes. In comes Marcus Clutton. Now, is he going to take the penalty this time? And after this, there's only less than 10 minutes of the pit window left for them to make the second stop, so he comes in. In he comes to the penalty box at the end of the pit lane. They've got to sit there for over a minute and a half. Must seem like a whole day when you're leading a motor race to sit stationary for that time. There goes the KTM. Now, at the timing line, they're only 1 lap behind. This is going to be interesting. Suddenly, this is going to close things up for the overall race lead. PB Racing are going to have to build it back up again. Pit lane infringement confirmed as the reason for car number 9. And there is Marcus Clutton. He'll be stewing in there as he waits it out. It's a hot day today as well. He'll be in there with no airflow blowing through the car to cool him down. So, track focused. There is the Mike McCollum, Sean Cooper car. Sean Cooper at the wheel. You can see he's pushing on. He can sense the chance for a possible upset here. They both still got to make another stop, because you can't do your mandatory pit stop at the same time as taking a penalty. is certainly going to close things up for the overall lead. He's behind the Mercedes there of Tom Jackson. Has anybody else made their second stop meanwhile? Yes, the Aston Martin has come in, the number 50, to make its second stop. There goes Marcus Clutton out of the pit lane. He crosses the timing line, so he's still going to be a lap clear, I think, of Sean Cooper. He hadn't quite crossed the timing line when he stopped in the penalty box, right at the end of the pit lane there. We wait for the KTM to come through in second place. The gap should be down to 1 lap. There he is, he's behind Tom Jackson's Mercedes, both in Class D, so they're evenly matched cars. Over the line they go. Yes, the gap is down to 1 lap. So it's just over a lap between the two cars. They've still both got to make their second mandatory stop, so it looks like PB Racing are safe. And now we await everyone else to make their second stops. Track Focus still yet to stop in the KTM. Venture Innovations number 21 has yet to make its second stop. The Breakout Racing Mercedes, which is now 4th overall ahead of the CWS Ginetta, which has got to come in again. The Aston Martin has just rejoined. Now the 87 car, one of their 2 stops earlier was a penalty, so they've got to come in again, the Audi, leading TCR category. The Team Hard Porsche, with 3 stops now to its name, I think they're clear. Here comes Colin White. There's another car in up there as well. Who is that? That's the number 21. The Mercedes AMG and Venture Innovations. That's come in as well. So Venture Innovations are in. Colin White's CWS team are in as well. Let's head down to the pits with Ian.
Yeah, welcome back to the pits, everybody. Quite a bit of activity going on now. We just saw the Team Hard 28 Porsche come in. Ben Sharp here. Ben is looking after the car. What was the issue with it?
We had a right rear tyre delaminate. No idea why, to be honest. Darryl just came on there, sudden, instant click, box straight away. We changed it. Had a quick look around to make sure there was no other damage. Send him back on his way again.
So everything else on the car is fine, it's just a tyre?
Yeah, we can't see any other damage, so hopefully we get back out there and start chasing back down that lead gap again.
And that's it to the end, right? Fingers crossed.
Fingers are crossed.
Ben, thanks so much. Dave, back to you.
So that was the reason for the third stop by the Team Hard Porsche. Bad luck for Darryl De Leon. A puncture on the number 28 car, a tyre delamination to be precise, as we heard there. But he's going again. That's dropped them back into P9. So a bit of bad luck for Team Hard, the championship leading car, second in class behind the SG Racing Porsche. And back in comes Marcus Clutton. This is his scheduled second stop after having to serve that penalty. Servicing completed, tyres changed on the beautiful Audi R8 GT3. We can see Colin White's car there in the background. The 108 Breakout Racing Mercedes has come in as well. Only 4 minutes of the pit window remaining, so Sean Cooper is pushing it right to the end of the pit window here. He'll have to come in this lap in the KTM. He's on for an overall podium, but hang on, the safety car's coming out. I saw a slow car. Yeah, the number 74 Ginetta has stopped. I thought I saw a car slowing at Hamilton. So the safety car is coming out. Now I think the KTM is just about going to get round in time to beat the pit window. Now, is this going to cause any changes here? Because there are still a few leading cars in the pit lane. Who hasn't got back out? The Breakout Racing car still in pit lane. PB Racing have just rejoined the race leaders. Okay, so safety car out for Owen Hizzy's car, stranded. That's at Hamilton. Bad luck to SVG Motorsports and their Ginetta. He was running in 10th position. He's tried to reset the car and get it going again. He can't do so. The door opens. It looks like it's a late retirement. He rips the radio cord out there. What a shame for Owen Hizzy and for co-driver Mark Ellman, who put in some hard work in the early stages. There is the KTM. It's made it back into pit lane before the pit window closed in just over 2 minutes before the pit window closed. So everybody has made, I think, their mandatory pit stops. The only possible exception might be the 87 car, because I think that one of the stops they made, as I said, was a drive-through penalty, so they may have to come in again. They've got less than 2 minutes to do so. Sean Cooper will stay in the car by the look of things. The leaf blower being used to cool him down there. As Owen Hizzy tries to work out what's happened to the Ginetta. Now, by my reckoning, that car, the number 87, hasn't made a second mandatory pit stop. It's coming up to Agostini, and with the safety car out, we're under yellow flags, full course yellow as they say in American racing. It's not going to make it back in time before the pit window closes with 20 minutes of the race to go, so it looks as though the 87 car is going to miss the pit window. Let's head down to the pits with Ian Waterhouse. We'll hopefully be able to hear Ian in a moment there, as the safety car still out there at the moment, while the marshals will clear away the unlucky Owen Hizzy's car. I can tell you the Team Hard number 34 Mercedes is in pit lane. There is Owen Hizzy. Someone come and pick me up and give me a lift back to the paddock, he says. The pit window has just closed, and the 87 car, by my reckoning, only has that one mandatory stop plus a penalty. Unless I'm proven wrong, and they've only made one mandatory pit stop by my calculations. There is the Audi of Jonathan Beeson. The safety car is still out. Let's see if we can head down to pit lane once again.
Right, hopefully this time everybody you've actually got my audio. What I was trying to say, I've come down to the SVG Motorsport. You just saw Owen Hizzy parked at the side of the road here. You've heard from Owen on the radio. What did he say?
He said he lost fuel pressure, car cut out, he's pressing all the buttons, we've power cycled, he's done everything and nothing's happening. So sadly he's not the most mechanically minded, so we can't really tell him over the radio what to do. So
get the car back.
We can get it back, we could probably get it going in a few seconds, I think. I don't think it might just be a relay or a fuse or something, but until we see the car we don't know.
Time running out now. Look, he's actually watching the stream on the
being on telly, it's really impressive.
Anybody you'd like to give a shout out to?
Yeah, say hello to Claire and Ellie.
There you go, fantastic. Thank you, there we go. SVG Motorsport. Owen Hizzy, fuel issue. Might be able to get it going again if they can get it back in time, but we are running out of time. Dave, back to you.
So safety car still out at the moment. Just awaiting confirmation on the 87 car from race control at the moment. We'll get clear up and in a second. PB Racing still lead in the Audi R8 by a lap ahead of the track-focused KTM. Pit window has now closed, as we mentioned. Venture Innovations Mercedes number 21 is third. The recovery team in operation there in the background. We'll bring you further news from race control as and when we have it. But it certainly looks as though the 87 car has only made one of its 2 mandatory pit stops, as we mentioned. Just over 17 minutes of this race still to go then. Coming up to complete lap number 50 this time around. The safety car leading the cars under the bridge towards Brundle and Nelson. There's 11 cars circulating at the moment. The number 34 car is back in pit lane on its still on its second stop. Hopefully we'll see that back out shortly. Lights still flashing on top of the BMW, driven by Evelyn Buanik. As the marshals get the SVG Motorsport Ginetta clear. There are the leaders at the back of the field. So the Audi and the KTM are together now, so they're separated by exactly a lap on time, but they're together on track. Great shame for SVG. Fuel pressure problems for Owen Hizzy. He and Mark Ellman have worked hard today. Thanks to the recovery team and the volunteer marshals there, getting the scene cleared as quickly as possible. Could not go racing without the Orange family, the recovery crews and everyone else. And the number 74 Ginetta will be towed back to a position of safety before we get this race back underway. Car number 34. There's the number 87 car in. Out gets Jonathan Beeson. George Healer gets in. A bit of a shrug there from George, and no, the door is closed on him. Is the car... No, the car's being refueled first. Can't leave the driver in the car while this is being refueled for safety reasons. Car number 34, that's the Team Hard Mercedes, a 20-second penalty for speeding in the pit lane. So a penalty for the Mercedes A-Class. So it's the Brakel Racing Mercedes of Tom Jackson behind the safety car. There are the 2 leaders at the back of the field, together on track, separated by 1 lap on time. We've got less than 15 minutes of this 2-hour race to go now. All set for another overall victory for PB Racing. Safety car observer now waving cars through to try and pick up the leader ready for the restart. They had to wait to do that until the circuit was clear. I imagine wave the rest through on the Bentley straights. Then we can have the last few laps to the finish under green flag conditions. As you can see, the rest of the cars going past the safety car until the leader is behind it. Going to be interesting to see on the restart, because the Aston Martin, the number 50 of Stuart Hall and Peter Montague, ahead of the Cunninghams, and that's going to be for position. I think the Brakel, yes, the Brakel Racing car's on the same lap as well, so these 3 are racing for 4th place overall. I suspect the Porsche is going to be through fairly quickly, but we haven't gone green yet, so they need to be careful not to go racing this time. The safety car boards are still out. They've got to do another lap, I would imagine, before they pass a green flag and racing starts again. We'll wait and see though. Those 3 have cleared off because they've been waved through by the safety car. It's only when the safety car comes in and the leader crosses the start-finish line that the race begins under green flags once again. These 3, they want to get racing because these 3 are battling for position. Now the safety car's closed everything up. This is for P4 overall. So we are going to get a race to the finish in the lower reaches of the top 10. You can see Mark Cunningham there. He's desperate to have a go at the GT4 cars. Is the safety car coming in this time? No, it's not. It's still out there. We haven't gone racing yet. They didn't quite get the leader through before they got to the start-finish, so I thought we were going racing that time through, but they hadn't all got back into position. These three are trying to catch up the rest of the field. They've got the Audi in front of them that's rejoined as well, the number 87. You can see the drivers itching to start trying making moves, but they cannot pass while the safety car is out. And now they're behind the Audi RS3 as well, the less powerful TCR car. There's the Team Hard Porsche, the championship leading car. They've got to sit behind the 87. They can't pass while the safety car is out. Now, has the BMW picked up the race leader? Yes, it has. So we should be okay to go racing this time around. And there'll be about just under 10 minutes of green flag racing in the stall. So I'll have about 4 or 5 more laps to go. Evelyn Buanik at the wheel of the safety car this weekend. Very quick BMW racer herself, competed for many years in the Kumho BMW Championship in various Beamers. Last saw her race about 10 years ago, I remember, at Cadwell Park in heavy rain. So now the cars start to weave to warm up their tyres. This little lot keeping their tyres warm by trying to catch up to the field. The Audi ahead of them is a lap behind them. And these two are lap apart on time, but they're together on track. Be a cheeky move if Sean Cooper tried to unlap himself on the restart, wouldn't it? But I don't know if he's got the power under his right foot to match Marcus Clutton in the Audi. The lights are still on the BMW at the moment. Marcus Clutton is itching to get going. And here's the rest of them catching up now. Are we going to do another lap, or are they going to be unleashed this time? Are they letting the field catch up here? No, the lights are still on. No, we are going to do another lap. They're letting the field all bunch up together. There they are. There's the chasing pack behind them. This is not what Sean Cooper wants, because some of his class rivals are going to be right behind him. Although next in the class is the Venture Innovations car, as the Team Hard Mercedes finally rejoins after a long stop there. Now, let's have a look. I think Track Focused will be safe, because I think the Mercedes, yeah, is another 42 seconds, nearly 43 seconds down the road in third place. So they're going to have the buffer of those other 4 cars behind them when the pack is bunched up. The Ginetta class is still led by Colin White and Dan Morris in 8th place. Class E by the Audi RS3. Class F by the Jaguar F-Type V8s of New Barn Racing. And we must be going back to green flag racing this time. I was proven wrong. I thought it was going to be last time around. And yes, that's allowed this little group to catch up. I'm looking forward to the race between Brakel Racing, MKH, and the Cunningham family in the SG Motorsports, the SG Racing Porsche this time around, hopefully. Safety car will be coming in this time, we've just been told. The 34, as you mentioned, has got that 20-second stop-go penalty. It's only just rejoined after a long pit stop as well. Now you can see Marcus Clutton backing the field up. It's going to be interesting for these GT4 cars, and with Mark Cunningham, behind them in the Porsche. You can't pass until the start-finish line, remember. Cunningham in the quicker car behind the GT4 cars. Oh, well, never mind stop-go penalty, it's stop for the Mercedes A-Class. It looks like it's out of the race. Hopefully that's sufficiently off the circuit and we can go racing again. The BMW is in pit lane, here we go. Marcus Clutton takes off. So does the KTM. Now they've got to get past the slower TCR car here. Over the line they go. It's the battle of the GT4s in behind the KTM. This is the third in class between the Mercedes and the Aston Martin. Cunningham is for position as well, but he's in a different class. In Class C, the Porsche, he's leading Class C. Up the inside, they've shuffled their way past the 87 Audi, the less powerful car. And now Mark Cunningham is ready to attack the number 50 of Stuart Hall. We'll now have a race on our hands for fourth overall if they can keep the 108, the Breakel racing car of Tom Jackson inside. But Tom, a very quick GT racer indeed. There he is. Cunningham has a look at Agostini. Well, Marcus Clutton's driven off into the afternoon sun. Despite that stop-go penalty, just under 6 minutes of the race to go, it is surely going to be a win for the PB Racing Audi. Round the right-hander they go. The Porsche still shadows the Aston Martin. Off the curb there at Nelson, very easy to do there. Car number 87 of Beeson and Healer, 60-second stop-go penalty for refuelling while the safety car was out. Now that's not the penalty I was expecting. I was expecting something for missing the pit window in the first place, possibly with their second stop, but they refueled while the safety car was out. You can't do that, and they've got a 1 minute stop-go penalty. That car could, has to be said, get a few penalties here. We'll wait and see what news we get though. With less than 5 minutes of this race to go. Still, Mark Cunningham can't get alongside Stuart Hall in the Aston Martin. This is for 5th position at the inside of Riches. He goes through. He's got the lead now. Meanwhile, Marcus Clutton's just done the fastest lap of the race, 147.836. Stuart Hall's not finished yet, trying to fight back. He wants to catch the Breakel Racing Mercedes ahead of him for third in class, because the MKH team is still in contention for the GT4 Class Championship. They're only 9 points off Venture Innovations Mercedes. They need every point they can get. He wants to catch that white Mercedes ahead of him with Tom Jackson. Amir Nara and Tom Jackson on 83 points further back in the championship. What about the Team Hard Porsche? That's in P7, second in Class C, but they're nearly 25 seconds behind this car, the Cunninghams. Looking to wrap up the Class C title today, it looks like they are likely to do that, as the Cunninghams only on 54 points, so the Class C championship looks like it's going to go to Team Hard, but the overall championship, that's going to go down to Donington Park, I would think. We'll wait to see how things work out there. Three minutes to go. It's been despite the slightly reduced field with a couple of withdrawals in the lead up to the events, it has been an exciting 2-hour race here for the MSUK British Endurance Championship at Snetterton. There's the KTM, great run by Track Focused up there in second overall. Another fastest lap for Clutton though, 146.675. He's pulling away still further. There he is, and there is one of the Ginettas he's just lapped. I think that might be the 74 car. Yes, they've got it going again. Owen Hizzy and Mark Ellman, so well done to SVG Motorsports. The 87 car has been back into the pits to serve its penalty. Now the gap increasing between second and third. Venture Innovations, I don't think they're going to catch Track Focus. Oh, the Jaguar F-Type slowing down. The Jaguar F-Type slows and is pulling off. So we've lost the Class F runner with less than 2 minutes of the race to go. The Jaguar of Callum and Adam Thompson pulls out of the race on the run-up to riches. Well, Shared Autosport have been into the pits for the 4th time in this race. Whether that was to serve that stop-go, because it's still showing on the timing screen, and we saw the penalty board go out there. I think that was to the 87 car, so maybe that was another reason for that stop. And so all sorts of confusion for the 87 team. But there's just 1 minute left now on the clock for the number 9 PB Racing car, heading for victory here at Snetterton. Started by Peter Erscheg, taken over by Marcus Clutton. And the GT3 spec Audi is heading for another win. Oh, careful, Marcus Clutton. Running wide there, coming out of Agostini. You don't want to spin it at this stage and clout the barrier. Just needs to take it easy around this final lap. This will wrap up the Class A title for them as well, with the Aston Vulcan not out there. Business commitments for Gleb Stefanovs and Stephen Tompkins this weekend, preventing them from racing. But here comes the Audi. Marcus Clutton through Nelson for the last time, avoiding the curb on the inside. A dominant display once again for the stunning PB Racing Audi R8 GT3. Through Corham and up towards Murray's for the last time. The checkered flag will be in sight at the end of this Motorsport UK British Endurance Championship race here at Snetterton. A superb 2-hour race comes to an end. The checkered flag is out. PB Racing take another victory. That wraps up the Class A title for them. 57 laps completed. Second place, it's going to be the KTM of Track Focused. Meanwhile, where are the Cunninghams going to finish? This is the battle for 4th place. 108 of Breakel Racing. The SG Racing Porsche behind them, leading Class C. Just ahead of them is our second place car. Then we've got the number 50 car of MKH Racing, the Aston Martin. These 4 battling to the finish. Is Cunningham going to try a last bend lunge? He might get out of the slipstream here on the Mercedes. It's going to be second place for the Track Focus KTM. They will win Class D. Who's going to get home behind them? The Mercedes hangs on ahead of the Porsche and the Aston Martin. 4th, 5th and 6th. The winning margin for PB Racing, 1 lap over the Track Focus KTM. That's stop-go penalty for a pit lane infringement, dropping the Audi back quite considerably, but they still take the victory. The Ginetta class, Class G, is going to be won by CWS. Here comes Colin White. I think he's still in that car, shared with Dan Morris. And the Cupra in behind them. We'll have to await the results of the TCR classes. Penalties maybe pending for the 87 car. We don't know for certain. We'll advise you when we receive any news on that. But the 87 car has taken the checkered flag in the TCR category to win Class E. There's Nick Hull and Richard Avery in the Cupra, coming home behind the Ginetta of CWS, who will take 8th position and win Class G. Well done, Colin White and Dan Morris. Race Road Competitions Cupra comes home in P10. And the final finisher should be, yes, there it is. The SVG Motorsports Ginetta of Owen Hizzy and Mark Ellman. Bad luck to them with those fuel pressure problems, but they got the car back out to finish. Sadly, we lost the New Barn Racing Jaguar as we saw a few laps from home. We've also lost the Team Hard Mercedes, number 34, that's back in the pits, as the cars make their way into Parc Fermé at the end of a 2-hour epic here at Silverstone, at Snetterton, I should say. PB Racing take the win by a lap over Track Focus to win Class D. Venture Innovations complete the podium in their Mercedes. Breakout Racing just topping that great battle in the closing stages for 4, the head of SG Racing who win Class C. MKH Racing next. Team Hards, Porsche takes P7, second in class. That wraps up the Class C title provisionally for them, and they will go for the overall title at Donington. 8 behind them, CWS, they win the Ginetta category. Then it's the 2 TCR cars of Shared Autosport and Race Road Competition. New Barn Racing classified in P11, they pulled off a couple of laps from home. And then SVG Motorsport in 12th. We lost the Team Hard Mercedes, we lost MacG Racing, the car stuck in gear, and of course Paul Shear retiring just a few minutes into the race with a drivetrain issue. A 2-hour epic comes to an end here at Silverstone. Let's head down to Parc Fermé.
Oh, welcome down to Parc Fermé, everybody. Congratulations to Peter Ursig. Here we are. We thought we'd lost Marcus, actually. Normally they bring him in from the top up there, but I think he's missed it and he's done a whole lap, hasn't he?
He's a bit quick, I think.
He's here, isn't he, now? Now, it was a great win, obviously comfortable in the end. However, you did make a little bit harder work from it, a couple of penalties.
Yeah, it seems like I was in the car too long, which I'm not sure is a penalty. But anyway, we got a penalty for it. So there's a set amount of time we're allowed to drive, 60%, and I was a little bit over by about a minute or so. So that was the penalty, unfortunately. But luckily, we had enough of a lead, and it didn't cause us a problem in the end.
Right, we'll move on. Congratulations, Peter. There is Marcus, by the way, trying to park the car. I do want to grab a quick word over here in second place, Track Focus in the KTM, Sean Cooper. Sean, how was it?
Great, really good. Just seeing the cobwebs off was nice. I know I did Silverstone, but
it was a long time ago, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It feels like a while. But yeah, car was brilliant. Mike did a mega stint to begin with, so apart from the safety car, he made my life pretty easy. Might not look like it with the sweat dripping down me, but yeah, really good, and the boys did a fantastic job. So yeah, very, very happy.
Be honest, what's it like driving this? Because it's like a spaceship, isn't it? It's slightly different from some of the other machinery we've got here.
Yeah, so I've driven and we've ran most GT4 cars, and this is by far the most physical. We don't have aircon, and it's like a greenhouse, so that makes...
There's a bit of sweat on your brow.
Yeah. I've got a pipe that's about that big, and that's it. So yeah, it's really great car to drive, proper driver's car. You have to drive it rather than relying on the aids. But yeah, it's one of my favourite cars to drive.
Well done. Pot to go home with as well. Congratulations, second place. Just come over with me. I have seen Matt George over here as well in the number 21. Let's grab a quick word with him, Matt. Hair's looking fine as ever, don't you worry about that, mate. Congratulations on the podium.
Yeah, thank you. Third place overall again, second in class. To be honest, it sounds a little bit bitter, but I'm actually really disappointed. But the safety car at the end gave us a chance to catch back up to the KTM. But with the way the safety car turned out, when it went green, we were half a lap behind them, so kind of denied me of a chance to go after them in the end, which we had the pace to do, which I mean, I shouldn't be disappointed, but I am. So
you're a racer, man. That's right, isn't it? You know, there was a sniff of taking the class win, but not today.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I told the guys, I was like, if we're on the back of this train, I was like, I'm gonna have it, like 100%. There was no question marks, but yeah, denied that chance. But we did a good job, executed another good race, and more solid points for the championship. So bring on Donington.
Watch that bottle of water. It's probably boiling water now, isn't it, Matt? Thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. Great. Stay with us. Actually, I think we can't we, for a little bit, because we've had the 2 Porsches going toe to toe as well in Class C. We've got the number 32 there of Mark and Peter Cunningham, and then of course the Team Hard, Brad Thurston and Daryl DeLeon. We haven't spoken to Daryl yet. Let's just jump in and grab a quick word of him. Daryl, how was it out there? Close in the end, wasn't it?
I mean, yeah, it was close. A lot went on, so. But yeah, it is what it is sometimes. Just glad we could finish, really.
Yes, it looked like there was well, I actually spoke to Ben Sharp in the pits. He had a bit of delamination on the tyre, but after that, everything okay with it?
Yeah, I mean, obviously in my head, because that just happened, there was still a little bit of vibration because obviously you put two completely different tyres on. But for me, it was just finishing the race. We actually, it actually bunched up again, and we were in for a bit of a fight towards the end. So I was looking forward to that, but then it was just a massive gap got created under the safety car, which I mean I can't really do anything about it because you can't overtake under safety car, obviously. But I mean it's just the way it is sometimes. But you just need to look forward to the last round. So yeah.
Fantastic, Darryl. Thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. And yes, talking about that, we do now go to the final round for the British Endurance Championship. This was the penultimate round here at Snetterton. Next month we go to Donington Park for the season finale. It is going to be a cracker, but don't go anywhere. We've still got more action coming up for you today. A classic touring car race coming up next. We've still got another British Truck Racing Championship. We round out the day with more classic touring car action as well. So I'm going to hand back to Dave to take you through the action.
Well timed, Ian. Thanks very much indeed, because the cars are already on the grid for our next race. It's a combined race. We've got two championships starting one behind the other pretty much. The front half of the grid is the Edmondson Electrical Classic and historic Thunder Saloons. Yes, get ready to be thunderstruck. Behind them, the Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Challenge. Let's have a look at the grid then. The qualifying race, the qualifying session shortened and took place in the lunch break after some delays earlier on. It's Colin Voice in his Mark 1 Escort who is on pole position, with Nick Vaughan, birthday boy, in his turbocharged Audi A3 alongside Gary Hufford in the green BMW M3 on row 2 of the grid alongside number 2 Malcolm Harding. Used to race a Ford Escort, now in a Mercedes SLK Turbo. Watch for that car, I've not seen it on our live streams before. On row 3 of the grid, Ian Craig, BMW M3 CSL, and Tony Davies. Now it says on the graphics he's in an Austin Mini Cooper S. He's not, he's in his Vauxhall Firenze Thunder Saloon. Row 4 of the grid, Chris McGinley, number treble 4. He's in a BMW M3 GTR alongside number 91 Oliver Owen, also BMW powered, the red car. Row 5 of the grid, number 27 Martin Reynolds. He's in his Ford Sierra Cosworth Thunder Saloon alongside number 186 Colin Claxton. He's in a Mark 1 Escort. Row 6 of the grid, 149 David Hutchins. He's in a Honda Civic Type R alongside 84 David Claxton with his yellow Dolly Sprint. Row 7, 361 Lee Spencer, BMW 29 Jonathan Olive Cooper, also BMW M3 powered. On the 8th row, Vic Hope, number 151. He's in a Honda Civic alongside number 153, the purple BMW of Simon Mann, the BMW 328, and number 123 AJ Owen, who had a few problems in qualifying. Starts from the back of the Thunder Saloon grid. We should have had David Field as BMW, but we're told he has withdrawn. Then there's a gap, and we've got the Jaguar Challenge. Let's have a look at the grid for that one. It's number 67, Colin Philpott, former champion with his XJS on pole position. Tom Lenthal, number 77 in his XJS alongside him. Championship leader, number 14, Jack Robinson, brother of Tom, the former champion, in his XK on the second row, alongside Andrew Harper in the Auto Reserve Parts Jaguar S-Type, the silk cut liveried machine on the second row. Row 3 of the Jaguars, 139 Chris Boone, former champion in the Cov Cats Jaguar XKR alongside Guy Connew in his Bob Tullius replica Trans Am 44 XJS. Look out for that car, stunning machine that is. 24 Mike Seaborn, former champion with his XJS alongside the XKR of number 69 Stephen Dowell in the Martini liveried car. On row 15 of the grid, we should have had James Ram, number 99, the former champion, but he has withdrawn. So Andrew Maynard in the XJ40, the ex-Mike Seaborn car, starts there alone. Behind them, 92 Michael Atkinson's X300 Saloon and 113 Andrew Rogerson with his S-Type. Row 17 is Ewan Spooner with his XJS alongside James Wall, number 56, celebrating his birthday today as well. He's driving the Diesel XJ, which is normally raced by Andrew Harper over the last couple of years. And Charles Jackson, number 34, in what looks like Tom Robinson's old car, rounds out the grid, the XJ Saloon, the 4-litre engined XJ6. What a grid that is. Certainly, as we said, get ready to be thunderstruck in this combined grid for the Thunder Saloons and the Big Cats. There's the car of James Ward, seen as an XJS in the past, out today in the ex-Andrew Harper car, celebrating his birthday today. This will be a 15-minute race.
Sean Cooper, Mike McCullough.
Thanks to Lynn Bates, coordinator for the Jaguars, for a bit of info. We lost Michael Holtz in qualifying earlier, number 11, with his lime green and grey. XJ, the office furniture businessman from Kent, and also James Ram. A shame he's had to withdraw after qualifying as well, the number 99, a former double champion. There's going to be so much going on in this race with so many different classes. It's going to be hard to know where to look at times. Looking at the points situation, the Edmonton Electrical Classic Thunder Saloons, Sam Wilson, the big Aston Martin V8, leads the points there, but he's not racing this weekend. Nor is Brian Branson, the BMW. He's 3 points ahead of Nick Vaughan in Class B, but Brian Branson, a clashing event at Silverstone for the Kumho BMW Championship this weekend. Onboard cameras in this race, Nick Vaughan is carrying one, I think. Jonathan Olive Cooper, I think it is, we're on board with now in his BMW. And we may well see onboard from Colin Philpott as well. Thanks to them for carrying our onboard cameras in this race. So Nick Vaughan with a chance to close in on the championship lead if he gets a couple of good results on his birthday. Vaughan the Prawn, as he's known. We're on board with the turbocharged Audi A3 alongside Colin Voice. Great to have Colin back out here in the Castrol Mark 1 Escort. Whereas Malcolm Harding used to have the Mark 2 Escorts in the Castrol livery. The car he rolled at Silverstone a year or two ago. He's in the white Mercedes SLK on the second row of the grid. That's something of an unknown quantity here. Gary Hufford in the green BMW, very green BMW on the second row. And the Jags start a few seconds further back on their own grid. The big cats will be released from their lair just after the Thunder Saloons. There's Tony Davies in an original Thunder Saloon, the Vauxhall Firenze. Two red BMWs. One of them is the 444 of Chris McGinley. Oliver Owen is the other. And then we've got Jonathan Olive Cooper. I think he's in a red M3 as well. That's going to confuse me. And alongside him as well, we've got the 361 car of Lee Spencer, all the same colour. There's Andrew Harper, the Auto Reserve S-Type. His young son Thomas, 11 years of age, a kart racer, will be cheering him on from the sidelines. It's time to go racing then. Green light is on the pace car. It pulls into pit lane. He's lined up 2 by 2, waiting for the red lights to go out. Get ready for the roar. Here we go. Listen to this. Here they come then down towards Riches. Good start by Nick Vaughan on the inside. The black Audi will try and take the lead through Riches' corner. They all file through behind. There's Martin Reynolds in the Sierra Cosworth, but it is Colin Voice who has held his lead in that beautiful Castrol Escort. They go into the hairpin for the first time. Nick Vaughan under fire from Gary Hufford in the BMW. He goes through into second place. Malcolm Harding in the SLK is just behind them. And it's Ian Craig who's had a good start in the BMW M3 CSL. Pick up the Jaguars in just a moment as well. They're making their way around Riches up towards the hairpin. It's Colin Philpott, the former champion in the XJ, so has lead. Great start by Andrew Harper up into second position. There's various subclasses as well, of course. The Jaguars have classes A, B, C and D, depending on how modified the car is. And Harper round the outside and takes the lead. That's a great move by Andrew Harper, the man from Derbyshire, up into the lead. I think that's the first time he's led the big cats outright in his career. He's had some class wins in the past. Martin Reynolds slowing. Martin Reynolds out of it in the Sierra Cosworth as Phil Pumphrey takes the lead of the Jags. Well, Martin Reynolds perhaps should have bought another of his collection of classic Fords to race here today. Well, Voice leads from Hufford then as the Thunder Saloons make their way onto the back straight. There's some of the BMWs. Oliver Owen ahead of the treble 4, the BMW GTR. That one is of Chris McGinley. Very potent car indeed. The most potent of all is that Escort of Colin Voice. Nick Vaughan in second place. What a great sight they make. Tony Davies, great to see one of the original Thunder Saloons, the Firenze, back out. How cool is that car? Shades of the days of Jerry Marshall in these special saloons in the 70s. Of course, Jerry Marshall's legendary Baby Bertha Vauxhall Firenze is still racing today in the hands of Joe Ward in special saloon revival events. There's Colin Claxton in number 86, the Escort. David Claxton in the Triumph Dolomites. Tom Hutchins' Honda Civic, a more standard machine. The Jaguars overlapping with the Thunder Saloon runners now. Colin Philpott leads them. He gets past Simon Mann's BMW, says excuse me to Vic Hope in the Civic. And up there in third, that's the Trans Am replica we mentioned, the number 44 of Guy Connew. The Bob Tullius replica. Bob, who raced in America in the Trans Am Championship and in IMSA sports cars as well. He always used British cars, Jaguars, Triumphs and much more. And that's a replica of the XJS he raced stateside. His team was Group 44. He always raced number 44. There's the white and very dark green XK there. That's Jack Robinson, the Jaguar Championship leader. He heads their points by 6 over Guy Connew at the moment, so they'll be looking to win their respective classes and keep up the fight for the championship. Andrew Harper's not far behind either. He's in Class A. Is he racing Class A this weekend? Yes, he is, for the more standard cars. So great to see him up there ahead of the more modified Jaguars. Tony Davies under fire. The BMW is coming through. Oliver Owen and the treble 4, which is Chris McGinley. Colin Voice still leads overall, chased by Nick Vaughan, who wants a win to celebrate his birthday. Many different classes all the way down the order. Of course, we'll give you the class winners at the end of the race. There are the Jaguars. Andrew Harper keeping Philpott's honest here. And Nick Vaughan keeping Colin Voice honest. He's up the inside, he's going to take the lead. Great move, Nick Vaughan into Brundle and Nelson. This is great stuff from everybody all the way down the order. We ride on board with the new race leader through the bomb hole. Then it is up towards Coram. And the Audi has taken it up. Quick but fragile, had a win at Croft up in North Yorkshire last time out for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. Keep an eye on the Jaguars as well. Andrew Harper looking for his first overall win. Next week he's heading for Valencia in Spain, where his son will be racing in the Tillotson T4 Kart Nations Cup. He's 11 years old, Thomas Harper. His class is A to D for the Jaguars, as we mentioned. Class A is for the more modified cars, Class D for the more road standard machines. So classes A and B battling for the lead. They changed their classes many times over the years. Just caught a glimpse there of Colin Philpott leading the way. Big thanks to Tim Morantz for giving a little bit of background info on the Jaguars. We normally see him out in his Castrol Series 1, not racing this weekend though. There's Malcolm Harding and Tony Davies together. They're battling for 8th overall at the moment, behind the BMWs. Vaughan leads from Voice, Hufford in 3rd. Further back there's Colin Claxton, doubling up between the Escort and his Dolly Sprint at the moment. There's the other Dolly Sprint, the short tail version if you like, driven by David Claxton. Chasing down one of the BMWs. There's another red M3. There's so many red BMW M3s in this race, it's getting confusing. That's Oliver Owen's version, number 91. Ian Craig still in 4th place with the BMW CSL. See his son Ross out later on in the Pre-03 touring cars. He's leading their championship in his Honda Civic. I know Nick Vaughan always has a few supporters in our comment threads online, and cloud of smoke there. Who's that? Is that smoke or dust? Does somebody run wide? Can't really tell in the sunlight up there. But meantime, here come the big cats. It's Colin Philpott in the Class B XJS who leads. Andrew Harper in Class A, the supercharged S-Type in 2nd. The colours of auto reserve parts. Yes, that is smoke. It's David Claxton, look. His hopes in the Dolomites going up in smoke. Let's hope he's not dropping too much fluid there, because the last thing he wants is to hit a pool of oil or coolant going through Coram. As through comes Guy Connew. That's a Class A car. And that's put him into the lead of the class. Now, David Claxton didn't see the Jaguar trying to get round the outside there. That could have been nasty. It's racing on. Smoke coming from the left rear. Yeah, he's definitely dropping fluid there, I'm sure of it. He needs to pull in David Claxton as the Jaguars go through. Just the one retirement so far from this race, Martin Reynolds Sierra. There's Jack Robinson leading the Jaguar points. Tim Moran tells us the reason he's not racing is clutch failure at Croft. He hasn't got the Series 1 Daimler back out yet as Colin Philpott moves one of the BMWs aside. That's the problem when you have two championships overlapping, I suppose. That's now Guy Connew in the Group 44 Bob Tullius replica going for the lead. Andrew Harper still there in third in the S-Type. XJSs have dominated this championship for many years now, but so we have seen a newer XK win the title in the hands of Chris Boone a few years ago. And Jack Robinson looking to match his brother Tom's feat of winning the title for the Swallows Racing Team this year. Looking at the class points in the Jaguars, Class A is topped by Guy Connew, just 22 points ahead of Andrew Harper. Class B is led by Philpott ahead of Tom Lenthal. It's Jack Robinson on top in Class C and overall. And Charles Jackson leads Class D for the more standard cars. He's further down the order, number 34. There he is. That's another Auto Reserve Parts sponsored car with that familiar purple and white livery. Purple, of course, the colour of the silk-cut Jaguar racing team that became so legendary at Le Mans. There's another of the cars in those colours. Now, that's not a sign of impending failure for number 56, James Wall. That's because that car is diesel-powered. That's Andrew Harper's previous car. There's Jack Robinson, the XK, having a go at one of the BMWs there. I think that might be Jonathan Olive Cooper's car, the number 29. They've got ahead of Colin Claxton now, so the Jaguars up among the Thunder Saloons. Number 17 there, the XJS, that's Ewan Spooner. I'm trying to think who I've seen race that car before. I think it might have been Ian Drage who raced that car at one time. James Wall at the head of this group in the ex-Andrew Harper, the diesel XJ. And in the earlier Jaguar Le Mans and IMSA colours there, the green, that's the S-Type of Andrew Rogerson, running in the guest class this weekend, not registered for points in the championship. Look at the diesel smoke there. It's like Dick Dastardly laying a smoke screen in wacky races, isn't it? Well, they're coming up shortly to be lapped by our race leader. Nick Vaughan has pulled away by nearly 4 seconds from Colin Voice. We haven't forgotten the Thunder Saloons as well. Gary Hufford going well in third in the BMW, and there's been a bit of a sort-out among the Jags at Murray's. That's Andrew Rogerson slowing and running wide. I'm not quite sure what's happened there. Number 17 of Ewan Spooner moving up on them in the number 17 Jaguar, the man from Aldridge in the West Midlands. The first three have got well clear of the rest of the Thunder Saloons. Ian Craig still in 4th place. And it certainly looks as though, I don't want to put the curse of the commentator on him here, Nick Vaughan could be heading for a birthday win because there's only just over 4 seconds to go. He just needs to negotiate these back-marking big cats correctly. He's out of the smoke screen and away he goes. The aggressive stance of this Audi A3 looks more like a time attack car than a race car. Leaving the Jags in his wake as they fight it out. This little group towards the back of the field, they're actually fighting for 26th place overall. James Ward, another man celebrating his birthday today. Been asked by their coordinator to wish him a happy birthday on behalf of all the other Jag drivers, and they're getting in Gary Hufford's way here, and he's just taken 2nd place. Colin Voice may well have been held up by them there, and that's allowed Gary Hufford to jump through into 2nd. Ewan Spooner breaks too late for Hamilton's and goes wide. Somebody else has gone off there as well. The cloud of dust we saw there, I think that might have been Voice that ran wide. So Gary Hufford is now into 2nd place in the BMW. Colin Voice 3rd. As the Jaguars have their own races further back. 5th overall is Oliver Owen with his BMW. Then it's McGinley, Malcolm Harding's Mercedes, Tony Davies, and then the Jaguar leaders, Colin Philpott and Guy Connew. 9th and 10th overall as Connew, as I say, that makes an attack for the lead. of the big cats, and the Bob Tullius replica is through. Superb from Guy Conyon. That's who Ian Spooner's car is. It's Tom Butterfield's car. I thought I recognised it. Thank you, Tim Morant. As Colin Philpott fights back again. Yes, Tom Butterfield's had a large number of wins in this championship over the years. And Ian Spooner, one of the newcomers to this series, the man from the West Midlands. Great to see grid sizes expanding again in the Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Challenge, but overall at Tyconnu, that's just how Bob Tullius would have driven one at somewhere like Lime Rock in Connecticut, or Watkins Glen, or any of the street circuits that the Trans Am series visited in the 70s and 80s, before Bob moved up to IMSA GTP in the Jaguar prototypes. Meanwhile, we go back on board with Jonathan Olive Cooper's BMW, the number 29. He's chasing Colin Claxton's Escort. There's less than 2 minutes to go now. Nick Vaughan is heading for victory in the Audi. Further back in the order, there's Tom Lenthal, number 77, with his XJS being challenged by Jack Robinson. Is Jack leading his class? Yes, he is. He's leading Class C, looking to extend his championship lead with a victory in that class. Lenthal ahead of him is a Class B car. Andrew Harper has dropped back a bit as well. So he's down to 5th of the Jags now, Andrew Harper, after a strong run. He briefly led them. Robinson jinks out from behind Tom Lenthal. Runs a Jaguar specialist garage based in Sussex. Robinson still can't quite pull ahead there on the outside. Voice and Hufford still together, and Michael Atkinson didn't see them there. Excuse me, says Gary Hufford. He goes through, retakes second place. Voice getting frustrated, I think, with the back markers here. Michael Atkinson, the big X300 Saloon, didn't quite get out of the way in time there. Andrew Maynard behind him, I think that is in Mike Seaborn's old car. I said it would be impossible to know where to look in this race. So much overlapping going on, and there's a bit more too. Andrew Maynard, Simon Mann in the Cadbury's liveried BMW. No time to stop for a chocolate bar there, though. Well, the race close to its end now. Leader will be on his last lap. Here he is, coming up to the hairpin. Great drive by Nick Vaughan. He's lapped Tom Hutchins in the Honda Civic there. Tom running in 21st place. Puff of smoke from the Audi. There's Andrew Harper ahead of him. It's Andrew Harper's last lap was 2 minutes 46 seconds. His best lap was a 2 minutes 16. So I think something amiss there, certainly for Andrew Harper. No problem for Nick Vaughan. Through Hamilton up to Oggies. Took an overall win in the Audi at Croft last time out. Could we see him and make a late challenge for the Classic Thunder Saloon title? Well, his main rival's not here this weekend. No Sam Wilson, no Brian Branson. Just got the back markers to negotiate now. Spencer goes a lap down in his BMW. Who's it going to be in the Jaguars meanwhile? Is it going to be a win for Connu or Philpott? They're still separated by half a second. Wonderful battles all the way down the order. Classic touring car racing at its best here at Snetterton. Checkered flag will be being readied for Nick Vaughan shortly. There's been so many fights going on, it's hard to know where to look, but there's where to look for Nick Vaughan. The checkered flag goes out. Happy birthday, Nick, he takes the win. Colin Voice got back through for second ahead of Gary Hufford. Meanwhile, this is the battle in the Jags. Philpott up the inside as Agostini to retake the lead. They're about half a lap behind the Classic Thunder pace setters. And this is the battle for the overall win in the Jaguars. They're in different classes. Philpott's Class B, Connew Class A. First three have gone through. Ian Craig comes through for 4th overall in his BMW. Oliver Owen is 5th in his M3. It'll be Chris McGinley, I think, next home, ahead of Malcolm Harding. So Harding will be 7th, I think, ahead of Tony Davies in the Firenze, but we keep our eye on the Jaguar fights. Guy Connew is weaving about on the tail of Colin Philpott, trying to hold him off. Down to Brundle and Nelson. The American-style machine of Guy Connew on the tail of the Power Bell Services, number 167 of Philpott. Here they come. Through Coram. It's long right-hander, then onto the brakes for the left at Murray's. I don't think Philpott's quite going to get close enough. An absorbing battle between these two in the Berkshire Jag components. Jaguar challenge. Up towards the flag they come. And Colin Philpott, is he going to hang on the run to the line? Connew pulls out of the slipstream, but Philpott wins it. Connew second. We'll wait to see who comes in for third. It's going to be Tom Lenthal, third of the Jags. But, crucially, Jack Robinson wins Class C and extends his championship lead. We'll wait to see what Nick Vaughan's win in the Thunder Saloons has done for his championship challenge. It'll definitely take him to the top of his class, Class B, because Brian Branson was only 3 points ahead of him, and Brian is not here. He's at Silverstone, I believe, this weekend. So if Nick Vaughan has won it, did he get fastest lap as well? Yes, he did. That's 14 points for Nick Vaughan. And that only puts him, by my calculation, 1 point behind Sam Wilson in the overall championship. Vaughan the winner ahead of Voice by nearly 4.5 seconds, with Gary Hufford rounding out the top 10. The Jags won by Colin Philpott by less than half a second over Guy Connew. Class winners, Classic Thunder B went to Nick Vaughan. Classic Thunder Historic 3, H3 to Colin Voice. Oliver Owen took Classic Thunder C. Classic Thunder Guest Class to Malcolm Harding. Jaguars overall in Class B to Colin Philpott. Jaguars A to Guy Connew. Jaguars C, most importantly, to Jack Robinson, the championship leader. What else have we got? Classic Thunder H1 to David Claxton in the Dolomite, despite that bit of smoke, which cleared itself towards the end, I think. And the other class, Jaguar Class D, went to number 34 of Charlie Jackson. The guest Jaguar class, unfortunately the two runners in that failed to finish. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and hear from our race winners.
Well, what can we say? On his birthday, Nick, here he goes. No, go on, go get your garlands, get your trophy. Look at that. Winner at Croft, winner here at Snetterton as well. He just said to us, this one feels proper. Nick, it certainly does feel proper, doesn't it?
Oh, that felt absolutely cracking, yeah. We've been working up towards all of this for a while, and then 2 in a row, I'm absolutely blown away. Yeah, best birthday present I could have asked for, mate.
Of course, it is your birthday. We did sing happy birthday to you as well. A word for your team and everybody back home as well.
Everyone, the support we get is unbelievable. We get tons of people following us on YouTube, the lads that come with us, family, friends, absolutely amazing. And a massive props to Colin, because that thing is a rocket.
Well, we'll have a word with him very, very shortly before we do that. Got to say, that hat with the first suits you, Nick.
Thank you, mate. I could do it in a slightly bigger size for my big head, but I'll enjoy it.
Well done. Let's go have a quick word with Colin Voice as well. I think we got a little bit of time. Let's do it. You're not racing this weekend, I'm afraid, are you?
No, I'm old. I've hurt my neck, so no, I'm not allowed to race by the doctor's orders. So I'm here giving out trophies and trying to keep myself busy.
Top man. I just want to grab a word with Colin, if that's right. Colin, come on, come have a quick word. What a race! It's great to see you again. By the way, this is a little rocket ship, isn't it?
Yeah, it's good. It's really good. It's
needs a decent pilot though, and we got one here. I'm looking at one.
Yeah, I should have done like everyone else. No excuse. I should have put new tyres on. They were good this morning.
Yeah.
But 3 laps in the race, I was struggling. 4 laps, and I just had to let the main man go because I was slipping and sliding all over the place.
Yeah.
But I still had a good time.
Yeah.
You know, the Mount Tune engine is phenomenal.
Oh yeah. I was stood here, and Nick coming through, and then you coming through. I think I need some air defenders.
Yeah. When you're used to just a Duratec and then you put a turbo in it, especially a touring car engine, the speed difference is phenomenal.
Yeah.
And it takes the braking markers away from you. You think, good God. Then the oil flag went up on that top corner.
Yeah.
I thought, oh no, you know, you're well over 100 mile an hour into that, and you hit a bit of oil, and that's it. You're sugar beating, aren't you, in the fields?
Yeah.
But I had a great time.
And you got to do it all again tomorrow, Colin. That's the good news, isn't it?
I can let them poor old girls cool down.
There you go. Colin, well done. Great to see you, mate. Congratulations. I do want to see if I can very quickly find Colin Philpott as well, picking up the win in the Jags. My, what a battle he had, though, with Guy Connu. That was quite something. His car is back here. I don't know if Colin is back here. In fact, I'm not too sure where Colin has gone. Where is Colin Philpott? There he is, Colin Philpott. Colin Philpott. Something, wasn't it? You and Guy having a fantastic battle out there, so to say, and it went right down to the wire.
Yeah, it was a hell of a battle. I thought once I got to start, I could break through a few of them, the other group, them backmarker type guys, but Guy was just in my mirrors, and then I thought once he got me, I thought I've got my work cut out now to get him back. But I just hung in there. I could see he was a little bit tail happy a bit. He's got he's got all the power though, hasn't he? Just fantastic race, wasn't it? I just really enjoyed it from my side.
You went over the checkered flag. I saw that fist going. It meant something this win, didn't it?
Yeah, I think the inball footage might have to bleep it out a little bit, because I was like, yes, that was great. I've done it.
Colin, well done. Congratulations. Great to see you again as well. Enjoy. I'll say champagne. I'm not.
Thanks to Berkshire Jags, Anthony from Berkshire Jags, mate, for making this possible for us. It's really good. Thank you.
Nice one, Colin. Well said indeed. Right, don't go anywhere. Still more racing action. In fact, we've got the second British Truck Racing Championship race of the day coming up next. Dave, back to you.
Okay, thanks very much indeed, Ian. Yes, just getting my breath back after a brilliant race there from the Edmonton Electrical Classic Thunder Saloons and the Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Challenge. Losing my voice already, and this is only day one of the weekend. We've got two more races still to come. The British Truck Racing Championship is next for the 15-minute race, and then we've got our other classic touring car racing club classes. We will have the Laser Tools Pre-93, Bertie Haulage Pre-03, and the Burton Power Blue Oval Saloon Series coming up at the end of the programme. Second fastest time for each driver in qualifying sets the grid for this race, and it is once again, no surprise, Ryan Smith on pole for our second truck race of the weekend alongside number 7 Stuart Oliver. Second row David Jenkins, number 69, ahead of 46 Bradley Smith. We saw them glued together for third in race 1. Row 3, number 12 Michael Oliver, ahead of 89 Simon Reed. And on the fourth row, number 14 John Bowler and 86 Tom O'Rourke in their MANs. Hopefully Tom O'Rourke's fixed whatever the issue was in race 1. Likewise, Stephen Powell, he's on row 5 alongside Ricky Collitz. And completing the Division 1 field, it is number 68 Craig Reed. He only got one time lapping in qualifying. Unfortunately, all his other times were disallowed for exceeding track limits, so he has to start at the back in Division 1 for this one. We have got one other Division 1 entry here, of course, Neil Yates electing to start at the back, as he is fairly new to truck racing. We haven't got Simon Faulkner this weekend, number 92, unfortunately. And, of course, Jock Borthwick, unfortunately, still out recovering from his injuries. But I'm sure Jock is watching along with his family. Get well soon, Jock. We'll see you, hopefully, at Pembrey. Division 2, meanwhile, Paul Rivette on pole in his MAN alongside the number 5 Adam Bintz. Second row, Craig Evans and Simon Cole. A decent effort from him. Head on to the second row in Division 2, John Powell and Jim Bennett on row 3. Neil Yates in the Division 1 truck completes the grid for this one. Well, it was Flying Ryan all the way in race 1 ahead of Stuart Oliver, with Bradley Smith holding on for a podium in third place. Must thank all the sponsors and associates of the Truck BTRC, the British Truck Racing Championship this year. Of course, all the trucks running on HVO fuel this year. Adam Bint pioneered that in the championship, a simpler and more importantly clean alternative to diesel, used from made from waste-derived cooking oils and fats. So keep eating your fish and chips from your local chippy. You never know if you're a truck racing fan. The waste oil might be going into these trucks. Other partners of the championship include TRP Parts, Truck and Trailer Parts, over 130 locations across the UK. Road Transport Media, who publish the famous Truck and Driver magazine, among others. MV Commercials, headed up by Tom O'Rourke. Vision Track, video telematics and vehicle data. Freyhouf Trailers, Total Care Vehicle Lifts, and GT Tyres as well, plus MAN Truck and Bus. Dines Motor Group are also supporters of the championship. Thanks to all of them. It's the TRP truck that's leading them round on this rolling lap. Big beasts in the east of England once again. Can anyone stop Flying Ryan Smith, going for win number 13 of the season here at Snetterton? Stuart Oliver had 2 wins at Pembrey, 1 at Thruxton, so going for win number 4 of the season here. David Jenkins and Bradley Smith both looking for their first. Paul Rivette's battling with Adam Bint for the lead of the Division 1 points. John Powell not far away as well. Keeping it steady on this rolling lap as the sun begins to set here at Snetterton. There's Neil Yates at the back in the NYR Neil Yates Recovery Racing Team, MAN. Keep an eye on Simon Cole, looking for his best Division 2 result of the season so far as well. Can Craig Evans get his first Division 2 win? He is desperate for a victory. 5-ton, 1,000 horsepower race trucks up towards the red lights. The pace truck is in pit lane. Tension mounts. Race 2 of 5 this weekend here at Snetterton for the British Truck Racing Championship. Lights about to go out. Here we go. The power comes on, and away they go. Decent getaway by Stuart Oliver. Watch for Michael Oliver as well, trying to get through the middle. Paul Rivette leads off in Division 2. Something flew off. I don't know who that came from at the back of the Division 1 pack there, but Ryan Smith has the lead ahead of Oliver. Jenkins in third. Michael Oliver's flown through into fourth. There's contact between Tom O'Rourke and one of the Reeds there going into Riches, I think, as Ryan Smith leads up towards the hairpin for the first time. David Jenkins trying to get up the outside, so is Michael Oliver. We look back in the pack. There was some contact there in the early stages. Michael Oliver's been shuffled wide by Bradley Smith, one of the Reeds involved. It was Tom O'Rourke who got hit on the first corner by either Simon or Craig Reed. Couldn't tell which. Back of his truck looking a bit second hand, but the race continues. David Jenkins all over the back of Stuart Oliver. It's Ryan Smith who leads down to Agostini for the first time, side by side the second, but Oliver's got the inside line. Here comes Bradley Smith up the inside on 89 of Simon Reed. Division 2 battle heads into Agostini as well. Clouds of dust being kicked up on the outside there. Well, Ryan Smith's already escaping. Stuart Oliver in second place. Third is Jenkins. 89 of Simon Reed, under fire from John Bowler. He's got away well in the number 14. Then it's O'Rourke. Michael Oliver got forced wide on the hairpin. Made a good start, was up into fourth place, but 3 into 1 didn't go at the hairpin, unfortunately. Behind him, Stephen Powell in the number 3. We've lost somebody up there, I notice, at the entry to Oggies. It's one of the Reeds, it's Craig Reed. I think he's got away without hitting anything, spraying water out there as the truck rejoins. We're on board with the number 12 of Michael Oliver, chasing the remnants of Tom O'Rourke's truck briefly there, as they start to sort themselves out around the completion of the first lap. Stephen Powell trying to close up on Michael Oliver. Paul Rivette, meanwhile, is leading Division 2. One truck I've not seen out there is... there he is, Ricky Collett. I was wondering where he'd gone. He must have tangled with Craig Reed. I was wondering where Ricky had gone. He's in among the Division 2 trucks. There's Simon Cole. Further back, John Powell's been delayed as well, number 6. There's been a bit of a melee at Oggies, I think. Adam Bint under fire from Craig Evans in the number 10. Hard to see through these clouds of dust and smoke in the late afternoon sun. You can't emit any black smoke. If there's black smoke seen coming from your truck, you will get a black flag in return. Paul Rivett leads Division 2 then. Side by side between Adam Bint and Craig Evans, and the third championship contender John Powell's dropped back. Simon Reed having a go at Bradley Smith. This is for 4th place. David Jenkins escaped into 3rd place ahead of them. But Ryan Smith leads at the end of lap 1 by nearly 5.5 seconds. That's how dominant Ryan Smith is. And look at Tom O'Rourke's truck, it's falling apart. Thankfully, that's only superficial damage, just a bit of body work. He got clobbered by one of the Reeds. I think it was Craig Reed on the first corner. Craig Reed has come into the pits. I wouldn't be surprised if that collision has damaged his steering, and that's why he went off at Oggies. Yeah, Tom O'Rourke will have to be hoping that that bodywork doesn't flap around too much, or he'll get the black and orange flag and have to come into the pits for the team to remove it. He's got Michael Oliver, number 12, on his tail. Yeah, it's not a happy day for Craig Reed. He had all but one of his lap times disallowed in qualifying, and now he's in the pits. Stephen Powell having a better run though towards the back of the Division 1 field. Well, there's Ryan Smith. He's in a different race to everybody else. Even with all his wins over the last 7-8 years, I've never seen him clear off in front of a field like this in the early stages. Stuart Oliver in 2nd place, still ahead of David Jenkins, champion back in 2011. 89 Simon Reed, chasing hard after Bradley Smith. Craig Reed, of course, a former Division 2 champion, appears to be out of the race in the pit lane. Division 2 led by Paul Rivett, taking the fight to Adam Bint in the points charts. Looking at the points, Adam Bint led by just 13 points over John Powell coming into this weekend. Paul Rivett a further 11 points back, so he's got a bit of work to do to catch them up. Craig Evans not far away there, he's on 234 points, so he's 32 points behind Bint. 32 points covering the, as I say that, John Powell has slowed. What's happened there to the number 6? He's dropped behind Jim Bennett and Neil Yates, so John Powell's in trouble. Yep, the indicator's going, he's pulling into the pits, I think. Simon Reed almost pushing Bradley Smith through the hairpin there. Bradley Smith, not to be confused with number 16 Brad Smith, who we saw out at Donington in the International Truck Pre-races, along with a certain John McGuinness, among others, the Isle of Man TT legend. What is it about motorcycle racers and truck racing? John McGuinness, the latest motorcycle convert. We've seen Barry Sheen race trucks in the past when the sport first started in the 80s. Steve Parrish, of course, former bike racer, went on to become a multiple European truck racing champion. Steve Parrish, no less, was out at the Goodwood Revival back on a motorcycle last week, sharing with Barry Sheen's son Freddie. Bradley Smith goes a bit wide through Hamilton there in the Scrapco and Ferns sponsored 46, the 89 Reed Freighty Vico behind him. And behind them, John Bowler running well. One win for him in Division 1 so far, it was at Thruxton. John Powell has indeed pulled into the pits, problems for the DAF. That could harm his championship challenge. He needs every point he can get. Well, Ryan Smith is in a different league out in front. Over 8 seconds clear now. Here's the battle in Division 2. This is for 2nd place. Paul Rivett's got ahead of Ricky Collett, of course. There's a buffer between Rivett and his championship rival Adam Bint. David Jenkins still harrying Stuart Oliver as Simon Reed at the inside at Corham goes through. Good move, Simon Reed up into 4th place past Bradley Smith. Bradley Smith, who his team pulled off the most amazing rebuild I've ever seen. He went into the tyre wall at the Craner Curves at Convoy in the Park at Donington, and somehow the team got the truck back out for the next race after the front axle had been ripped out. I've never seen anything like that. Full credit to number 46 team. There's Simon Cole, he's still going well, up there in 4th in Division 2. Craig Evans is all over Adam Bint in the older Volvo. Adam is a former Division 2 champion of several years ago. This Volvo used to be in a blue and white livery, the colours of CMG Recovery. Changed to this menacing black and orange colour scheme. The bonneted Volvo is, of course, reminiscent of the trucks that Richard Walker was so successful in back in the 90s, the Lucas-sponsored machines. Before that, Richard raced the Century Oils Kenworth until it was completely destroyed in a massive start line collision at Zola. Look up the onboard footage from that incident. It's quite scary. Well, there's Tom O'Rourke, running a bit wide there. The truck fortunately not shedding any more body panels, and Bradley Smith's in trouble. He's lost places, he's dropping down the order. Stephen Powell's gone through, so has Michael Oliver. I think we might see Bradley Smith heading for the pits here. That's a great shame. Well, Ryan Smith, no relation to Bradley, incidentally, leading by over 10 seconds now. There he is, into Brundle. Six minutes of the race to go. It's making it look effortless out in front, Ryan Smith. He's won races 1 and 2 at every round this year. This will be win number 13 for him. Stuart Oliver still there in second place. He's had 3 wins so far this year. David Jenkins yet to taste victory. Simon Reed throwing the number 89 around there in 4th place. But John Bowler has adapted quickly to Division 1 up there in 5th. Tom O'Rourke going well up in P6 despite that early damage. Stephen Powell 7th, then Michael Oliver. Now this race sets the grid for race 4 tomorrow. We're on board with Michael Oliver. As it stands at the moment, he's in P8. He would stand to take pole position for race 4 with the top 8 reversed. Bradley Smith and Craig Reed, of course, after their problems, would have to start from the back. Back of Division 1, that is. Now, has Bradley Smith pulled it into the pit lane? We'll wait and see. Well, he may not have got that far. He hasn't come through yet. Yes, he is into pit lane. Problems for Bradley Smith, sadly. So that's let Ricky Collett up into P9. Paul Rivette, the Division 2 leader, is now 10th. Now, how far ahead of Adam Bint is he? 6.5 seconds. So it's looking good for Paul Rivette once again in Division 2. 4 wins at Donington last time out. Stuart Oliver, the 10 times champion. He's been there, seen it and won it in truck racing. He's been European champion as well. Chased by David Jenkins. Yeah, the digraph, Morris Lubricants, MAN. Simon Reed just keeping a watching brief in 4th. Had a couple of wins in his Division 1 career, former Division 2 star. There's Bradley Smith's crew at work in the pit lane, trying to find out what the problem is. Yeah, Simon Reed has had 2 wins this year so far, both at Donington Park in the Iveco on his local circuit, the man from Stoke-on-Trent. And here's that Division 2 battle for second place. They're not catching Paul Rivette, however. Craig Evans is still all over Adam Bint, who's doing as much as he can to hold him off. There's Rivette, keeping pace with Ricky Collett, the Division 1 veteran. Former champion. Bint just holds the inside line there under the bridge for the left-hander. Swing their way out of Nelson. Up towards the bomb hole. See the circuit drop down there and then back up again. It's a depression in the circuit. The feature of Snetterton since the place opened. As motorcyclists first noted this, as we said earlier. through the left at Murray's. Still Craig Evans cannot get past that number 5 of Adam Binns. Just over 2 minutes to go now, so wait to see whether it'll be 1 or 2 more laps to go for Ryan Smith. Stuart Oliver being closed down by David Jenkins for that second place. They're over 15 seconds down on Ryan Smith. He's just so dominant this season. Of course, things might change in races 3 and 4, where he'll have to start from P8 on the grid. But he's even won from there this season on a couple of occasions. These two a couple of seconds clear of Simon Reed in 4th. Then a gap back to John Bowler of around 6 seconds. The lead gap in Division 2 has increased to over 9 seconds now. Paul Rivette is similarly running away with that. I think we'll get 1 more lap out of this. It won't matter to Ryan Smith. The only question for him now, unless he suffers a mechanical problem, is how far he's going to win by. Still, Craig Evans throwing everything he's got at Adam Bitt for 2nd in Division 2. They're not going to catch this man, Paul Rivette, the multiple Renault Clio champion. He's done a few BTCC races as well. Now in his new calling of truck racing, and he's chasing Ricky Collins. Ryan Smith has just gone onto his last lap. There are a few seconds left when he crossed the line. Bit of smoke there from Ricky Collins, I think, or is that steam from the brakes? It looked like more like smoke to me. Yes, there's definitely some smoke there. Ricky Collins had a spectacular engine blow up in the first weekend of the year on Easter weekend at Brands Hatch. I hope that's not going to happen again. He does not want to let another engine go up in flames. They are extremely expensive race truck engines. Collins, whose company hauls some of the biggest and heaviest loads seen on Britain's roads. Stuart Oliver, the GT Tyres truck, up there in 2nd, chased by David Jenkins. Jenkins' best chance of a move is probably at Corham for the last time. Kicks up a bit of dust there. I'll say that, he's having a go at Agostini. Moves back to the outside as Oliver moves across to take the line. As if David Jenkins heard me there. Said, no, I'll make a move here instead. But that's allowed Simon Reed to close up in the Iveco. It's Daimler, Volvo, MAN, Iveco. 4 different makes in the top 4 places. In Division 2, it's MAN, Volvo, MAN, and Iveco in 4th place. Oliver goes a little bit wide there through Oggies. There's gentleman Jim Bennett, the good old Seddon Atkinson, the Ayrsham Gravels truck, the man from Suffolk. Still going strong at 74. And he's about to be lapped by Flying Ryan. He's going to take one of the most dominant wins I've seen in the British Truck Racing Championship in some time. Through the bomb hole, up towards Corham. Disappearing into the sunset. There's Bennett. There is Smith. Is Jim going to let him through here, or is he going to finish side by side? No, he's going to briefly balk him there coming out of the corner. Excuse me, says Ryan Smith. I've got a race to win here. Bennett lets him through. Ryan Smith wins by a country mile. Jim Bennett crosses the line a lap down. We await 2nd place to come through. Is Stuart Oliver going to hang on? It looks like it's... Oh, Simon Reed's gone wide onto the grass. That's kiboshed his chance of a podium. Stuart Oliver comes over in 2nd place, just ahead of David Jenkins. Reed in 4th. Division 2 is going to be won by Paul Rivette, but who's going to be 2nd? Is Craig Evans going to make a late move? Been trying all race long to get past Adam Binns. Fourth has gone to Simon Reed. 5th is John Bowler, good run by him. Tom O'Rourke 6th, just ahead of Stephen Powell. Michael Oliver 8th, that'll give him pole for race 4 tomorrow. It'll be Ricky Collett in 9th place. Paul Rivets will complete the top 10 and win Division 2. Adam Bitt, look at that, sideways into Murray's for the last time, coming out of Coram. That's bamboozled Craig Evans a bit there. Paul Rivets come across the line, won Division 2, and Adam Bitt with a superb defensive race takes second in class ahead of Craig Evans. It should be Simon Cole home next, the number 41. There he is coming through Coram. And Neil Yates will be the last man on the lead lap. He's over 30 seconds down though on Simon Cole. Jim Bennett has already finished a lap down. And we lost Bradley Smith, unfortunately. John Powell and Craig Reed all pulling into the pits. Here comes Simon Cole, the new Iveco, still to find its ultimate pace, but working well. At least he's picking up points now. Fourth in Division 2. Jim Bennett has already come in a lap down. And here comes Neil Yates, the man who had a massive crash at Thruxton in race 4 on his truck racing debut. It certainly was a baptism of fire for him. The recovery company boss from Kent had a couple of his very impressive American trucks on display in the paddock at Convoy in the Park. He brings his number 33 MAN, one of Stephen Powell's fleet of trucks, in to take the flag. Provisional result then, Ryan Smith the winner by 20.88 seconds, an enormous margin of victory. Stuart Oliver holding off David Jenkins for second, with Simon Reed just behind them. John Bowler a good fifth ahead of Tom O'Rourke. Then Stephen Powell and Michael Oliver complete the all-important top 8. Ricky Collins, after a moment on the first lap, finishes 9th. Paul Rivets, another Division 2 win for him. That's 6 in the last 2 events. Ahead of Adam Bint, who somehow held Craig Evans off all the way. Simon Cole, Neil Yates and Jim Bennett completing the finishers. We lost Bradley Smith, John Powell and Craig Reed into the pits. Let's go and find Pointy in Parc Ferme.
What a race, my goodness me, a very interesting start. We had a little bit of contact from a few of the drivers and 3 trucks leaving us during the race due to mechanical issues, and I don't even think there were any fault of anybody else. We've of course had Ryan Smith taking the first place. We can see him over here now celebrating with some of his sponsors and teammates. Let's have a quick chat. Ryan, how are we?
Yeah, very well, very good.
The lead you had very early on in that was absolutely insane.
Well, do you know what? My mechanic did something different to engine.
I can tell. That would have put nitrous in it.
No, we've been in a power mode all year.
Right.
Where when we come to a corner, the oil pressure drops and the engine goes in safety mode, so it reduces the power. Well, he said I'm going to override it and try it, and we overrid it and got me power back in the middle of the corner.
It was just insane. I mean, 7 seconds ahead after the first lap. No, sorry, 5.5 seconds ahead after the first lap, 8.5 seconds after the second lap. And because, you know, Stuart was battling with Dave Jenkins, it was just getting further and further ahead.
We was doing 2:23.6s in the race after 3 corners. It was showing 2:23.2. So the time were there, and you know, full credit to my team. Honestly, they work hard. You know, for us, we're a smaller team than some of the teams out there. That's not taking anything away, but we work within a budget and we do the best we can. And we've got great sponsors. I've got the best mechanic and the best team, in my opinion, in the paddock. And we put a show on. And to be honest, I wanted to drive well then, and I think I did. And 21 seconds.
I think you're just looking forward to the reverse grid tomorrow, because you actually do get to do some racing.
Yeah, but my whole mentality's changed. People put a show on.
Sorry to butt in, guys. Could you just move over here, mate?
Oh, he's getting moved quick enough. His radiator will start bubbling.
People. I want to put an entertainment show on for people who's watching, paid a lot of money to come, but I also have to remember that I need the points as well. Look, I want to do the best job I can. Tomorrow's tomorrow. We'll have a good night tonight. They'll get the truck prepped for tomorrow. We'll all have a meal together. We'll all have a well, I don't drink, but we'll have a cold drink together, and we look forward to tomorrow.
Cracking. Thank you very much, Ryan. John, thank you very much. Let's head down into the Parc Ferme now. Air coming out. Stuart Oliver, another fantastic result. Let's speak to Stuart Oliver just quickly. come through here. Are you hopping out or staying in?
I'm hopping out.
Right, I'm going to get the step. You're alright without the step, Aaron. I don't just get the step. Well, what was going on there? You and Dave battling the entire race. We lost young Bradley halfway through. A bit fell off the back of his truck and it was dragging along the tarmac.
Oh my God, I didn't see any of that. But no, well, I had a major problem. I had no speed. Well, I had no speed. It was going on to the limit at 150.
You were hitting that limiter coming down the pit straight. I was like, surely. I mean, obviously you can't go any faster. You can't go any faster, can you?
No, but it was coming up at 152 kilometres, which is about 90 mile an hour. And I think Dave's going to eat us up here, but I managed to get through the corners quick enough that he couldn't get onto us. But
it was on you the entire race. It was tight.
Good. Yeah, it was good. It was good. It was, and then the sun was starting to come down as well, so you can't see a great lot what's going on.
It's bad. I mean, we've been struggling with the sun. I mean, it's really low now, isn't it?
It is. Yeah. Tomorrow, the last race tomorrow will be exciting.
5 o'clock start. My gosh, that's going to be difficult.
It's good. It will be. Yeah, but no, it's good. I enjoyed that. You know, obviously Ryan was off into the sunset, literally. So,
literally, yeah. 21 seconds, I think he said it.
I did. I was
insane.
I just couldn't get the legs on the straight. I just had, and here you have so many long, fast 100 mile an hour bits that I was just nowhere near, so I was losing massive. But
well done regardless. There's still another second place, another amazing amount of points. Stuart Oliver, thank you. Let's go and quickly chat to Dave Jenkins. We can see Dave now chatting to his team. Now, Dave, let's come this way. You stand this side. We're getting it. There we go. Fantastic result. What you've been looking for today. You must be a bit happier. We spoke to you earlier on. Do you feel like you've found what you were missing this morning?
No. Got a bit of it. Yeah, obviously it's great. Podium here, sun shining, we're enjoying ourselves, aren't we? But just not got our Snetterton pace at all.
It's a shame, really, isn't it? I mean, is there any specific parts of the truck you're going to be looking at tonight to try and figure out what you can change, modify?
Yeah, we need a bit more traction in the slow speed mid turns, like in the hairpins. I'm not able to light it up early enough, and then obviously Ryan and Stuart's truck's got a little tiny bit more squirt than I've got. So unless I'm absolutely got the throttle application in completely the right place, they're just able to squirt away. Ryan's obviously package is on the next level this weekend, but Stuart's beatable. But we've got to sort this, the traction out of the slow speed corners.
Definitely. So something to look at over dinner tonight, most likely. Late night for the lads.
Yeah, no, we'll be all right. We'll have it washed and some dinner and some contemplation. Yeah, we'll be fine.
Contemplation is the key to success. Dave, congratulations on the third place regardless. Let's head down to Division 2 now, if we can, because obviously we need to shout out to the Division 2s. I've had him already. I want Craig Evans. Because everybody loves a magic story. Where is it? Here he goes. He's over here. Here we go. Craig Evans, after rebuilding his gearbox and giving us quite a nice tour around the gearbox. I'm not sure whether you'll have got to see that before this race or whether you'll see that before at some point tomorrow. But Craig showed us around the innards of a gearbox earlier on. It'll be on the highlights show, I believe, tonight. And it was inside out, your gearbox was. So we changed the gearbox, repaired the gearbox, and you were back out. You managed to make it stick for quite a nice podium.
Yeah, I'll settle for that after the problems we've had so far this weekend. It was good battling, it was a cracking race, it was clean. Can't complain at that one bit at all.
Right, yeah, I mean, it's obviously worth the effort. Now, you sent away for parts at one point, didn't we?
Yeah, I went myself last night, jumped in the van to King's Lynn to get a bearing for the gearbox, for the splitter. Unfortunately, it didn't really pay off this morning when we obliterated the other bit of the gearbox, but never mind.
Should have just got the whole gearbox, man. This is a lesson learned. This is in for a penny, in for a pound.
Well, we should have done that last night. It would have saved us doing it between qualifying and race one, wouldn't it?
Yes, indeed. But you did it regardless, and you didn't finish too badly earlier on. And now to go home tonight with a podium, it's just a good outcome, worth all the hard work, wasn't it?
Well and truly worth the hard work. We were 0.2, I think, as we crossed the line this morning off third, and we just got a third bumper to bumper. So
absolutely fantastic. And I've heard we will be seeing the up close of your gearbox very shortly as we finish down here in Parc Fermé. So Craig, fantastic effort, well done, a great finish to the Saturday for you. More racing tomorrow, don't break anything tonight.
No, I'm going to go and put a blanket over.
Right, that's all we've got time for down here in Park Fairmount. It's Snetterton now, back to Dave in the studio.
Okay, so we'll see the trucks back out tomorrow, but it is now time for our final race of the day. 3 championships on the grid together this time for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. We have the Laser Tools Pre-93 touring cars, the Burt Power Blue Oval Saloons for everything Ford, and the Bertie Haulage Pre-03 touring cars. It's going to be a very busy field. We'll take you through the grid fairly quickly then. Stuart Waits from the Pre-93 Championship. The championship leader is on pole with his BMW alongside the first of the Blue Oval as AJ Owen racing his father Craig's Ford Sierra Cosworth. Second row of the grid, number 27, Martin Reynolds should be there. Now, which Ford is he in this time? He's in one of his classic Fords. I think it's his Mark II Escort he's racing today. Alongside 191 Gary Preble, he's the first of the Pre-03 cars in his Honda Civic. Row 3, 91 Oliver Owen and 45 Clint Chalmers, they're both in BMWs, as is the next row of number 95 Kevin Willis and number 90 Ian Bauer. Reigning Pre-93 champion, number 1 Andy Cripps, is next on the grid. No, sorry, he's on row 6, I apologise. Row 5 is Mike Dugdale, number 51, and 127 Scott Smith with his Honda Civic in Pre-03. Andy Cripps is on row 6 alongside the number 48 car, which is Sean Morris. He's a guest class Pre-93 runner with his BMW. Row 7, 169 Ross Craig, the current leader of the Pre-03 Championship with his Honda Civic. He starts alongside number 23 Joey Bix in his Ford Sierra Cosworth, the Duckham's liveried Carl Jones replica. Row 8's number 52 Ralph Higson in a Ford Focus in Blue Oval Saloons alongside 121 Joe Dorrington with a Honda Civic in Pre-03. Row 9 is the runaway leader of the Blue Oval Saloon Series, James Dunkley, looking for his second championship in a row with his Fiesta Mark II. And number 86 David Clark with the now rare Renault 5 GT Turbo. Row 10, 186 Colin Claxton. We've already seen him out this weekend with his Escorts. He starts alongside number 10 Tim Mizzen in a Ford Fiesta, the green and yellow car. Next on the grid, 149 David Hutchins, Honda Civic, alongside Anton Martin, having switched from Ford to BMW, number 330. 361 Lee Spencer having a busy weekend with his BMW, alongside 151 Vic Hope with his Honda. Then it's Andy Abrams, Honda Civic Type R, 214 alongside 119, another Honda, that's Neil Ashcroft. Trevor Kiffin with his Alfa Romeo 75 in Pre-93, starts alongside, well, it should have been number 2, Sam Daffin, but he's a non-starter with his Fiesta. And Simon Manton's BMW should be there, number 153, to round out the grid. Well, the Pre-93 Championship is being led by a clear margin by Stuart Waits, the pole sitter. All their cars except 2 are BMWs. That's the Alfa Romeo of Trevor Kiffin, the Renault 5 Turbo of David Clark. Pre-03, that's being led by Ross Craig, number 169, in his Honda Civic. Mostly Hondas and 3 BMWs. The 3 BMWs that are in Pre-03, there's one of them, Simon Mann, the Cadbury car, Anton Martin, Lee Spencer are the other 2. And everything else is Blue Oval Saloons, all the Fords. That series, well, has pretty much already been wrapped up by James Dunkley, the food businessman from Worcestershire. On board with Ian Bauer and AJ Owen, all being well in this race. Ian Bauer, the former Pre-93 champion, the wheel of his BMW, the man from Lincoln. This will be another 15-minute race. Another good mixture of touring cars. There's AJ Owen, former Pre-03 champion, on a couple of occasions in his Honda Civic, so switching today to his father's Ford Sierra Cosworth. Normally see Craig Owen racing this car. Could he be a contender for an overall win? We've seen Mike Manning in his Texaco liveried Sierra Cosworth RS500 take a couple of outright wins this year. But can anyone stop Stuart Waits? He's dominated the Pre-93 touring cars this year. Black and gold BMW. He's been a production BMW champion in the past as well in his E30 BMW. There's the Alfa Romeo, Trevor Kiffin. The Cadbury's BMW in Dairy Milk Purple of Simon Mann. A lot of these drivers racing in multiple championships across the weekend. Fair play to them. There's Martin Reynolds. He's ditched the Sierra. That broke down earlier. He's in his Mark II Escort now. He's also got a Ford Anglia. He's got a couple of Ford Anglias. He's got a Mach 1 Mustang as well. He's got just about every classic Ford you could think of in his collection, based fairly locally to Snetterton. I remember in one of the Snetterton Saloons races earlier this year, the Sierra broke down in qualifying, so before the race he went back to base, picked up the Escort and raced that instead. Got a few other cars besides in his collection as well. I was honoured to visit his collection a couple of years ago. There's Joey Binks, the beautiful Duckham's Sierra. Bacon on the back of James Dunkley's car, said he's a food businessman. Now, what's going on here? Because Stuart Waite, the pole sitter, has driven straight past the grid. I can only assume that because of the sun shining down the centre straight into his eyes, he couldn't see that he was supposed to stop there. Where's he going? Does he think the race has started? I'm not sure what's going on here. Stuart Waite, the pole sitter, should have stopped on the grid. He thinks the race has started. Look in your mirror, Stuart. Well, I've never seen that before. I can only assume he was blinded by the sun and thought it was a rolling start. Couldn't see the lights. He's still going. Or did he think there was an extra green flag lamp? There's red lights on now. He's still going. He's going towards Oggies. Well, I don't think I've ever seen this before. Well, they were coming up to the grid. I was about to call the cars off the grid, and Stuart Waite just carried on. There's everybody else waiting patiently. I've never seen this before. And the Bartley BMW M3, he's still going. He's going to have to start from the back, surely. I think the clerk of the course would like a word after that. I can only assume he was blinded by the sun and wasn't sure that he was supposed to stop on the grid. Looking at the championship points, Stuart Waite is currently on 145 points. His nearest rival, Clinton Chalmers, is on 84, so he's pretty much already sewn up the championship for this year. Yes, there's the rest of the grid, Stuart. You can stop now. You're going to have to start from the back. Well, it might make things interesting as we see him come through from the rear of the grid. Yeah, he's been stopped there by the marshals, look. AJ Owen in Craig's car, sorry, on the front of the grid on his own, with Martin Reynolds and Gary Preble in that very potent Honda Civic ready behind him. This will be a 15-minute race. The pre-93 touring car sponsored by Laser Tools, the pre-03 touring car sponsored by Bertie Haulage, the Blue Oval Saloon Series sponsored by Burton Power. Off they go. And it is Owen that leads away, or... I didn't see the red lights go out there, so the countdown has started. Are we under green flag racing conditions? We must be. I didn't see the red lights come on or go out there. Have the lights had a problem? That might be why there was the confusion. Well, Stuart Waite's already moving up the field. No, it looks like we are having an extra green flag lap, yes, because the cars were sitting on the grid for a long time with their tyres getting cool. So we are going to have another green flag lap. So apologies for the confusion at the start of this race, everyone. I'm at the present time as confused as everyone else is. So is Stuart Waite going to make his way to the front of the grid again or not? The countdown has started on this lap, of course, because we are getting fairly close to the 6:30 p.m. curfew here at Snetterton with the delays we had in qualifying earlier. On board with Ian Bauer's BMW, loving the Roadrunner on his dashboard there. Where's Wiley Coyote? Well, there's Stuart Waite. Yeah, he's made his way back to the front of the field. I know that slightly embarrassed Stuart Waite there, as the cars get their extra green flag lap. Apologies again for the confusion there. We saw the countdown start, but I thought I hadn't seen the red lights. So the countdown has started. It'll be a slightly reduced race distance. There's the Renault 5 of David Clark. Every time I see that Cadbury BMW, it's making me hungry. There was a Formula 3000 car sponsored by Cadbury back in the early 90s. I've forgotten who the driver was. Martin Reynolds in the Escorts. The red BMW is Oliver Owen. There's Clint Lechalmers, the white BMW with the red-blue checkered livery. He's second in the Prio 3 points. There he is, the Schnitzer touring car lookalike with the yellow wheels. Andy Cripps, the green BMW, the reigning Pre-93 champion. James Dunkley, the Fiesta, the Mark II. Okay. So this time, hopefully, Stuart Waite is going to stop on the grid. The sun's dropped a bit lower this time, so you can probably see. Well, I don't think I've ever seen that before. Stop. Thank you. So Stuart Waite, the black and gold Bartley Motorsports BMW on the front of the grid, alongside AJ Owen in the blue and yellow Sierra. Martin Reynolds, the white and yellow Mark II Escort, alongside Gary Preble, the former King of Castle Combe, in the white Honda Civic. Then the red BMWs of Oliver Owen, and also in there is Ian Bauer. Clint Lechalmers in there, Andy Cripps, the silver car alongside him is the number 48 of Sean Morris. The rest of the grid forms up behind them. Waiting for the red lights to come on when we get the all clear from the marshals. Final race of the day here at Snetterton, and we get ready to do it all again tomorrow. Pre-93, Pre-03 and Blue Oval Saloons. Here we go. And down towards the first corner, a brilliant start by Stuart Waite. He's got it right this time, certainly not the best of starts by AJ Owen. Here comes Martin Reynolds up into second place in the Escort, Owen in third place. Then Gary Preble leads the Pre-03 cars. Trevor Kiffin at the back in the Alfa Romeo. Here we go, then we're on board with AJ Owen in the Sierra Cosworth as they head up towards the hairpin for the first time. Martin Reynolds ahead of us has taken the lead of the Blue Oval Saloons. BMWs everywhere as they come out of the hairpin there. Oliver Owen on the inside, up alongside Ian Bauer, the number 90 who's raced several M3s in his career. Ahead of them is Clint Lechalmers in his number 45, the Works BMW lookalike. But It's Stuart Waite who has the lead, under fire from the local hero Martin Reynolds and the number 27 Escort. Third is AJ Owen. Swing their way through the left-hander at Agostini. There you can see how low the sun is. That's going to cause real issues. We're on board with Ian Bauer. I wonder he can see where he's going. That's probably why Stuart Waite couldn't see properly as he came up to the grid the first time. Oliver Owen ahead of number 90 of Ian Bauer. Then we've got Kevin Willis in the yellow BMW. There's Scott Smith in his Honda Civic being chased by Andy Cripps. Ross Craig, the leader of the points in pre-03 touring cars. He's 9 points ahead of Gary Preble, so he needs to try and catch Gary here. Stuart Waite side by side with Martin Reynolds, keeps the lead in the BMW. He's heading for the pre-93 championship this year, the number 77. While in Blue Oval Saloons, well, James Dunkley is on 146 points. His nearest rival, Will Hunt, who's not here this weekend, is on 92. And next behind them, Sam Daffin, who broke down in qualifying, I believe, is on 70 points. So the title pretty much sewn up in favour of James Dunkley for the second year running. On board with Ian Bauer in the sunset of Snetterton, 8 minutes of the race to go. Over the line, Waits from Reynolds. That's Escort well wound up in this one. AJ Owen in third. Over the line they go. Leading the pre-03s is Preble. The Sharma's under fire there from one of the BMWs. That was Oliver Owen. There's Scott Smith in the Honda with his headlights ablaze. His transponder doesn't seem to be working, unfortunately. He's dropping down the timing screen. It's AJ Owen twitches the Cosworth out of the hairpin. Chasing the lead pair, Stuart Waite, Martin Reynolds. Great to see him up there. The former Blue Oval champion of a couple of years ago. It was in his Anglia that he won the title there. There's David Clark in the now rare Renault 5 GT Turbo. He's got past Colin Claxton. And a BMW pulling over there on the right. Is that Oliver Owen? I think it is. The number 91 in trouble. David Clark had an overall podium in the wet against the rear-wheel drive cars earlier this season at Brands Hatch. James Dunkley won that race outright. The front-wheel drive cars scoring in the wet. There's number 121, which is the Joe Dorrington car with his Honda Civic. And there's Oliver Owen, who he's had some contact there, look. The rear of the car is bent. He's out of the race. That's damaged the exhaust, I think. Yes, Joe Dorrington, the man who had a nasty collision with a Vauxhall Astra, I remember, at Silverstone at the beginning of the year. They could have a change for the lead here down the straight. Martin Reynolds moves the Escort into the lead. Stuart Waite won't mind too much, because Martin Reynolds, well, not only is he in a different class, he's in a different championship to the 77. BMW is in the pre-93 touring cars. Martin Reynolds is in the Blue Oval Saloon Series, or BOSS for short, and he's certainly bossing it here on his local circuit. He leads. 6 minutes of the race to go. Look at the flames there out of the exhaust. That's what we like to see from AJ Owen. 3 cars line astern. Now he's got the Cosworth wound up. He's having a go at Stuart Waite for second overall. Gary Preble behind them. He's leading the pre-03 touring cars. He's in the same class as championship leader Ross Craig. Stuart Waite, 10-second time penalty pending. That'll be for his misdemeanor at the start, no doubt. Battling with AJ Owen for second place at the moment. Cosworth goes a bit wide over the curve. You saw the car bounce there as we ride on board with AJ Owen. Up the inside into Palmer's. He's going to go through into second place. Down to third goes Waite. He's still leading the pre-93s, but is he 10 seconds clear of Clint Chalmers? No, he's not. It doesn't matter too much to Stuart, because he's already pretty much sewn up the championship unless major events happen. There's Ross Craig. He's the points leader in pre-03, chasing Scott Smith in the guest class car, not registered for points. Ross Craig, we saw his daddy and out in his BMW earlier on with the Dazzle black and white camouflage livery. Cripps in there, P93 champion last year with his BMW. The Laser Tools sun strip in his windscreen. 4 minutes to go. I think we've lost Ian Bauer as well. The number 90 hasn't come through on the last lap, so that says to me he collided with Oliver Owen. They were battling. So the two BMWs out of it. He's pulled into the paddock. I've been told that, whoa, Ross Craig, a bit of two-wheel motoring there. That's that curb at Nelson. If you clip that curb, you will be launched. We saw that from Ryan Taylor in the Mini 7s a couple of years ago. He did a bit of stunt driving through there and somehow managed not to roll. Kevin Willis in his BMW having a go at Clint Chalmers. There's Gary Preble out in front of the Pre-03s in 4th overall. Clint Chalmers holding off Kevin Willis. Now those two don't know it, but if they can keep within 10 seconds of Stuart Waite, they're actually fighting for the lead of the Pre-93s. Let's have a look at the gaps as they come through. They are just within the 10 seconds at the moment if he gets that penalty. Only just then. It's going to be very close. Next behind these is Scott Smith's Honda. Then we've got Ross Craig, Andy Cripps, and the number 48 BMW of Sean Morris rounds out the top 10. Mike Dugdale is 11th, then Ralph Hickson in the Ford Focus is 12th. James Dunkley leading his class. He's steering his Fiesta towards another Blue Oval Saloon Series championship. Further back in the order, a couple of Hondas. Andy Abrams was one of them, chasing the number 119 of Neil Ashcroft. Kevin Willis in the yellow BMW. Sideways there through the right-hander at Oggies onto Williams, and then the Bentley straight chasing Clint Chalmers. Remember, if they stay within 10 seconds of Stuart Waite, they could be in luck here. There's Tim Mizzen with the very brightly coloured Fiesta chasing Colin Claxton. Towards the closing stages now. Martin Reynolds has done the fastest lap of the race, 2:07.4. Continues to lead AJ Owen. Normally it's when these classes race together, these championships, it's the Pre-93 cars that win over Martin Reynolds. So another fastest lap, 2:07.381. Is about to possibly lead home a Blue Oval Saloon Series 1-2. We don't see this very often at all. 2.5 seconds ahead now of AJ Owen in the Cosworth. Well, he may have been out of luck in the Classic Thunder Saloons with the Sierra. But the local hero, Martin Reynolds, runs a construction company based near Wisbeach. Owns a holiday park in Norfolk as well, among his businesses. Continues to lead the way. Big sponsor of motorsport in the area as well. Used to be one of the sponsors of Kings Lynn Speedway, the Stars. Martin Reynolds. There goes AJ Owen. Great to see him back at the sharp end. We're on the last lap now. The clock about to count down to 0. It's going to be a win for Martin Reynolds in the Mark II Escort. Very much in the style of the old Zap Speed Escorts. This car used to race in the European Touring Car Championship in the 70s. Displaying the title sponsor of the series, Burton Power. AJ Owen is going to settle for second place. Now we'll wait to see if that penalty is applied to Stuart Waite. He may have got far enough clear of Chalmers and Willis because they've delayed themselves battling with each other. Checkered flag is out and the day comes to an end with a win for Martin Reynolds in the Blue Oval Saloons ahead of AJ Owen. Stuart Waite heads home the pre-93 cars. Wait to see if that penalty gets applied. Pre-03 is won by Gary Preble. That'll close the gap on Ross Craig in the championship. There's still battles going on down the order. There's Joe Dorrington in the Honda heading a couple of others. Colin Claxton and Tim Mizzen. Clint Chalmers just holds off Kevin Willis, but not quite enough to catch Stuart Waite. Oh, we've lost the focus of Ralph Higson on the last lap. He's pulling over. Great shame for him. Scott Smith, Ross Craig, Andy Cripps over the line. They take... Well, we'll have to wait to see the places there because Scott Smith's transponder isn't working. So that was for P7, 8 and 9. Mike Dugdale rounds out the top 10. Ahead of Sean Morris's BMW. And here comes James Dunkley in P12 to take another class win. He was slowing on the runs to the line there, James Dunkley. He's just about going to make it home in the Fiesta. Here, this lot's still at it, 5 of them together now. Colin Claxton ahead of Joe Dorrington, Tim Mizzen, Anton Martin's BMW, and Joey Binks in the Cosworth RS500 as well. A couple of photo finishes in there. Martin outdragged by Binks in the Cosworth. Well, Stuart Waite got that 10-second penalty, but it only drops him behind Gary Preble into 4th place. And he takes the pre-93 win ahead of LeChalmers and Willis. Rest of the field comes home. There's Simon Mann. He finishes ahead of the Spencer BMW, number 361. As the marshals signal and back to the paddock in the sunset here at Snetterton. The provisional result then, Martin Reynolds takes the win and wins the Blue Oval Saloon Series Splits. Pre-03 won by Gary Preble in 3rd, despite that penalty for his mishap at the start. Stuart Waite wins the pre-93s and is pretty much guaranteed the title, I would say. James Dunkley likewise for his class win in the Blue Oval Saloons, while it's still close in pre-03 between Gary Preble and Ross Craig, with Gary winning the class there. Class winners, Boss Class S goes to Martin Reynolds, pre-03 Class C to Gary Preble, pre-93 B to Stuart Waite, pre-03 Guest Class to Scott Smith, pre-93 Guest to Sean Morris, pre-93 Class D to David Clark in the Renault. Who else is there further down? James Dunkley wins Boss Class D, but Class B goes to Colin Claxton. Anton Martin wins pre-03 Class A, Class B in those goes to Vic Hope in his Honda, and pre-93 Class C to Trevor Kiffin in the Alfa Romeo. Let's head down to Ian in Parc Fermé.
Hello everybody, yeah, it was quite an eventful race, wasn't it? Here is Martin Reynolds, so look, just getting his garland, his trophy and his hat. Of course, it was very eventful, wasn't it? Mr. Stuart Waite is going to make his way up to the race control very shortly. But Martin, great to see you. Congratulations, what a race, eh?
Yeah, good to be back.
Bit of a confusing start though.
Yeah, well, no one could see the lights, that's the problem. It was right over the top of the panel, so, you know, I waited for AJ to move and I thought, well, if he moves, I'm going to go. So once he went, I went.
Look, nice to be back. It's a power circuit here at Snetterton, isn't it? And the car works well.
And really well around here, especially around Coram. I was making lots of time on it. Yeah, really enjoyed it.
Fantastic. Go to celebrate, Martin. Congratulations. Well done. Let's grab AJ again. We spoke to him before the start of the race. You were just here for a bit of fun, but I don't believe that. Not to the performance you just put in there. You were racing your heart out.
That had everything, but that was brilliant. I was always going to mess the start up. I've always messed starts up, so I knew, and I just wanted to not have any damage. And then the three of us and the guy in the other Beamer, and just three, and I sat there and Martin and him started battling. It slowed them up and I thought I've got half a chance here. And they slowed each other up out of the last corner. It was just a drag race. I couldn't push them any harder if I tried, but I'm over the moon with the car. Dad's raced it all year, and it's a quick car, and yeah, I'm proud as punch. There was no way I was catching Martin. He's a good driver, Martin. A lot of respect for him. We've had some real close battles, so we will try tomorrow. But I think Martin's just got that little bit more. But
you never know.
Who knows?
Tomorrow's a new day, AJ. Thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. Just a quick note on a couple of the others as well. Gary Preble picking up the pre-03. Stu Waite did pick up the pre-93s. Did get given that 10-second time penalty, but I believe he's been called to the stewards as well. So just keep your eyes peeled with that one. Right, that does round out the racing action here today at Snetterton with the BARC. But don't worry, there's a lot more coming up tomorrow as well. Yes, we've got 2 row Britcar Trophy Championship races, more action from the Classic Touring Car Racing Club and more action from the British Truck Racing Championship. However, if you're looking, don't Don't forget the Barking Mad podcast, episode 7, is out right now at all the places you get your podcasts, or at Bark TV YouTube channel as well. Do check it out. Right, that's it from me. I'm going to hand back to Dave, and I'm sure he'll fill you with the rest of the grids and what happened throughout the course of the day and what's coming up tomorrow. Thank you. Good night. See you later. Bye-bye.
Well, thank you very much, Ian. We'll speak to you tomorrow, I'm sure. We kick off tomorrow at around 10:30 a.m. First race will be the Classic Touring Car Racing Club Pre-66 and Pre-83 Championships, their second race of the weekend. Next race 3 for the British Truck Racing Championship with reverse grids introduced. Then the Classic Thunder and the Jaguars. They were superb earlier today. If you missed them, don't miss out on their race tomorrow. And then we will have the first of our 2 50-minute races for the Rowe Motor Oil's Brit Car Trophy Championship. A good variety of saloon and GT cars out in that one. Another truck race championship coming up before the lunch break, and then we have the Classic Touring Car Racing Club 9303 and Boss Series, the cars we've just seen. Another race to the Brit Car Trophy, and then a final truck race to round off the programme here at the Snetterton circuit. Thanks to all our volunteer marshals and everyone else here today. Couldn't go racing without the Orange family. We see them making their way back into the pit lane, and well-earned evening's rest for them. Thanks to everybody else here at Snetterton as well, the recovery crews, the medical staff, our camera crews as well, and everyone else here as the sun sets here at the Snetterton circuit. We'll see you back at around 10:30 tomorrow morning. It's goodbye until then.